within a short while, we are going to start our program. Let our guests join. Dr. Harinarayanan Janakiraman has already joined. Just a few minutes and we'll start. Please, I request to the participants, please switch your mic and video off. Participants, you are requested to please switch off your videos. Please switch off your videos. Now our guests have come, they have joined. Namaste everyone. Now this namaste has become very popular and globally accepted during this pandemic. Don't you think it has a great message to convey? It says, return back to your roots. Anyways, on behalf of Veer Savarkar, Government College, Obedullahganj, I welcome you all in this one-day webinar on COVID-19, the global pandemic and prospects of Aatmanirbhar Bharat. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I see many participants have joined from different parts of India: Bombay, Delhi, Pune, Calcutta, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jammu and Kashmir, Manipur, Nagaland, and we have some international participants as well. I welcome everyone in this one-day webinar. So far as coronavirus is concerned, much has been said and done about COVID-19, and still much is to be said and much is to be explored. The newspaper headlines are full with news of coronavirus, and many lives have been lost. People are in panic, they're psychologically strained at the global level. So the situation seems like cities fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. So John W. Yeats's line, and since there is so much to be said about coronavirus, we have with us three young dynamic scholars, Dr. Harinarayan Janki Raman, staff scientist, Medical University of South Carolina, USA, and Madam Poonam Phogat. She is a scholar of psychology from Cargi College, University of Delhi, and Dr. Kavita Chaturvedi. She is Professor Commerce from Raja Bhoj College, Mandi. So I think all, Madam Poonam, are you here? Are you on the line? She is not joined right now. Please switch off your mics, please. I request delegates and participants to please switch your mic and video off. So I will introduce our guests one by one at the time of their lecture. Since I welcome Dr. Kavita Madam, Madam Poonam, and Dr. Harinarayan Janki Raman once again, and since we are on the virtual platform, we just cannot perform all traditional and customary practices. But as we are the seekers of knowledge, I think it is quite essential that we should worship or we should garland Goddess Saraswati, the flower of words. Ya kundendu तुषारहार कबला या शुभ प्रावता या वीणा वरदंड मंडित करा या श्वेत या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृति देवै सदा वंदिता श्यामा पात्र सरस्वती भगवती नित्य ज्या And now I request our principal madam, principal and patron, Dr. Usha Pradhan, as dynamic as we were, to address welcome note of the webinar. Principal madam, over to principal madam.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am very happy to welcome you all in this one-day webinar on COVID-19, the global pandemic and prospects of Aatmanirbhar Bharat. I welcome Dr. Harinarayan Janki Raman, scientist, South Carolina University, USA, for giving his consent to this webinar. The webinar is on current issue and everybody wants to have more and more information about it. I am sure your lecture will definitely benefit the audience. I also welcome Dr. Poonam Fogart from Delhi University. We are delighted to have you here, and also I am delighted to welcome Dr. Kavita Chaturvedi, Professor Commerce, Raja Bhoj College, Mandiri. I am sure that the lectures delivered by our guest speakers would definitely benefit the audience. I also welcome all the delegates who have joined in our group to watch the webinar. My best wishes to everyone. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Mamta Shrivastava.
Now coming to the introduction part of the webinar, this COVID-19 pandemic is considered as the most crucial health calamity of the century, and many lives have been lost. Over 1 crore 23 lakhs people are affected across the world, and around 5 lakh 57,000 people have lost their lives. This is the current statistics of today. Coronaviruses are single-stranded RNA viruses which are susceptible to mutation and recombination and are therefore highly diverse. So everyone is in panic. The situation is like John Keats's line, the weariness, the fever, the fret of life, where men sit and hear each other's groan, where but to think is full of sorrow. A teeny virus has stuck everything on hold. The impact of COVID-19 is enormous, and it has touched almost each and every sphere of human life: social, economical, psychological, philosophical, and what not. So we just cannot cover all the aspects of COVID-19 in this one-day webinar as we are short of time. So that's why we have decided to divide this webinar on 3 segments. First is the biological segment. The second is the psychological segment. And the third one is economical segment. We are also having the clarion call of our Prime Minister, Aatmanirbhar Bharat. So that's why this particular aspect is very essential. So for the lectures, now I invite Dr. Harinarayan Janki Raman, a great scholar and person dedicated to his profession, very dynamic, meticulous, and we are very delighted to have you here, sir. Within a very short time, you have given consent for this webinar. So I'm giving his introduction. Dr. Janki Raman is PhD, is staff scientist at Medical University of South Carolina, USA, Department of Surgery. His research endeavors include developing an immense model of patient-derived xenograft and orthotopic PDX mouse models for colon, pancreatic, head and neck cancer. He is postdoctoral fellow of the same university, Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology. Research endeavors are identifying the mRNAs and non-coding RNA controlled by RNA binding protein (QR). Again, he is a postdoctoral fellow of Department of Oral Health Science. He was a research associate of DRDO, Department of Radiation Biology, the research was the study of ultraviolet rays caused by extreme climate conditions at high altitudes. A graduate student of Hiroshima University, Japan, JRF Fellow of Jawaharlal University Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education, Pondicherry. He is a summer trainee of AIMS, New Delhi, Department of Neurobiochemistry. The research focused on genetic polymorphism of pharmacological important genes CYP2C19. Among lab experiences, he has animal cell culture, X, XY culture, cancer stem cell, human iPS cell, humanized mouse models, PDX development, immunology, flow cytometry. He also mentored and supervised many students at South Carolina. He has many peer-reviewed publications and also a peer reviewer of many journals. He has written 7 books, 3 in English and 4 in Tamil, all related to sciences. He has got many honors and awards. He got 3rd place in postdoctoral category for poster making. He presented best paper, he is awarded for the best paper of the journal April 2011 at Hiroshima University. He got scholarship award of April 2007 in Japan. Professor S.K. Balal Endowment Model 2005 award in Tamil Nadu. Endowment Merit Scholarship Award 2003-2005 at Tamil Nadu. Yeah. He has also written some articles in daily magazines like Tomorrow's World, Scientific Surprises. He was also in NSS team. He was also the NSS team leader at Regional Institute of Education, Mysore, Karnataka. So I invite Dr. Harinarayan Janakiraman for his talk and welcome, sir. The forum is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm really excited and I'm really surprised to see many people. And it's a pleasure to present for Veer Savarkar College. And thank you, Dr. Mamta and the principal and the college for giving such an opportunity. And I mean, we don't get these opportunities every day. So I really thank every part of the organizing committee and every person involved in this presentation. And I hope this will be a success. So without much further ado, I would like to start with the presentation. So as we all know, for the past 3 months, we've been battling the disease called COVID-19. And the title of the presentation is COVID-19 in Pursuit of the Unknowns. The reason why I kept this title is that there are so many unknowns, even after 3 to 4 months of having this disease around. And then the disease has struck about 12 million people all over the world, and about 555,000 people have died, actually. So this is a serious disease. Nobody has to underestimate the power of this disease. Like Dr. Mamta said, it's a very teeny tiny virus, but it has struck the whole world and then brought the whole world to its knees. So we gotta be very, very careful in dealing with this disease. So before I start the presentation, the actual content, I would like to share a word of caution. So Dr. Richard Feynman, the famous physicist, said once that I would rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned. What that means is it's better to have questions that cannot be answered, which can kept on be searched for, the answers can be searched for, rather than having answers that cannot be questioned. So please don't accept any content or any statement from anybody without double checking or fact checking, as they call it in the science world. So please fact check any information and every information that you get in this world, which is dominated by the internet. and that includes my presentation as well. So let's go into the topic. So I would like to share this overview where we're going to look at coronavirus introduction, and we're going to look at the COVID-19 testing and treatment methods, and the COVID-19 genomics, a little bit of it, and the COVID-19 vaccines in the pipeline. All right, so what is COVID-19? COVID-19, according to World Health Organization or WHO, is coronavirus 2019. And what are the common symptoms? They are fever, body ache, dry cough, fatigue, chills, headache, sore throat, loss of appetite, and loss of smell. Mind you, this is just a set of common symptoms, and there are so many other symptoms that are emerging. So we do not know yet, even after 3 months of having the disease, what are the symptoms and what are the future symptoms are going to be. So what are the severe symptoms? That is high fever, severe cough, and shortness of breath, which indicates pneumonia or lung disease. And unfortunately, COVID-19 can also cause neurological symptoms, and gastrointestinal symptoms are both in many cases. So what are the neurological symptoms? One is loss of smell, the other is inability of taste, muscle weakness, tingling or numbness in the hands and feet, dizziness, confusion, and something called delirium, which is a confused thinking and reduced awareness, which is bad. If you encounter this particular symptom, it's going to be bad for your daily life. So the other one is seizures, and the last one is stroke, which is the dangerous one. So what are the other symptoms, which is gastrointestinal? Loss of appetite, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, or discomfort. And the recent, or about a month ago, people found out that COVID-19 is associated with blood clots. So that actually is strokes, blood clots in the brain, and in other parts of the body as well. We're going to look at it in the talk in the next slide. So what is coronavirus? Coronavirus was discovered in the bats of Shitov Cave, a cave in China, and it caused severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS, in the year 2003. And it is found that cold weather prevents this virus from drying out, which means it's gonna be alive, or it's gonna be active and then start infecting people in the cold weather. But luckily for us, sunlight and UV may damage it. Next, there are hundreds of known coronaviruses so far. People have identified more than 100 coronaviruses so far. And out of them, luckily, only 7 can infect humans. And out of those 7, 4 of them cause cold, which is not a severe disease by itself. And the other 3, other than the 4, the 3 are SARS, MERS, and COVID-19, which is the current disease we are battling. SARS was caused by SARS-CoV virus, and MERS, which is Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, which was caused by MERS-CoV, and that was in 2012. And SARS-CoV-2 causes COVID-19, which has taken about 5 lakh lives so far. And the SARS and MERS cause lung infection and severe illnesses. But it was interesting that not more than several thousand people died because of both SARS and MERS, but COVID-19 has consumed lives in the lakhs. All right, so coronavirus is an RNA virus. So there are viruses which are both DNA and RNA. So the genetic material in a virus can be DNA or RNA. So there are differences between these 2 viruses. So RNA viruses have smaller genomes. Genomes can be thought of as ropes of genes or DNA. So if you have ropes of DNA that becomes twisted, so we can call it a twisted rope, or you can call it like chromosomes, which many of the science people know, but other people may not know. So you can imagine like a rope which is twisted and that has a lot of genes. That's a genome. So RNA viruses have smaller genome and they replicate quickly in host, which means they become multiplied in the host like humans very quickly. And RNA viruses have no proofreading, so their mutations are high. Mutations are changes, structural changes in the genes or genomes, and this proofreading, lack of proofreading, is the reason why there are so many mutations in the RNA viruses compared to the DNA viruses. That is because DNA viruses have a proofreading mechanism which proofreads the whole genome, and then if there are defects or mutations, it corrects or repairs the mutations. So with the coronavirus or the RNA virus, many mutations are harmful, and it can also be useless. And some of the mutations can help jump from species to species. So this virus can help like itself jumping from one species to another, like from animals to humans, such as in this case, it's bats. And then people say that pangolin or anteaters also could be one of the species, but no proof yet. But for bats, there is proof. So this virus basically was in the bats, but then it moved from bats to humans. So animal to human germs, as they are called, these are the reasons why epidemics are caused. So the epidemics, the possible epidemics are Ebola, Zika, SARS, which we have seen so far, and COVID-19 currently. And the coronaviruses are unique. So why are they unique? They have largest genes or largest number of genes, and the possibility of harmful mutations are high. And they have an enzyme to correct replication errors, and they are more stable and they have a slower mutation rate. That has both plus and minus or positives and negatives. So what are the power of mutations? The power of mutations is, the first thing is less recognizable by the immune system. So the host immune system, like for example, in the humans, the immune system cannot recognize this virus because of its uniqueness. And these mutations are the reason why immune system has difficulty in recognizing. So the next is antiviral drugs and vaccines become less effective in finding these coronaviruses or SARS-CoV-2 in the case of COVID-19. And this is the reason because of the mutations. So what are the weaknesses? Luckily, they have weaknesses as well. So what are the weaknesses? Slower mutation rate may help our immune system and vaccines and drugs recognize these coronaviruses for a longer period of time. And that way they can provide, the immune system can provide better protection and immunity for the human body. And that way we can reduce the number of deaths and the number of people affected. So this is the structure of SARS-CoV-2 with a lot of components such as the envelope protein, membrane protein, and many enzymes and the single-stranded RNA and the nucleocapsid. There are so many helicase, RNA replicase. So this was a beautiful picture that was published in the journal, New England Journal of Medicine. And next, let's look at the structure of SARS-CoV-2 genome. So SARS-CoV-2 genome is a 2.9 kb genome. The size of the genome is 2.9 kilobytes. And so this has a lot of different regions, such as the ORF1ab gene, S gene, and ORF3a gene, envelope gene, which is the E gene, and M gene, and there are many more. So these genes and proteins that are coded by these genes are the responsible agents for the SARS-CoV-2 mediated COVID-19 disease and the symptoms. So let's look at the global spread of SARS-CoV-2 and its mutations. So they found that about 7,666 genomes across the globe collected until 19/4/2020, which is April 4, and they found that 7,666 genomes have about 198 positions which are mutated, and 290 amino acid changes have been observed. See, amino acids are the building blocks of protein, so if there are changes, and that will affect the quality and the function of the protein, that way there will be many, many functions of the body that might be affected. So they found that 46 strains of SARS-CoV-2 have been found in India so far. And if you look at on the right, this is a figure called radial phylogeny. This actually tells us about the lot of mutations that can happen in the SARS-CoV-2 genome, and that happens in the different regions of the world, such as Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, Oceania, and South America. So the global spread of SARS-CoV-2 is true, and then this study talks about only 7,666 genomes, and there are so many other studies that are coming up, emerging, which we have to keep a track of so that we know how worse this disease is going to spread in the world, unfortunately. So next, let's look at the way SARS-CoV-2 infects and enters the human body. So the coronavirus enters the human body through a protein called spike protein, and then this spike protein attaches to a receptor called ACE2, which is angiotensin converting enzyme 2, and the receptor is nothing but a protein. So it binds, the spike protein of the coronavirus binds to this receptor, and then it gets internalized, which means it gets into the cell, which is in the lungs, and then it becomes a vesicle, and then it produces, as soon as it enters into the human cells, it produces its RNA and its proteins, and then that becomes again a virus, and then that virus gets released into the body to infect other cells. So this infection is going to be very, very quick. So if anybody has an infection, the spread of the virus within the body is going to be very fast. All right, so let's look at SARS-CoV-2 and the way it can enter into many, many organs. So this is a serious concern because initially people thought the only organ or the only few organs affected are lungs and maybe heart and urinary bladder. And they found recently that there could be all these organs such as the nasal passage, ileum, which is in the gut, and heart and eye, liver, bladder, kidney, pancreas, very importantly, brain, prostate, and testis, and placenta, and they can enter into the epithelial and proximal tubule in the case of kidney, and ductal epithelium in the case of ileum, and oligodendrocyte in the case of heart, and then epithelial and fibroblast cells. So these are the different cell types that the virus can enter into. So please be aware that this virus can affect many, many organs of your body. So if you're unlucky to be able to contract this virus, you have got a serious concern of your many organs getting affected. So please be careful. So how does this SARS-CoV-2 spread? So the study here on the left compares the spread of different diseases such as H1N1 flu, and then SARS in 2003, and Ebola in 2014, and MERS 2012. So if you look at H1N1, from 1.2%, the disease can spread to 1.6%. That is less than 2 people. So in the case of SARS, they predicted that the disease can spread from 2 to 4 people. From 2 people, it can spread to 4 people, which is sad, because it can infect many, many people from just 2 people getting infected. In the case of Ebola, it is less, which is 1.6 to 2 people. In the case of MERS, although it is very high, we did see that in 2012, it was about 12,000 cases. And so MERS was not a serious disease, despite having about 7.2 infectivity, 7.2 people infectivity. In the case of COVID-19, it is only 2.2 to 2.5, but we have seen 12 million cases so far in the past 3 months. So let's look at the power of social distancing. The reason why you have to do social distancing is that one person can infect in 5 days about 2.5 people. And in 30 days, one person will end up infecting 406 people, which is very, very dangerous. So if you reduce the exposure to 50%, the same one person can infect only 1.25, which is less than 2 people. So in 30 days, they can only infect 15 people. And if the reduction in the exposure is going to be 75%, the one person infectivity is only 0.625, not even one person. So in 30 days, that's only going to be 2.5. So just imagine if you can reduce the exposure 75%, you can reduce the infection of only like 2.5 people only get infected, as opposed to about 400 people getting infected in 30 days. So it is very, very important to practice social distancing whenever you are outside. And if you don't have to go outside, please don't go outside. Next, let's look at the ways it can spread through the surfaces. So on paper and tissue, it remains for 3 hours. On copper, it's 4 hours. Cardboard, 24. Wood, 2 days. Cloth, 2 days. So wood and cloth are more serious. Cardboard is 24 hours, which is still serious. And on stainless steel, it is even more, that is 2 days to 3 days. And plastic, 3 days. Glass, 4 days, which is more dangerous. And unfortunately, paper money is 4 days. But luckily, India, I think, has moved to the digital money, digital currency, at least in the COVID-19 time. So we hope the infection will not spread through this paper money. And very sadly, outside of the surgical mask can infect for 7 days. If anybody touches the outside of the surgical mask, the infection can happen for 7 days. So that is very, very serious, because in the hospital, healthcare workers and anybody who's helping the COVID-19 patients will have to wear the mask, and they will be affected if they are not careful and then least careful about their infection. So 7 days is a very long time. So one more thing to notice here is that it has not been proved that these surfaces do transfer these viruses, but it is a caution. It is better to be careful and then be aware that these surfaces can transfer. So we still have to get data to confirm that these surfaces do transfer and then cause infection. So how to control the COVID-19 pandemic? So the plan is test, trace, and treat. They call it triple T. So what is testing? So you test the people who are affected or anybody in the general public, and then if you find people affected, you're going to quarantine and then isolate them. And then next step is to trace, which means you're going to trace the people that were in contact with the people who got tested positive. And those people all are supposed to be, whoever is positive, are supposed to be quarantined, and then they have to be treated. And then if the treatment is successful, you will have nobody affected in the future. So this is the plan for COVID-19. All right, so the COVID-19 testing methods. So the first method is real-time reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction, which is RT-PCR. Sometimes this is confused with something called reverse transcriptase PCR, because RT sounds good for both real-time and reverse transcriptase, but in this case, it refers to the real-time PCR. So the real-time PCR is a technique where you can see the generation of genes or multiplication or production of genes in real time. You can see it on a screen, computer screen, how many copies of the gene are produced. So in this case, they will take the sample from nose or mouth with a swab, and then from that swab, they will collect the cells, and from the cells, they will collect the RNA. Please mind that this virus is an RNA virus, so they collect the RNA, and then with help of a reaction called reverse transcriptase, they actually change it to DNA, and then that DNA will be multiplied by polymerase chain reaction, and then that will help us identify it if somebody is positive for coronavirus. And interestingly, a company called Abbott, they said they found a device called ID Now, which gives results in just 5 minutes, that is positive results. And they said about 15 minutes for negative results. Unfortunately, I don't see many updates on this device, so I don't think what's going on with that. Maybe in the future, we're going to get that device so that it helps test more people quickly and then reduce the number of people getting affected or the disease spreading. And this is a standard PCR method. And the next method is through blood, that is antibody testing. So the idea is if somebody is affected by coronavirus or infected by coronavirus, their blood will have antibodies generated against the coronavirus or the SARS-CoV-2. Antibodies are proteins that are actually able to destroy these viruses or bacteria or any foreign organism that gets into the body. So they say this rapid test works in 10 minutes, but I don't see a lot of results from these or studies from this test, but I think we can hope that this is successful. So the next popular test is saliva, which is the most interesting because you don't have to prick anybody to get the blood. You don't have to get swab, nose swab or throat swab, which is a little painful. But if you get saliva, you just ask people to spit into a tube, and then that saliva will have the cells from the lungs where it is infected, and those cells will be collected for RNA collection, and then RNA will be converted to DNA, and then by standard PCR called RT-PCR, you will do the DNA multiplication, and then you will detect the disease. So I hope these testing methods help us prevent the disease from spreading further. Next, very importantly, let's look at the timeline of getting the disease controlled through drugs, vaccines, and antibodies. So there are three methods that was proposed on the magazine Forbes in like April. So the three methods are repurposing drugs, antibodies, and vaccines. So what is repurposing drugs? Repurposing drugs is nothing but taking the drugs that are available for other diseases and then using those drugs for COVID-19. So this method has been working for so many kinds of drugs. They said that by April 2020, we will have the most working drug with the repurposing drug option. But unfortunately, we are already in July. We still are trying to figure out one particular drug that works best. There are some drugs that are working better, but we still need to find more drugs. So the next method is antibodies. So antibodies, like I mentioned before, you get antibodies in the body of people who are affected, and then those antibodies are going to help get the SARS-CoV-2 destroyed. So they suggested or projected the timeline to be about August 2020 to beginning of September 2020. So let's hope that works. They are still working on it. So the next method is vaccines. So here I would like to emphasize and insist on one fact that usually the vaccine development takes about 12 to 18 months. So getting a vaccine less than 12 months is a little bit risky because you might run into errors, and then that errors might cause lives of people that can cause death of people. So this projected timeline for the vaccines, according to Forbes article, is 2021 September, which is the longest time. But scientists around the world are saying that we might get the vaccine by January, as early as January 2021, or if successful, by December 2020. So we can only expect, but we don't know yet because they're still working on several candidate vaccines, and we can only hope for the best. So let's look at the current treatment strategies that are either working or not working. So the first one is something called Kaletra. They tried a combination of Liponovir and Ritonavir, which are both HIV drugs, which are used for AIDS. They found to prevent viral reproduction. So they expected that this will prevent the SARS-CoV-2 reproduction in the body. But unfortunately, a trial called Solidarity, run by the World Health Organization, found that it was not working, so they discontinued this drug in that trial. So mind you, it's a global trial. So people from all over the world are being recruited to this trial. So I can really trust this particular result because people from different races and different countries have been treated with this drug, and it didn't work for many, many people. So please keep that in mind. So the next drug that is working is Remdesivir. So Remdesivir is a drug for Ebola, originally found for Ebola, and they found that it benefited MERS and SARS in 2012 and 3. And what it does is it prevents the viral replication. So that way it controls the load of the virus and then protects the body from getting more infection or more of the virus. So luckily, Remdesivir is being given to people in India as well. And there was something called Losartan, which is a blood pressure reducing drug. And I don't see a lot of data on this drug either in India or in the world. So we still have to look forward to future updates. So the other interesting drug is Favipiravir, or it was originally called Avigan, or it's a flu drug basically. And this was found to reduce the viral load of SARS-CoV-2 rapidly. So the rapid reduction will help bring down the viral load, and in that way, the person can be protected from dying. So they found that, like in India, a company is selling these tablets or plan to sell these tablets for about 103 per tablet, and the size is 200 milligrams. And there was something else called Actemra, which is immune suppressor, which means it prevents the immune system from inflammation. So inflammation is a kind of a wound that is caused inside the body through the immune system components. So this drug is an immune suppressor, but I don't see a lot of research data on this drug as well. So the next interesting drug is dexamethasone. And people are saying that a trial in the UK called Discovery that actually found that it saves life of about 1 in 3 persons. So 1 in 3 people are protected from dying with this drug. So what this does is it prevents the immune system to go into an overdrive and then cause a lot of inflammation and then cause a lot of complications in the body. So if you look at on the right, the repurposing drugs works by using different drugs, like I mentioned before. And we have seen in the past that a drug called hydroxychloroquine that was used for malaria also is discontinued. And then the only drug now working is remdesivir, favipiravir, and dexamethasone. And the antibodies, the way it works is you get people who are recovered and then get the antibodies from them, which are against SARS-CoV-2, and then produce that antibody in high number in mass production, and then treat those like antibodies given to other people who are affected will be used to like protect from the disease. So this can also be done by producing in an animal host, like a mouse or rabbits. And this can also be done by a bioengineering method from previous viruses. So these are the 3 different methods from which you can get antibodies. And vaccines you can get by different methods through either the viral RNA or viral protein code. We can see in the next few slides as to how they are. Sorry. All right, so the other potential COVID-19 treatment. So the other potential COVID-19 treatment is monoclonal antibody. So the difference between just antibodies and monoclonal antibody is that from one particular cell called B cell, they will produce the antibody that will be clonal, one clone of the antibody, which will not have variation. But if you say polyclonal, that will be produced from many, many different B cells, and that will have variation. So it may not work against a particular virus or a disease-causing germ. So the monoclonal antibody is the best choice for antibody treatment. So a company called Veer Biotechnology or Wuxi Biologic and Apsarella, they're all testing antibodies recovered from recovered patients, and we still don't have a lot of data on this. So the next best method is blood plasma transfer. So the blood plasma is collected from people who are recovered from the COVID-19, and then this test is ongoing, and we don't have like a lot of positive results from these tests, so we still have to wait and then find out. The other interesting treatment option is mesenchymal stem cells. So the mesenchymal stem cells are a stem cell. They can be obtained from many, many organs in the body, such as bone marrow, umbilical cord, something called Barton's jelly, and ligamentum falvum, and placenta, amniotic fluid, dental pulp, breast milk, adipose tissue, and cord membrane. So these are the different sources of mesenchymal stem cells. And a company called Aetherseas is actually trying this mesenchymal stem cell treatment. So what this mesenchymal stem cell treatment does is it prevents something called acute respiratory distress syndrome, or in short, it is called ARDS. So what this disease does is it causes oxygen deprivation, which means the patient's ability to absorb or breathe oxygen is brought down. And that is mainly caused by something called cytokine storm, which is a disease of this COVID-19. So cytokines are proteins that are produced by the immune system, and these proteins usually will attack the foreign germs such as viruses and bacteria. So when this cytokines are produced in larger numbers, it starts affecting the whole like human body or the own body of the patient, and then that causes diseases such as ARDS, and then that will cause oxygen deprivation. The patient will need a ventilator to breathe, and then this is the main reason why many people, like millions or lakhs of people, are dying because of COVID-19. So if this treatment works, we can actually prevent a lot of deaths, and I hope this works. And let's look at how long usually it takes for COVID-19 vaccine development. So traditional vaccine development takes multiple years. Mind you, it's not 1 year, it's multiple years. So you can imagine how much time it will take for COVID-19 as well. But luckily, there's something called pandemic vaccine development model, which is it overlaps the different phases such as preclinical development, clinical development, and something called licensure. So in the preclinical, they will study the mice or different organisms and study the vaccines. And in clinical development, there are 3 phases. One is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So each phase will take about 3 months on an average to get the result. So if you think about it, preclinical takes 3 months and phase 1, 2, 3 takes 3 months, which is 9 plus 3, 12 months. Like I mentioned before, it takes at least 12 months to get the positive results on a vaccine. And then you have to go for something called licensure, which might take a month or 2, and then production of the vaccine. And then this will be shortened to maybe about 3 plus 3 plus 3, about 9 months. As you can see here, you can reduce it only to 9 months. So even pandemic vaccine development can only happen in 9 months. So we don't know, maybe end of the year, we might have the vaccine, hopefully. There's something called hybrid model, which includes another level of testing, which is the human infection model. And the COVID-19 vaccines, what are the candidates of a vaccine? So it can be a virus itself. So the virus itself can be inactivated, which means the virus will be deactivated and then it will not be able to cause the disease. That is inactivated virus. And there's something called weakened virus. So the weakened virus has some danger because it has some properties which can cause some problems in the patients or in the people who take the vaccines. So the next choice is viral vector, which is the replicating or non-replicating type. So viral vector is nothing but a virus, basically, and then this virus can be a replicating type, which can produce multiples of its own copies, and the other type is non-replicating. So I would say non-replicating is more safer because it won't replicate in the body and it won't cause any consequences, if at all the viral vector causes any. So the next choice is nucleic acid, which can be either DNA or RNA. So RNA and DNA are the genetic material inside the virus. So the other one is protein-based, which is either the protein sub-unit on the coat of the virus, which is the envelope of the virus, or virus-like particles. So virus-like particles are synthesized or synthetic versions of this virus. So there are about 35. This was about 2 months before. So now there are too many candidates coming up. There are many promising ones, which we are going to see in the next slide. So I published an article in a magazine called Pudhiya Thalaimurai in Tamil Nadu in May 7th. And I mentioned about a lot of vaccines, which you can see on the left in red. The popular one is called mRNA-1273. So it's an mRNA vaccine, and then it is produced by a company called Moderna from America. So now I think the mRNA vaccine is in trial phase 2 to 3. It is between phase 2 and 3. So the next vaccine is 85nCoV, and that is produced by CanSino Biological from China. And the next one is INO-4800, and that is produced by something called Innovia Pharmaceuticals America. It is in phase 1 trial, and the other one is LVSMENPTC, and that is again a Chinese company, again in phase trial, and there's something called pathogen-specific APC, and this will have the viral proteins, and the company is from China, that is in phase 1 trial. The interesting candidate here is ChAd-OX1, now it is called AZD1222. this was actually found to be successful in initial studies, and now this is in phase 3 trial starting from July. And I hope this is the vaccine which people are expecting in the near future, like, for example, end of the year. There's something called Sinovac from Sinovac Biotech China that is in phase 1 or 2 trial, and something called Sinopharm from Wuhan Institute of Biological Products from China, and that is in the initial stages. Next is Simvivo from Canada, phase 1 trial. Next is RNA vaccine from BioNTech from Germany, and Pfizer from America. They say by the end of the year, they will be able to produce this vaccine and then produce it for people. So the next most interesting vaccine in this list is PitCovac, which is Pittsburgh coronavirus vaccine. That's in America from Pittsburgh University. So the interesting thing about this vaccine is that it is actually a patch which can be worn on the skin as a Band-Aid, like a Band-Aid. So you stick that Band-Aid kind of a vaccine onto your skin, and there are micro needles on this vaccine patch, and then those micro needles are going to inject the vaccines into your skin cells, and then that way they're going to get into the body, and then they're going to elicit immune response, and then produce antibodies inside the body, and that will give the protection and immunity against SARS-CoV-2 and coronavirus. So if this works out, you can actually make people to wear this without much problem, because some people don't like injections. So if this works out, it'll be an awesome option of vaccine, and then you can give that vaccine to millions of people so that you can get the prevention and protection for millions of people. The next one is from something called Janssen from Belgium, and Novavax from America, and VaxArt from America, and there are many more which do not have published the names. So next, let's look at the way immunity is developed in the body against COVID-19. So virus enters the body through spike protein and then ACE2 receptor, and then it produces millions of copies of itself. And once it infects the cells, the immune response starts. So there are something called antigen presenting cells, which are basically macrophages and sorry about that. So the virus is detected by something called T helper cell, and then the viral peptide is produced by the body, and then these peptides will be recognized by something called B cells, and these are the cells which produce antibodies. And there are other type of cells called cytotoxic T cells. So these cells directly destroy the viruses. So mind you, B cell will produce antibodies called proteins which are Y-shaped, and these antibodies will kill the viruses, but cytotoxic T cells are cells which kill the virus by engulfing or swallowing the virus itself, and then they will kill the virus. So these are the two types of cells which give long-lived memory, and then this memory will help us have immunity against SARS-CoV-2 and many other types of viruses. So the next important thing that I would like to discuss is COVID-19 comorbidities. So comorbidities are diseases that are present in patients who have COVID-19 as well. So if there is one disease associated with another disease with the COVID-19 patient, that is called comorbidity. So the top 10 comorbidity in COVID-19 are high blood pressure, heart disease, irregular heartbeat or atrial fibrillation, diabetes, cancer, chronic kidney disease, bronchitis, stroke, dementia, and chronic liver disease. So please be careful. All these diseases, if somebody has with COVID-19, their chances of dying or getting into a severe situation is very high, and then likely they will be admitted in the ICU, and they might have the ventilator support as well. So the figure on the right shows the data from New York. They found that on April 6, about 86.2% of the state's COVID-19 cases are caused by one of these comorbidity, which is about 5,489 COVID-19 deaths. So please be careful. If somebody has other diseases such as diabetes, cancer, kidney disease, bronchitis, stroke, please let them know that it is serious, that they take immediate treatment for COVID-19, and then they should be immediately treated, and then they should be prevented from having a severe disease. Next, the most important segment called COVID-19 myths, rumors, questions, and scientific evidences. So there are so many myths, rumors circulating on the internet, which may or may not be true. So it is important for us to find the scientific evidences for these myths and rumors and questions, and then be reliable when you give the information and also get the information. So I found that there was a study on microRNAs. MicroRNAs are tiny RNAs which are present in the body, which are basically found against cancer. They have both cancer-causing properties and cancer-reducing properties. So they found that microRNAs could fight SARS-CoV-2 and then prevent the COVID-19 disease. So microRNAs are RNAs which control gene expression. So they control expression of genes, and that way they affect many diseases in the body. And they found that they latch onto the viral RNA and then they cut the viral RNA, which means they will destroy the viral RNA. That's what Dr. Sadanand Fulsale from Augusta University says. So the next point is with age and some chronic medical conditions, these microRNAs that attack the SARS-CoV-2 virus reduce in number, which is a sad thing. And this will reduce our ability to respond to the viruses. That's what Dr. Carlos from MCG Center for Healthy Aging in Canada says. So what they found in the study is that they took RNA sequences or RNA segments from SARS-CoV-2 and SARS virus, and then they took it from 4 samples of SARS, 29 samples of SARS-CoV-2, and this was taken between January and April 2020 from 5 continents covering about 17 countries, including Germany to Thailand to United States. So what they found in this study is that they found about 848 microRNAs on the SARS genome or SARS genetic material, and about 873 microRNAs that target SARS-CoV-2 genome, which means these 873 microRNAs can target the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and then they have the ability to kill the virus. So they found, interestingly, one microRNA called MIR15B, 5P. They had this had a high affinity, which means high attraction toward attacking the SARS-CoV-2 virus genome or viral RNA. And they found that the SARS-CoV-2 attacking microRNAs had 10 target sites in the SARS-CoV-2 genome. What this means is they have target sites where they attach, and then in those target sites, they can destroy the viral RNA from SARS-CoV-2. So if this microRNA 15B, 5P works, we can even get a drug based on this microRNA, and then we can give it to people to prevent the viral load and then viral disease eventually. But one sad thing about this story is that as people become aged or as people become old, the number of microRNAs are coming down, unfortunately. So that also explains why old people are getting affected by the disease more than the young and children. And this could be a reason why old people are severely affected as well. So if they have these microRNAs, they might have protection against the SARS-CoV-2. So the other famous question is that, will SARS-CoV-2 die in summer? We don't know. Only there are 2 studies so far. The first study was done in University of Utah, and they looked at the physics of how the droplets of SARS-CoV-2 evolve and in different temperature and humidity conditions, and the way they affect the infectivity of the virus. So what they did is they took shells of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. This is the virus of the synthetic version of the virus, but not the actual virus. So that is a cause of concern because we don't know the synthetic version will behave like the original version of the virus. So that is one drawback of this study, according to me, but we don't know yet. So they looked at the effect of heat, humidity, and other environmental changes on SARS-CoV-2. And this study hasn't been published yet, so we don't know yet whether that is a positive or negative result. So the second study is interesting because they found that ultraviolet rays can kill SARS-CoV-2. And they found about 21 to 24 degrees Celsius and 20% humidity, the virus lives only for 18 hours. So the viral half-life, they call it, the virus can live only for 18 hours, which means that can reduce the number of infections that it causes. they found that when they increased the humidity to 80%, they found that the viral half-life, or the amount of time the virus lives, has come down to 6 hours, which is 3 times less compared to 20% humidity at 24 degrees Celsius. So the most interesting thing is that when they introduced sunlight into this combination of humidity and temperature, they found that the virus lives only for 2 minutes, which is awesome. If this works, if this study is true, the viral particles will be destroyed by the ultraviolet rays in the sunlight, and we can reduce a lot of infections from the SARS-CoV-2. And they found that when they aerosolized, which means in the real environment, these viruses are in aerosols. They are particles of air and water, that is aerosol. So they found that the virus half-life was just 1 hour. But when they added humidity with sunlight at 24 degrees Celsius, the viral half-life decreased to 1.5 minutes. So again, if this study is true, this is also a study which is just published in a peer-reviewed publication, which means this is not peer-reviewed by many scientists, and we don't know what is true and what is false about this study. So we have to wait and see whether there are many studies like this coming up. And then if they confirm that ultraviolet rays can kill SARS-CoV-2, then we can rely on the information. So the next thing is the famous drug called dexamethasone. So what is the connection between COVID-19 and dexamethasone? So dexamethasone is a corticosteroid, which is a steroid, and it's a medicine that reduces inflammation by mimicking or showing the anti-inflammatory hormones produced by the body. So how does it work? By dampening down the body's immune system. What that means is it brings down the effect of the immune system to cause inflammation. So it brings down the functions of the immune system to some extent to prevent the inflammation and then complications. So who it can help? Only suitable for people who are already in the hospital and receiving oxygen or mechanical ventilation. So please be aware of this point, because it's not suitable for people who are moderately and mildly affected, but for people severely affected and are admitted in the hospital and receiving ventilator support. So who it cannot help and why? So the drug does not work on people with milder symptoms, because suppressing their immune system at this point will not be helpful. That's what the scientists think. So why this can become important in the future? Because this particular drug reduced the death of people affected by COVID-19 from 3 to 1. Out of 3 people affected by COVID-19, 1 person was saved by this drug. And this was part of the drug trial called Recovery in the United Kingdom. And they tested about 1,596 patients, which is a lot of patients at this stage. So I think this drug is a savior for COVID-19 patients. And the other mystery is why there is blood clot in COVID-19 patients. So they found that there are about 20 to 30% critically ill COVID-19 patients having blood clots in Netherlands and France. And these pneumonia clogs alveoli with fluid or pus, or simultaneously micro blood clots block blood flow. So what this means is these blood clots can block something called alveoli, which are the organs in the lungs which absorb oxygen and then circulate it within the body. And the clots, the fluids from the clots will block these alveoli, and that way there will be oxygen deprivation, and then the patient will have to go to the ventilator support. So why this clot occurs, so far there is no clue. But there are possible reasons the scientists are proposing, which is one of them is SARS-CoV-2 directly attacks the blood vessel lining of endothelial cells through ACE2 receptor binding. So what this means is endothelial cells are the cells that are in the blood vessels. The tubes that carry the blood will have endothelial cells, and those cells have ACE2 receptor, and these SARS-CoV-2 viruses can bind to those ACE2 receptors, and that way they can affect the blood vessels, and that way they can cause the blood clots. So the next thing is COVID-19 mediated immune cell driven inflammation. So these clots might cause inflammation, and that inflammation will cause problems such as cytokine storm, and that will cause complications. So what are the other possible reasons? One is old age. The other reason is overweight. If the patient is old, overweight, and has high blood pressure, which is one of the comorbidity I discussed before, and diabetes. So these are the possible reasons why they might get blood clots. So the solution for this blood clots in COVID-19 patients, the only solution is blood thinner, the drug called blood thinner. But the problem with this drug is that they carry risk. So the doctors will decide if the risk from this drug is less than the risk of dying, only then they will give this drug to the patient, and then that way they will use or they will avoid using this. Excuse me. Next, let's look at the famous therapy for COVID-19, which is plasma therapy. So let's look at what is plasma. So blood basically has 45% red blood cells, WBC, which is white blood cells, and something called platelets. And the remaining 55% of the blood is something called plasma, which is a liquid. You can see on the right down, that is the plasma from patients. So this plasma has antibodies that can be used against the SARS-CoV-2 and many other diseases. So interestingly, this plasma therapy worked for SARS, MERS, and Ebola in the past. But the problem with those studies is that they had mixed results. What that means is they had both positive and negative results. So we don't know yet whether this is a golden cure for the COVID-19. So recently, about thousands of patients have been tried, and then one of the studies was done in someplace called Mayo Clinic in the US, and they are still looking at the results. So we don't know yet whether that's a positive or a negative study. So it is to be taken with a pinch of salt that it may become positive, may also become negative, because it can cause a lot of complications, because blood compatibility of the patient with the donor is important in this blood plasma therapy. And also they found that, interestingly, geographical closeness for success of this plasma therapy and the cause of immunity, which means if the patient is living in the same region or closer to the same region of the donor, the success of the plasma therapy is higher. I don't know why that is the reason, but they found that is true with the plasma therapy. So the next important thing about COVID-19 is that it causes something called immune scar. What that means is severe infections switch off the immune system with COVID-19. So what that will cause is that if you have COVID-19, the viral and bacterial infection from other bacteria and other viruses will be high, and that way the COVID-19 patient will have other bacterial and viral diseases, which is the dangerous situation, because they might die of many, many other diseases along with COVID-19. So why this happens is that they found macrophages, they are one type of cells which are the first line of defense, which means they are the first cell type which come and attack the viruses and bacteria that enters into the body. And these macrophages are deactivated or paralyzed by this COVID-19 SARS-CoV-2. And this is the reason why they have reduced immunity for COVID-19 patients. And this study was done in University of Melbourne. And the reasons they say is something called SIRP alpha, which is one of the proteins. And these proteins could be turned off by using some drugs. So they are looking at and studying more drugs to turn off this particular receptor, and that way they can protect the reduction of immunity, which means they will have increased immunity, and COVID-19 patients can protect themselves from death or severe disease. So the next important question I would like to discuss is, can vitamin D save us from COVID-19 death? If you ask me, I don't know. And I don't trust this, because this is just one study, and this is not a direct study done on COVID-19 patients. This is a correlation study, which means they correlated the effect of vitamin D on viral infectivity and viral load reduction. They did not do a study on COVID-19 patients. So the takeaway point or take-home message from this slide is that vitamin D may help please understand it may help us from COVID-19 complications and death. There is no proof that it helps from COVID-19 death. So the one thing you can do is you can take the normal levels, which is 10,000 international units of vitamin D3 every day or for a few weeks every day. You can take that according to your doctor's prescription. Do not take it in many, many numbers. I repeat, do not take vitamin D in a lot of quantity. That will cause a lot of problems and even very serious complications. So please consult your doctor, and if your doctor says you can take 1 vitamin D tablet per day, you can take it. So that is for prevention. It will not cure COVID-19. Please understand that. So the other important thing that is always talked about in the public is that herd immunity. What is herd immunity? Herd immunity is nothing but if only a few people are vaccinated, the person who is infected will be able to infect a lot of people. If the vaccinated people number is less, the infected number of people in the public will go skyrocketing, which means will go in thousands, and that way there won't be any immunity in the public because the infection is going to be really high than the vaccinated people who have immunity. But in case if the vaccination is done for all the people, the infected people, as you can look at in the figure, is only 2 out of a lot of public, and this way the disease cannot spread, and the disease spread will bring down the number of people with infection, and the immunity for many people will help the community as a whole to have immunity for COVID-19. So this is called herd immunity, which is caused because of a vaccine. So as we have gone through multiple lockdowns, I would like to spend a few minutes on the power of lockdown. So do lockdowns work? Yes, they do work. And how does it help during an outbreak? If you look at the figure on the right, there are 3 scenarios. So if there is no lockdown, if the infected people are red dots, you can see that the infection from phase 1 to phase 3 is so big that the number of cases skyrocket, and then there is a massive spike in the number of cases. And the second scenario is that area-wise lockdown. So if you choose some areas and then make a lockdown, that will help bring down the massive spike in cases, but that will only flatten the curve, will not reduce the number of infected people. But if you look at the third scenario and the bottom, you do home quarantine, and then if you look at the infected person, you see that the R value, which is the number of people who can be infected, the number comes really, really less. So this is the best way of preventing the disease. So please stay in your houses and homes if the government orders a lockdown. So please be aware that lockdowns do work. Do not doubt lockdown's power in preventing the spread of this disease. So it flattens the curve, like everybody says, it does flatten the curve. So please stay home if you have to. So, I mean, this is some slide which talks about different things that you can do during a lockdown. I know lockdown is a very stressful situation, but you can do a lot of good things in a lockdown. So you can keep learning, and then you can find a new hobby like learning music, playing sports, whatever can be played inside the homes, and you can reflect and redefine on yourself, like what is your future path, what is your future goals, and you can spend a lot of time with family, which I miss a lot because I'm a scientist. We have a lot of time spending in the lab, so I would love this opportunity. So you can spend a lot of time with your family and declutter and donate, like you can practice minimalism, do not buy a lot of things. If you're in the lockdown, you can prevent your shopping, so that way you can donate your money to other people to help other people. And you can learn a new language. I'm a proponent of learning new languages. I love learning languages. So spend your time on learning languages and get to the read pile. Read a lot of books, read new information. So information is power in this internet world. So read a lot of books and stay in shape. Be in shape, be fit, do exercises. And you can give your room a makeover. And lastly, don't forget to be human. Be kind and be donating to people and be supportive. So the last final slide I would like to look at is that what are the activities that can become risky and cause COVID-19? So if you look at the right side, the active is at the buffet, working out at the gym, going to an amusement park, going to a movie theater, and attending a large music concert, going to a sports stadium, and attending a religious service with 500 plus worshippers, and going to a bar. And there are many, many other things that can be moderate to low risk. So please be aware of these things. Do not do all these things to prevent the disease of the COVID-19. So please be careful. With that, I would like to end my talk. I have a lot of questions that I can discuss, but lack of time, I would like to end my talk. And SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 learning are going to continue for several more years. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Janki Raman, for the
you.
presentation. Thank you, Dr. Janki Raman, for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your presentation was quite enlightening, very scholarly, and you have discussed in detail about coronavirus, symptoms, mutations, global spread of coronavirus, how it enters human body. You have discussed in detail about the vaccine pipeline, containment plan, mysteries and myths, herd immunity, treatment methods, and I think you have covered many of the aspects of coronavirus. Thank you very much. Your lecture was very good. Now, this coronavirus, I invite questions. I hand the mic over to Dr. Sunita Gupta. She will handle question and answer session.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta Srivastava. The first question, which has come from participants, is
yes.
What are the consequences of rushing for the vaccine? I'm repeating the question. What are the consequences of rushing for the vaccine? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. I couldn't get one word. What about the vaccine? Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah. What are the consequences for rushing for the vaccine?
Rushing for the vaccine. Okay, that's a great question. So rushing for the vaccine will cause so many problems, such as the vaccine might be toxic, because you have to wait for the results of the studies, and then you have to run the studies for about 3 months. Each of the phase of the clinical trial, you have to run for about 3 months. So if you rush for the vaccine, there might be negative results which you might ignore, and that might cause error in the vaccine, and it might even cause death of the patients or people who are taking. Because if you can understand, this is given to all the people, not only the COVID-19 patients. So if it is given to the general public, getting a vaccine, rushing a vaccine, you might actually make mistakes. So that mistake will cause some serious consequences in the people, so that it needs to be avoided. I can't hear you. Can you unmute?
Like blood groups, is there any group coding for plasma therapy, or it can be used for anyone irrespective of blood group?
So plasma therapy basically can be used for people who have blood compatibility. So they have to be used for people with the same blood group or blood compatibility. So yeah, it has to be used on people with compatible blood.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, what will be the possible age to administer vaccine?
Possible ways to administer the vaccine?
Possible age.
Oh, age. I don't think there is any data yet for that particular question, but I don't know for children. So I'm not sure how many age, like how many years of age for children, but it can be administered for people who are young and to the old people, I think. For children, I'm not sure, because the reason is the SARS-CoV-2 is so infective and so dangerous. So it might be a little risky for children, but eventually, if you have to vaccinate, you have to start from children and babies. So for now, there is no data to which community, or starting from babies to old age, to which people you can administer this vaccine, unfortunately.
Thank you so much, sir. The next question is, what will be the longevity of vaccine? That is the time left to administer vaccine again, or one-time administration is enough?
That's a wonderful question, and I'm really glad people are asking so awesome questions. So the point is, it needs to be determined yet. So to me, maybe it's a 1-year vaccine. For example, in the US, we have flu vaccine every year. So this vaccine, very much possible and very much likely that it can only hold for 1 year, because the reason is the virus can mutate really fast. So if the virus mutates, the vaccine that we have now will have to be modified accordingly and then administered next 6 months or next year or next 2 years. We don't know, we don't have data yet because we don't have a vaccine yet. So it is possible, starting from anywhere from 6 months to 1 year, you have to re-administer the vaccine.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Why light not used for COVID-19?
Sorry, come again.
Why is UV light not used for COVID-19?
All right, so there are two things. UV light by itself is dangerous. It can cause skin cancer. So if you have to possibly use the UV light, you have to make sure the particular wavelength of the UV light, which will be good for the body and not cause cancer. So UV light can cause mutations. So that is why you don't want to expose yourself to the UV just to kill the coronavirus or any virus for that matter. So it has to be kept in mind that UV can by itself be very, very dangerous for people. So it has to be confirmed that one particular wavelength is safe for people to use, and then that wavelength also has to kill the virus, then it can be used. Otherwise, it should not be used.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, don't we test for a couple of times before we can come to a conclusion?
Sorry, please repeat the question. I'm having a delay in getting the question. Yeah.
Don't we need to test for a couple of times before we can come to a conclusion?
Yes, that is true. You have to, like the positivity of the COVID-19, right?
Yes.
The positive test. Usually one test is enough, but if the first test shows negative, then you can go for another test. So usually one test is enough, but that is why the testing method has to be accurate. So if there is a problem in the testing method, you may have to repeat the testing, but not otherwise. One test is enough.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering patiently all the questions.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Over to Dr.
Yeah.
Mamta Srivastava. Over to Dr. Mamta Srivastava, please.
Okay. Now, thank you
Over to
very much.
Dr. Srivastava, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunita. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
So thank you very much, Dr. Sunita and Dr. Harinarayan Janki Raman for your talk. Now, this coronavirus pandemic is also a psychological crisis. The enormity of living in isolation changes in our life routine, job loss, financial hardship, and life loss, and grief over the death of our near and dear ones is no doubt enhancing stress and affecting mental health and well being of human life. Signs of anxiety, fear, panic attacks, and even suicide are appearing day by day. And we must know a way how to move out of it. So I invite our next speaker, Dr. Poonam Fogart, for stress management. She is a very good scholar of psychology. She is quite dynamic, quite young. Just remove this slide.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta.
Just a
Hi,
minute.
everyone.
No, just let me give your introduction, madam. Just let me give your introduction.
Sure.
I have not finished now.
Sure.
Now, she is a PhD in social and clinical psychology from University of Delhi. Her area of specialization was research methodology, statistics, and experimental psychology. She has also supervised a PhD on Facebook dependency and life effectiveness in adolescents. She has many collaborative research projects on Northeastern females and North Indian females at high risk behavior in adolescent children. She has published many papers in reputed journals, chapters in the form of e-content for MHRD program, that is e-Pathshala. She has also written chapters on developing psychological skills for NCRT books. She has attended many staff development programs. She is a member of many committees. She is a member of many committees in the college, a lifetime member of Indian Career Development Association and Indian Academy of Positive Psychology since 2012. She holds a position on the interview panel of Service Selection Board, Ministry of Home Affairs, and also on the panel of IGNOU and NTPC. She has awarded GRF from 2003 to 2005 from UGC, All Indian Postgraduate Scholarship for the year 2000 to 2001 by the University of Delhi. She has appeared as an expert for various live telecast programs at IBN 7, Nation News, Z News, Aaj Tak News, Nation and Sahara Summit. So she is working as an All India coordinator for sociology and organizational behavior under the ministry HRD's MOOC project on Swayam portal. So I welcome you, madam, and now the forum is yours. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta, for inviting me. And I hope I give some useful and important information to all the participants. And hopeful that we will all be able to move out through this pandemic situation in a very nice manner and in a healthy manner, like till date our country has been doing.
Madam, please share your presentation.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, so is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible now.
Okay. So let's start with, in case there is any issue in between, you're not able to see that, please do tell me. Let's start with the definition of health. And now, because this definition of health that we all follow, I mean, all doctors, all psychiatrists, psychologists, everywhere follow.
This was given quite a long time back in 1954. And at that time itself, it was.
Just a minute, madam. Sorry for interruption. You just make it in the full screen.
Actually, I'm using through phone, so I'm not able to do that.
Just put your phone on portrait mode.
Okay, I'll do that.
Landscape. Yes,
It's fine?
now it's clear. Yes, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's start with the definition of health. How do we all define health? Now, as we see the history of medicine and science, in the beginning, health was defined only as okay. So in the beginning, health was defined only as the physical condition of the body, where the body did not have any disease. It was considered to be healthy. However, later on, when there were other cases which were seen in which people did not have any physical ailment, any injury, they did not have any injury, there was no pathogen in the body, yet people were not feeling healthy. Hence, later on, WHO defined health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. So it's not just health in terms of the physical body, the absence of disease, but when we're talking about health, we're talking about whether the body is physically fine or not. That means, is it able to do all the biological activities, the movement activities, all the tasks that it is supposed to do, the metabolism it is supposed to do, all those tasks properly or not. Second was the mental aspect of it, that is the person able to live well, has volition, is able to do activities that a normal individual in any circumstance would have to do. And the third aspect was the social well-being. Social well-being was how the individual lives along with other people. As we've already defined long time back that man is a social animal. So we need to see that whether all these three aspects are working fine in an individual or not, only then a sense of well-being and a sense of health will the person feel, and it will not merely be just because of the absence of the illness. So giving this definition, we define health, and that's how we should, when we're talking about when somebody asks aap kaise hain, and we say nahi main theek hu, hai na? If somebody is limping, like the person is not able to walk properly, we know that this person is not healthy because he has a physical problem. But if a person is able to walk properly, like for example, in the case of, for example, Sushant Singh Rajput, like he's able to walk properly, he looked fine, he was looking healthy, physically healthy. But then there was something wrong. Some aspect of his mental health was not right. As a result, it resulted in suicide. So we cannot actually see a person and just tell that the person is healthy. We need to see all the aspects of an individual. In the context of India, there is another aspect which is added is the spiritual well-being. I mean, it's there in Buddhism also, it's there in other cultures also, but here in India we have a very strong component of it with us. So that's how, when we look at health, we define our health as. So whenever somebody asks you how are you feeling, even if you've had a fight with somebody, that means you're not feeling fine, you're not healthy at that moment. So you need to resolve those things. Okay, so let us come with that background. Let's come to how do we define stress. Now, stress, when we use the term stress, we all have used this term somewhere or the other in our life, some point or time. And usually it is a point in time, a moment. It's not something which is really a long period of time, but it's generally that it is any circumstance that you are facing at that time. So it's a situation that comes in your life for a certain period of time. And what happens is that this circumstance is trying to threaten you. Threaten you for what? Threaten you for that well-being. That something will go wrong to your physical well-being. For example, if I'm climbing stairs or going down the stairs, and I have a fear of heights, or I'm not feeling fine, and I have a threaten. I feel like I'll fall. That means I'm having that kind of a threatening feeling in me. Or if there is an animal, if I'm in a jungle, I see that. Or if it can be a small aspect in your home. For example, even a cockroach can cause stress in you, because if that circumstance is threatening your well-being, that you get disturbed by it, that means you'll feel stressed about it. Now I'm trying to bring in a point here is that this is a circumstance, so it is not something that you created. It is something that was brought in your life. So it is brought in your life just as part of daily circumstances that happen in your life. Or it could be something new, that maybe somebody's illness, somebody's death. It can be something that has been brought in your life, and it is perceived. It is perceived. Why? Because we are judging that situation. We are evaluating that situation. Will I be able to cope with that situation? So if there is a tiger which comes suddenly, then can I cope with that? No, I cannot cope. That means it is threatening my well-being. The tiger may eat me. But if I have a gun with me and the tiger is quite far away and I can shoot the tiger, then it's not threatening me because I know, or if the tiger is in a cage, for example, in a zoo, it does not threaten ourselves. That means it's always the evaluation of the situation that we do, whether it will threaten our well-being or not. And how does it threaten our well-being? That means we all have certain coping abilities. We've all grown up and come to a certain level, even children also. Like when a child falls once while walking, the child may be worried next time how to walk. But then if he's able to successfully move slightly, even a centimeter, even a small step, then the child gets that self-confidence that he can walk. So whenever our coping abilities are taxed, we will decide whether we will be able to cope with that situation. Do I have enough of the coping abilities? And if I feel my evaluation is that yes, I will be able to cope with that, then my perception and the evaluation will change. I will feel that I will be able to handle the situation. But if I feel that my coping abilities are less, then I will not be able to handle that situation. So that's how we define stress. And then stress, how is it seen in us? It's seen as a pattern because it keeps on recurring. It keeps on occurring again and again. I feel when my coping abilities go low, for example, if I'm not physically fine and in this lockdown I have to do all the daily tasks again and again and I'm not used to it, and if I have to do everything again and again, then what will happen is I'll start having stress about the work, and I will have that negative pattern of the negative physiological states. I come to these negative physiological states. What are these? These are states in your body. And why are they negative? Because they are putting stress on you. That means your pulse rate goes high, your heart rate goes high, your heart activity, your ECG, EEG, everything is on high alert. The system is on basically alert system. So that is a negative physiological state. And this kind of a state, when it is for a prolonged period of time, if it is for a long period duration of time, if your body is on alert position, reactive position, then later on it is very harmful for your immune system. So if you are stressed for a long duration of time, it hampers your immune system. Hence, this is not right for the body. There is a pattern of psychological responses also. I can't do this. I will not be able to do this. Oh my God, this is so difficult to do. So these are kind of psychological responses that we have. And these occur in the threatening situations where we are unable to meet. So simply put, stress occurs when the pressures or the demands of the situation are greater than our resources. As simple as that. Put in an equation form. Now let's come on to now, if you understood this, that what is stress, and because it's a situation that comes in our life, it is an evaluation that we do whether we'll be able to cope with that or not. And whenever that coping is less and the demands are more, we feel stressed. So let's come on to what are the kind of stressors that are there. Generally, we categorize stressors in terms of external stressors and internal stressors. External stressors are basically out in the environment, outside this physical body that we have. So external sources could be the physical environment. Physical environment is the kind of temperature that we are having these days, the heat that is there, the pollution that we used to have. I mean, Delhi, it's the most polluted city. So those kind of physical environment, they put a lot of strain on the individual body, the physical capacity of the body. The social interaction. So if for example, nowadays you have everyone in the house and you're not used to having so many people and interacting with so many people. Now we have children in the house and we need to keep on monitoring the child from morning till evening. What is he doing? What is he not doing? Why is he using the phone for such a long time? So these interactions and these things cause a lot of stress in us. Organizational stresses, the work that we have to do, sitting from home also we are doing work. The cultural stressors that we have, like in our cultures, we have a lot of restrictions, a lot of things that can be done, that cannot be done, those kind of stressors. Major life events are significant events that may occur in your life, due to, for example, some incidents like an accident, an injury, or for example, this virus. Like for example, I'll give you an example from my life only. My brother suffered from COVID, from Corona last month, and it was really stressful for us because we were also till it is not so close to you, you do not know what is the virus about and how is it, and you then again go on a detailed information. So then you come to know what is it and how it can be managed and things like that. So it causes a lot of stress. And these are major life events that may occur in your life. Death, injury of children, spouse, those kind of things. And the daily hassles. Daily hassles are getting up every day, doing the morning chores nowadays in the lockdown situation. But earlier it used to be the kind of traffic that we have to face, the kind of running that we have to do to reach places and all those things. So those kind of things. Okay. So then you have your internal stressors. Now, internal stressors, external stressors are something that are out of your control. They're not directly in your control. You can control to a certain extent. Like I can get up early in the morning, do my chores early in the morning, so that I get enough time to do other kind of activities that I have. Or I cannot control the traffic that is there on the roads. But internal stressors are stressors which are inside us. The kind of choices that we are making. These are things that we can control. These are things that we have control over. These are like the lifestyle choices that we make, the kind of food we eat, the way we live, the kind of phone usage that we have, late night usage, getting up nowadays, because we do not have so much of restriction of getting up early in the morning and spending time in traffic, and also we have extra time with us. So what are we doing with that time? We're always on the mobiles. And so what are the kind of lifestyle choices are we making in terms of food, eating, sleeping, and other activities? Then we talk about the negative self-talk that we do. These are also internal stressors that are there for us. And these are tendencies. Self-talks are like the talk that I do with myself. I will be able to do this. I need to do a lot of tasks today. These are self-talks that we do. But if these self-talks are negative, I am fed up with this. I don't like this. This lockdown situation is causing a lot of stress in me. I should run out. I should go away. And there are people I know. Who have been like in lockdown also, they're like moving around. So these are if you do this kind of negative self-talk, you will do this. This will provoke you. This will promote any kind of negative behaviors in you, because your thoughts will get converted into the behaviors, the actions that you are thinking. So if you have a thought which starts with a negative connotation, it will lead to a negative behavior also. Then you have mind traps. Mind traps are again the kind of thoughts, processes, schemas that we talk about. Jo hamare patterns of thinking have been set, which have been established. Now these are as you've seen, for example, when you try to convince older people of some things, it's very difficult to do that, because the older you get, the more what you call this mindsets that you have, the schemes that you have, ways of thinking that you have, they become more and more strong. Hence, to break that thought process is very difficult. So it's very difficult to convince an older person as compared. It is easy to convince a younger person. So these are mind traps that we have. These are internal stressors, and the personality traits. Now, personality traits are obviously these are individualistic traits that we have that make us. Okay. So some individuals, if I ask you, for example, if I ask you to describe yourself, how will you describe yourself? So this activity you can do later on with your self. I mean, you can keep a page and keep on writing that. So if I ask a 5-year-old child, then how do you describe yourself? The child will say, I am so and so, I am this girl, and I am of this color, and I go to this school, this is my parents' name, and you will describe yourself like that. But as we grow older, we just start describing ourselves in terms of abstract terms. Who are you? The person will describe that I am a person who values freedom, I am a very independent person, or I am a very family-oriented person. So we will describe things like that. So personality traits are also something that keep on developing, and after a particular period of time, they become fixed. So fixed does not mean that they will never change, but they can change. But the more the more you are open towards self growth and personal growth, then only they'll change. Otherwise, they will not change. So if you have, we generally in psychology we describe like there are certain personality types like personality A and personality B types. So personality A types are type A personalities are the ones which are always hyper. अरे ये नहीं हुआ, वो नहीं हुआ, ये भी बाकी है, वो भी बाकी है. So they do a lot of ho halla and they do a lot of rather than actually doing the task, rather than actually spending the time on the task, but they do a lot of stressing about the task. So if you're of that kind, you have a very strong chance. Research has proven that you have a very strong chance of suffering from illnesses. Now I'll tell you about some illnesses are called as the psychophysiological illnesses, PPDs, psychophysiological illnesses. These are illnesses which are caused due to psychological reasons, but they are caused in the body. Okay? So I'm saying that when you have a tendency to react in a hyper manner, there will be chances that you will be suffering from any illness of the body in the next 5 to 10 years. Okay? So if you keep on hyperventilating about things, ये नहीं हो रहा है, वो नहीं हो रहा है, कुछ भी ठीक नहीं है, ये काम भी नहीं हुआ, you keep on shouting on family members and keep on shouting on your own self also. As a result, later on after 5 to 10 years, there will be certain illnesses. अब illnesses कौन सी बनेंगी? Let us think about that. Illnesses कौन सी आप में बनेंगी? वो वाली होंगी जो आपके body organs weak होंगे. ठीक है? Like I'll again tell you now, if you do some kind of a body scanning, think about your body. And whenever you are under stress, does your stomach growl, or does your head start spinning, or head starts aching and things like that? If you react with your head, you will develop some kind of a head issue. I mean, headaches, constant headaches, and those kind of things. If your stomach growls, there are chances. If your stomach growls, there are chances that you will develop peptic ulcers, for example. Or if you have a tendency that you can't breathe and your breathing problem starts happening, that means you'll have asthmatic problems, breathing issues. Okay? So is that clear? That when you have certain personality traits, if they're combined with certain lifestyle choices or negative talks or the kind of personality traits that you have, they will directly impact any of your body organs. Puri body kharab nahi hogi. Certain organs will go bad, and these organs will be the ones which react under stress. Sare organs react nahi karenge. The ones which your body reacts with, and the ones which are weaker. Weaker organs कौन होते हैं? जिनसे आप जो weak आप by birth होते हैं. By birth these organs are not very strong. Like for example, if you are delivered through cesarean, C-section, so your lungs are already a weak organ there. Okay? Or for example, by birth in your family, there's a family history of diabetes. So if there's a family history of diabetes and you are under stress, most probably you will develop diabetes by the age of 40, 45, maximum 50. Okay? So this is what is the connection between the stress and other illnesses. These are the environmental stressors that we talk about. For example, I'll give you one example of privacy. Privacy in small homes may cause a lot of stress. Like for example, if you've seen a lot of crime, it happens in slum clusters or smaller homes because there's no privacy there, and this causes a lot of stress in people. And other than that, there are a lot of pollutants, chemicals, traffic, temperature. This is all what I've discussed. Social stressors that we talk about, other financial problems, the deadlines that we have, we need to work because we're working from home. People think that they can give us a task at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the night. These are things that we are dealing with these days. Job interview, sickness, loss of loved one, and disagreements. Disagreements keep on happening. I mean, a lot of parents disagree on how parenting should be done. One parent thinks that the child should be allowed for 2 hours. The mobile, the other parent thinks कि नहीं जाने दो, खेलने दो, कुछ नहीं, because it's not disturbing the parent. So these are issues, the disagreements that cause a lot of issues. Then there are physiological stressors that are there in our body. These are some things which are related to growth. Growth not only in adolescence, young adolescents को तो होता ही है, but apart from that, these are related to illness and aging. Now you're in a lockdown, but you may be suffering from other illnesses. It's not that you're not suffering from illnesses. Apart from that, because your body is not engaged into any kind of activity, there will be other issues also. Like if you, one day you will have your leg which is not working fine and it's aching because it's stopped moving for such a long time. I mean, as compared to the kind of walking and the movement that we used to do, it's not doing that much. So these are the things that are happening. So the rate at which we may be aging may be much faster in this lockdown period as compared to uh, pre-lockdown or the post-lockdown. Then there are accidents, lack of exercise. When you don't exercise, it causes stresses. Poor nutrition, sleep disturbances, which we are seeing these days because people don't have sleeping patterns, no schedules, and alcohol and smoking. This is what people resort to when they are under stress. This I've discussed with you of how schemas, self-talks, and personality types affect. These are your internal stressors. Talking about some of the stressors during lockdown, the first stress that I'm talking about, though I've written it at the end of the slide. Uh, First stress is the fear of the unknown, the uncertainty. There is no clarity of the situation, what will happen, and there's no duration when it will end. We've been seeing earlier, we were saying that there were 3 or 4 countries, 5, 6 countries which are ahead of us. Ahead means they started lockdown much earlier. But we are seeing that they are coming back to lockdown situation. So we do not know what will happen. We do not know till when we will be in the lockdown. We do not know if we open how bad the situation may go. And given the situation of our country, people are predicting it will be really bad. So we really do not know what will happen. So this fear of the unknown is continuously with us. And for some people who may be having some important things to be done in life, for example, a marriage which is due, for example, somebody who's expecting a child, who's due to deliver. Now, these people, or somebody who had to undergo a surgery, now these people are under even more stresses because of the so older people who are already under mental health conditions. These people are under a lot of stress. Other stresses during lockdown is the staying in the cramped spaces. Now, I am sure you must have seen a picture of Delhi from the top. So these spaces are really cramped. There's no air. There's no sunlight. So when people stay in these small spaces for a long time, it gives us an illusion of being trapped in it. It's a cage-like feeling, and then people want to run away. Then people want to suddenly one day they have that streak. Let us go out. Let's go out, hang out. And you've seen the Delhi is open now. Delhi is not that closed, so people are roaming around, and the situation of Delhi is going worse and worse. So poor health conditions and failure due to basic health activities not being done, lack of information from authorities regarding the near future actions that can be done or not done. Like I was supposed to go to meet my mother tomorrow, next day, but suddenly we get information yesterday night that UP would be closing for next 3 days for the weekend. So I had to change my plans and I had to move tonight only. So I'll be moving tonight so that I go and reach Delhi and I'm not close. And I don't know what will happen. I don't know whether I'll be able to come back or not. But then that's the situation that causes fear and stress in people. And there is a lot of financial problems also. Just, just a second. Huh? Hello? Hello? Okay. Maybe there are 2, 3 devices together. Huh? Maybe. Um, just Dr. Mamta, just message me. Is it clear now? There were 2, 3 devices which were together. Just message me if it is fine. Huh?
Yes, ma'am. Now it's clear.
Yeah, there were 2, 3 devices which were kept together. Okay. So, and another important thing is the financial problems during lockdown. Like most of us, not most of us, like most of us in this forum, many of us in this forum are in good financial position. We are in institutions where we are getting paid also right now, but we do not know what will happen later on. We do not know, there may be pay cuts and things like that, but we also know that the migrant workers, the daily wagers, they are suffering from issues. I know of people of our, for example, our college's canteen is closed. All the canteen workers are not getting paid for the past 3-4 months. As a result, we are pulling in money and sending it to them so that they are able to maintain themselves. So these are the financial problems that people are suffering. One thing good about our country is that we believe in sharing. We believe in taking care of the poor, of the needy. And I remember that there were a lot of, till date, there are a lot of gurudwaras, temples, and other places which are giving food to these people. So it's something really positive about our country. And the fear of catching illness is always there. Whenever I'm sure you all are doing that. Whenever you go out, you go back. There is an entire routine of things that we do when we come back. So we are putting sanitizer. We are almost like bathing in sanitizer these days. So there's a lot of pressure and the fear of catching the illness. And even if it's like we have rains now, so even if there's like a little bit of throat problem, and we think that there's like corona has come and touched us, and it causes us fear for the next 2-3 days till it subsides. So now we've talked about like the stressors which are there. Let us see whether stress is good or not. Stress is important and stress is good. But what we say, the good stress is called as a positive stress, is the one which promotes growth and accomplishment. So let's go back to this previous slide. Like for example, if you don't have the fear of catching illness, okay? If you don't have the fear of catching illness, would you do something about it? No. You've seen earlier what happened. People said, "Hame nahi hoga, isko nahi hoga." There were people who were sitting together. There were people who were going into religious togetherness. They were having their meetings. As a result, what happened? People suffered from it. And later on, they then again posted messages that please don't take it, please take it seriously, don't take it lightly, and you will suffer. So we are saying that positive stress is called as eustress. Positive stress is something which helps us grow. For example, if there's a childbirth, there's promotion, there's work which is there to be completed. So it gives us motivation to do that. These are all positive stresses that we have. But how does it become distress? The eustress becomes distress. So there is this, the relationship between stress and performance is that when there's less stress, too little stress, the green area, we don't do any work. It doesn't motivate us. For example, if you're not worried about the exam, we'll not study for the exam. And we are fine with that. And we'll get really low marks. If you're not worried about the task at hand, आज presentation करनी है, कल कुछ और करना है, so I will not do anything about it. It will not give me that motivation, that energy, excitement to do the task. The second level is the optimum stress. If I have optimum stress, I will be doing my peak performance. So I have stress, but I know that I need to do the task at hand. I control those levels and I do my task. So I will be able to do that. But if I stress a lot and I start having those palpitations and other feelings of stress, it will cause me anxiety. The stress, when it goes high, it leads to anxiety feelings, anxiety, panic, anger, and then it may lead to a breakdown or depression. So that may happen. Now, you need to recognize your symptoms. So we've said that stress होता है, हम सबको होता है, कितना होता है, थोड़ा होना जरूरी भी है, ऑप्टिमम रहेगा तो बहुत अच्छा है, ज्यादा हुआ तो वो हमें परेशान करेगा. परेशान भी ये नहीं करेगा एक दिन ब्रेकडाउन हो जाएगा. परेशान क्या करेगा, थोड़ा लंबा खींचेगा. It will be an acute sudden event or it will be a prolonged event, a chronic event that occurs in your life for a long period of time. Now this lockdown comes under chronic stress because it's continuing for a long period of time now. We had thought earlier about जो हमने एक महीना निकाला था beginning में, we thought we'll be over with it. But that was something which was not right. The situation, that evaluation was not right. But it has led to now a prolonged situation. So prolonged जब होगा तो हमको क्या issues होंगे? Let's look at some of the symptoms. Now, let me tell you here that you will not have all the symptoms. You may have वही symptoms जो आपकी body react करती है, ठीक है? Or the symptoms that you will have. So you need to recognize the symptoms that you are having. So what you do is that when I tell you that whenever you say, have you been in stress? Yes. Think of a stressful situation. So when you think of a stressful situation, think about what are the parts of the body that are active. Do you stress? Do you strain your neck because you're working on the computer every day? Do you strain that? Or is it a stomach pain or is it a leg pain? Where is the pain occurring? So that's called as a body scanning that you do of yourself. So physical symptoms may be sleep disturbances. क्यों? क्योंकि आपको स्ट्रेस होगा, काम नहीं हुआ है, आपको नींद नहीं आएगी, कल देना है, नींद नहीं आएगी. फटीग, doing lot of tasks, करे परेशान हो गए कर करके, trying to accomplish tasks, and then you become tired. You may have digestion problems. Now digestion problems occurs in both ways. Even sleep happens both sides. You may be sleeping more also. Some people react in the opposite manner. सबका अपना बॉडी है, अपने तरीके से रिएक्ट करेगा. Some people may sleep more, some people may sleep less. ठीक है? One kind of a way to find out is that you may not be able to sleep like at 10 in the night, but you may get your sleep at 2 in the night, and then you may have problems in getting up early, getting up at the normal time. So that is also a sleep shift in the pattern that may happen. Digestion problems, they may be opposite. You may have diarrhea or you may have constipation. There may be headaches that you may have. There may be aches and pains. There may be infections. Infections, I told you, infections would be because of the decreased immunity levels that you're having. Sometimes people, whenever they have a stressful, really sudden stressful situation, they may feel dizzy. They may feel chakkar aa rahe hain. They may feel chakkar aa rahe hain, baitha nahi ja raha hai, all those kind of situations. Then you may have sweating and trembling. You may have palpitations. You may have clammy, what you call palms. Sweat रहता है उसमें. You may tremble like this. For example, social anxiety, कुछ बोलना है, so you may have that. There may be breathlessness, and there may be fast heart rate that you may experience. These are physical symptoms. सारे नहीं होंगे, ये याद रखिएगा. आपको वो पहचानने हैं जो आपके पास होंगे. Emotional symptoms: becoming easily agitated, frustrated, and moody. बार इरिटेट कर रहे हैं, बच्चे परेशान कर रहे हैं, so you become irritated, you hit them, you shoo them away, and you do those kind of things. You feel overwhelmed, like you're losing control and you need to control. सब खराब हो जाएगा, सब खत्म होने वाला है. जैसे कि अभी भी लॉकडाउन में लगता है ना, at times in the beginning we were talking about कि दुनिया खत्म होने वाली है, and there were dates like Nostradamus' predictions which are coming, ये दिन खत्म हो जाएगी दुनिया, ये वो, all those kind of. You feel like सब खराब हो जाएगा. I think we've all prepared with so much of other things in our lives, and suddenly everything goes off track. So you may have that fear of losing control. You may have difficulty in relaxing and quieting your mind. Now, for example, if you have a task at hand, so you're like sitting and doing and your muscles are tightened. But if I ask you now, you relax yourself, sit, look at yourself. Where are you strained? Is your eyes strained? Is your forehead strained? Is your jaw clenched? कुछ लोगों का jaw जो होता है ऐसे clench करके रखते हैं. Is your jaw clenched? Because you're angry. You can't shout at that person. You're angry with your boss. You can't shout at that person. So what happens is you clench your jaw because you can't say things to that person. So you may have various parts of your body. So you need to relax. If you don't have the moment you think of yourself, am I stressed? Is my body stressed? Let me relax. Can you relax yourself? You see people do this. If people do this, that means they're loosening their muscles. If you're not able to loosen up yourself, that means you're under a lot of stress. And are you feeling bad about yourself? Low self-esteem. कुछ अच्छा काम होता ही नहीं मुझसे, सब खराब हो रहा है. I don't have people to talk to. Are you feeling lonely? And this is very important. When stress goes very high, and very severe symptom of stress is feeling of worthlessness and hopelessness. कि मैं कुछ भी नहीं हूँ, मेरा कोई वजूद नहीं है, I am worthy of nothing, and I am hopeless. कुछ ठीक नहीं होगा. ठीक है? So अभी कुछ ठीक नहीं है, आगे भी कुछ ठीक नहीं होगा. If you are having those kind of thoughts, that is a sign, a symptom of you going into depression. So, for example, we again are coming back to Sushant Singh. If there is any kind of that kind of a symptom occurring in you, if you are having those kind of thoughts, you need to analyze why are you getting those thoughts. Is there something that is happening? And you start avoiding others. You stop talking to people. Don't chat. Don't respond to calls of people. These are ways in which you start avoiding. If somebody you know is doing this, try to contact people. Try to know other people. Are they fine? Is it everything fine with them? Are they doing well? ऐसे लोग हो सकते हैं जो अकेले हों, जिनके पास ज़्यादा लोग ना हों, and they may be having those kind of experiences. Just a call from your side may help someone. May just help someone to just talk. Yet that will also help. This slide, I don't know whether it is visible to you or not. It's quite small, but again, it's talking about the various kind of symptoms the person experiences. So if you see, there are headaches, dizziness, anxiety, irritability in the head, grinding teeth and tension in jaw. Hello? हाँ जी क्या करा था अच्छा मैंने ईयरफोन यूज नहीं कर दिया अच्छा just hold on I'll just change my network दो network है मेरे पास I'll just connect another one Just a second. Is it better? Is it better?
Seems better. You just carry on.
Okay, let's hope it's better. Okay, so what was I saying? So we were talking about this grinding of teeth. You must have seen people, children especially, when they are sleeping, they do grinding of teeth. This is usually when they are under stress, they are having some kind of dreams where they are in which they are under stress, they do that. So there's a tension in the jaw, grinding, increased heart rate, and all kinds of heart issues, diabetes, because there are metabolic issues, weight gain, and obesity. There may be weight loss also. So weight and sleep is and digestion, they may go in opposite directions. Both ways they can go for different people. Decreased sex drive and muscle tension in the calf. So you may have your calf which starts aching. And other issues that people do is addiction. And okay, so let's come to some stress facts that are there. Some facts which are related to stress. Now, first thing is that the body does not recognize if the stress is small or the stress is big. So, a stress is a stress for body. The body will not come to know whether it's something to be really stressed about or it is something to be less stressed about. Only you, when you are evaluating, you know whether the body, whether the stress is small or big. So it's your evaluation which will lead to the kind of reaction that you will do. Okay? Stress can make smart people do stupid things. So even the brightest, bestest, smartest of people can actually do stupid things. And we've seen like really, really big shots, really, really, I mean, big industrialists do really stupid things and take bad decisions. So there may be these kind of things that may occur. And people can become numb to their stress. So क्या होता है कि when the stress is in the beginning, you may experience it. कि आज मुझे ठीक नहीं लग रहा है, आज मुझे stressful feel हो रहा है, आज मुझे इस चीज से घबराहट हो रही है. But what happens is that when you experience it for a long period of time, it will numb you. तो थोड़े दिन बाद आपको कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा कितना स्ट्रेस आपको हो रहा है. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है that stress will not cause effect in you, but you become like used to that. You become numb to that. You are not reacting to that now. And we can control how we respond to the stress. This is something which is very important. So it's not that stress is there, lockdown is there, pandemic is there, these are situations which are there in our life. It's not that we cannot do anything about it. We can do things about it, and we can also do things about what are the stresses that we are facing. And the best strategy to handle stress is handle it right now at this moment. Now, when we talk about stress, how do we manage it? This is very important. I'll talk about most of the general strategies that you use to manage stress. So, we talk about ABC strategy, that is awareness, balance, and control. You need to be aware about that you are experiencing stress, or aware about experiencing stress. सिर्फ इतना नहीं, If, for example, you're having a lot of acidity, that means you need to become aware that your body reacts with the digestive system. If you're having a lot of tension headaches, stress headaches, that means you need to be alert about that your body reacts with the head. So you need to be aware about what part of your body, what are the ways in which your body reacts to stress. And then you need to do the activities, the balance, and the control of these activities. Just a second after this. Okay. So how do you identify? What you need to do is you need to identify the sources of stress in your life. Sometimes people do not have actually stress to that extent, but because they're mismanaging, misorganizing a lot of things, they're unorganized in their lives. As a result, they're experiencing stress. So what is the source of the stress? Is it just doing the daily task, or is it like bigger things like your office work or your some important task is not completed? So you need to identify what are the sources of the stress in your life. Once you can do that, then you can start handling them one by one. What can you do about those stressors? Let's talk about various things that you can do. uh, I think one of the most effective strategies to deal with stress is you need to manage your time. You need to manage. Everyone has those 24 hours to work. You need to manage that time better. Lot of stress is caused by this poor organization that we have, and we need to identify what is the important activity that is to be done. Is cleaning the house more important than cooking or having breakfast? So you need to decide and divide the time accordingly. Which task is more important and which is less important? What you need to do here is I'll tell you about a strategy which talks about how you manage your task. That is, you uh, do an important and an urgent analysis of the task. There are two parameters that we talk about: what is important and what is urgent. So you need to make a window where you have a low task and a high important task, low urgency and high urgency. So things which are highly important and highly urgent. Okay, that means you need to do a task for your office that's highly important because the deadline is today only. That is highly important and highly urgent. You will do it first. I'm talking about here because we all make lists. हम सब लिस्ट बनाते हैं क्या काम करना है क्या नहीं करना है. हाउ डू वी डिसाइड ये कौन सा काम करना है कौन सा नहीं करना है? तो उसी टास्क में, क्योंकि हमारे पास 15 टास्क हो जाते हैं, वी डोंट नो कहाँ से शुरू करें कहाँ से खत्म करें. आई एम टेलिंग हाउ टू प्रायोरिटाइज दैट. दैट मीन्स द टास्क विच इज इम्पोर्टेंट एंड अर्जेंट सबसे पहले करना है. उसके बाद जो अर्जेंट है, हाई, आज ही देना है, आज ही बिल जमा करना है, बट इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, उसके बाद करेंगे. That is, if the bill due date is today and there will be a fine of 100 rupees, I need to give it today only. That's a second level task that you need to do. The third level task is which is less urgent but more important also. You will do that. That is having your food, going to the washroom, doing your daily activities. Those things have to be done. And the last is the least important and the least urgent task. वो task कैसा है? फेसबुक पे, इंस्टाग्राम पे चैट करना, थोड़ा सा सो जाना, बीच में थोड़ा रेस्ट कर लेना, कोई गाना देख लेना. These are things that are that cause lot of distraction, lot of time wasters in our activities. So these are things that's how we manage. As a result, you will not have an overload. Another important thing that you need to do is that you need to replace your unhealthy coping strategies. Unhealthy coping strategies ये होती हैं कि अरे मेरे से काम नहीं हो रहा है, so I will sleep. What will happen if I'm not able to do my task? Should I sleep? Is sleeping more important at that time? No. But yes, I'm again telling here is that if you've been working for a very long period of time and you're not able to accomplish the task, then you need a break and then you can sleep, because that will cause you a change of your mind. Your mind will be fresh. The perspective will change. So you need to replace the tasks which are unhealthy, like smoking, alcohol, eating lot of sweets, because lot of sweets मीठा इसलिए खाते हैं because this gives us a high feeling. The endorphins are released, the same hormones which are released when we are happy. So you should not be doing those unhealthy habits. You should be getting moving. You should get moving, doing things, tasks where you move around.
So do things which are important, do things which you like. Uh, for example, dance, music, walking, using stairs, trying to cycle. These are things which can be done. These are activities which can be done in smaller spaces also. And it would be really nice if you can pair up with someone who can exercise with you, so that you can encourage each other. Because what happens is generally we get enthusiastic about exercising one day, and next day what happens is we're not feeling fine, our legs are aching, and we don't go for it. So if we have an exercise partner with us who will push us, ki nahi utho, aren't you going today? Let's go. So it's somebody who can push each other, and then as a result you can activity. This is I think I'll move faster because my time will be less then, but we all know that exercise is really helpful, and most important psychological benefit is that it clears the mind of worrying thoughts also, because the mind gets these thoughts gets away from our mind, we become more positive, and it improves our self image. जिस दिन आप एक्सरसाइज करके आते हो उस दिन आपको बहुत अच्छा फील होता है, because you feel that you have accomplished something. It feels that you are physically more capable of doing various other things also. And if you are doing it for like a weight issue, then it will be really enhancing your self-image. Another important thing is connecting to others and building relationships. This is very important in this time, because you are having so many problems these days. In this time, for example, if you are not feeling fine, you are alone, or you are one or two people in the house and you are in home quarantine, you need people to support you. You need people. You need someone who can help you out. You can someone who can talk to you. And these are times. So social support is the biggest stress reliever. If you have people to talk to, you will have people to encourage you in difficult times also. Then is that you make time for fun and relaxation. This is important. This is one of the healthy coping strategies. Even though it will not help you accomplish your task, but it will make you replenish yourself. It will make you refresh yourself. And now we know that we can't go out, so you need to have activities which are here only in the house. You can go around, you can do activities, fun, laugh with children, watch comedy serials, and all those things. Laughter helps a lot. Relaxation. I'll talk about relaxation because it is very important activity. It lowers your blood pressure and it helps you get your sleep and reduce your pain. Let's talk about humor. Humor, I said watch nice movies, watch old movies that you had heard about, you've never seen them. Everything is available on the network, internet these days. So these are good stress reducers, and they relieve the muscular tension that you are having. It improves your breathing also. So about humor, I'll tell you one more thing, that even if it's a fake humor, for example, you must have seen those people who do yoga and who do that fake laughter, ha 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 ha. Even if you do a fake laughter for 5 minutes, it will release endorphins in you. It will that those will make you happy, and they will be natural painkillers. So those who are happy, they experience less pain. Like for example, if you need to get an injection done, people who are happier will feel less pain as compared to people who are not happy. So humor, even if it is fake, it always helps you release your stress. Diversion and distraction. Even if you're not able to do your task, and if it is not happening, you are getting stuck in your task, one important thing that you need to do is just get away from those things. Don't do it for some time. Take a break, get out from that. Go take a walk, sit down, call your friend, talk to that person, and then go back to your task. This is a very important tactic, and if you want, you can take maybe a small 15-minute nap and then get back to your task. Those helps you to refresh yourself. Maintain balance with a healthy lifestyle. Maintain balance with a healthy lifestyle. This is something very important that you need to do. Lifestyle is the major problem these days that we are having. People who have lifestyle issues, they are the ones who are having a lot of illnesses, diabetes, cholesterol, cardiac diseases. All these are lifestyle related. So your basic health is related to your lifestyle. If that is the first thing that you do right is maintain a active and healthy lifestyle, that is eating right, है ना? हम सबको पता है हमको क्या खाना चाहिए, हम सबको पता है. We all read it. It's there in Ayurveda. We have a very rich history in our Vedas. Everything is written. The only thing is that we fail to do it. We do it for one day and we don't do it. It is something that you need to incorporate. And this is something that I will tell you right now, is that if you do it for yourself and if you do it for your children right now, this is something that is a lifelong learning. हमको वेद पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती थी पहले. हमारे ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स से, हमारे फैमिलीज के थ्रू, फोक स्टोरीज के थ्रू आ जाता था. लेकिन अब क्या करना पड़ता है? वी नीड टू गो बैक, वी नीड टू फाइंड एन आयुर्वेदिक डॉक्टर टू नो अबाउट इट. दिस इज समथिंग रियली नॉट राइट हैपनिंग इन आवर कल्चर. इट इज समथिंग जो हमको अपने आप आ जाना चाहिए था, अगर हमको बचपन से सिखाया गया था. सो समथिंग दैट वी कैन ऑलवेज गो बैक टू. Maintain your healthy activities and reduce your stimulants and the salt intake. Sleep is really important. मैं आपको sleep के बारे में सिर्फ 2 important बातें बताना चाहूँगी. Sleep के 2 important काम होते हैं हमारे लिए. One is that sleep helps you get the physiological thing right in your head. ठीक है? जब आप सोते हैं तो आपकी brain काम कर रही है, सबको मालूम है. That when blood is flowing through our brain, it takes out the toxins from our brain. It helps replenish the cells that were lost in the day. दिन में जब हमने काम किया, हमने सारा कुछ किया, स्ट्रेस लिया, सर दर्द हुआ, कुछ सेल्स खराब हुए, कुछ मरे, तो क्या होता है कि रात को वो सारे सेल्स रिप्लेनिश होते हैं, नए बनते हैं, टॉक्सिन्स निकलता है. The second aspect of sleep is the psychological aspect. That means अगर दिन में आपको स्ट्रेस हुआ था, दिन में आप रोए थे, इमोशनली हर्ट हुए थे, खुश हुए थे, सारी फीलिंग्स जो आपने दिन में ली थी, इमोशंस एक्सपीरियंस किए थे, all these emotions get healed नींद में. जब आप सोएंगे, you may have dreams, you may have nightmares, but whatever will happen is this psychological repair will also happen in the sleep. So if you sleep well, you will automatically feel. आपने देखा है ना, when you sleep really well one day, one night, you get up in the morning and you're like, it's so fresh. And sometimes when you sleep properly for even 14 hours, you were in deep sleep, but you don't feel fresh. This is because the psychological repair is not happening in the sleep. You will not be fresh. So sleep has these 2 important factors. Always focus on sleep. Sleep hygiene factors are important. Hygiene factors मतलब जहाँ आप सोएंगे, that sleep place should be one proper place, your place. It should be clean. You should be clean. You should take your bath, drink milk, go to the washroom, and then sleep. Keep away your mobile phone. I told you it's an environmental stressor. If it beeps, if it is sending waves continuously to your head also. Imagine if it can send waves to the tower, which is like 500 meters or 200 meters away from your home. That means it can easily send waves in your head. Okay, so keep these things away from you. Then you will be able to sleep well. So sleeping is important. Then you can do certain relaxation techniques. Relaxation techniques में आजकल हम इतने unfit हो गए हैं, I mean including me, that we are not able to do those big asanas. बड़े-बड़े आसन तो हम नहीं कर पाते हैं. But what I can tell you is that you can do the सूक्ष्म योग. सूक्ष्म योग is smaller आसन, छोटे आसन बोले जाते हैं वो. और वो आपके जैसे wrist के हो गए, neck के हो गए, stomach के हो गए. So they are of specific parts of the body. So you can always do that, and they really help in relaxation, because we are continuously typing, our fingers go numb, they are not working fine, the neck becomes bad because of the strain due to the laptop. So doing Sukshma Yoga helps in those things. The second is the meditation. Meditation is that you need to, you can do mantra meditation, that is you can chant Om or certain kind of whichever mantra you need to chant, Gayatri mantra, any other mantra that you want to. Then you can chant that and close your eyes, sit in a peaceful place and do that. Or if you can't do that, then you can do your breath counting. Breath counting is the 1 to 4 counting. That is, you take your breath, then you keep the breath inside, then you start releasing it, and then you be completely empty for a second. So it's like a 4-second or a 10-second exercise. So you do that. Or the third kind of meditation is that if you have a lot of thoughts going on. Some people have this problem that when they close their eyes, a lot of things start flashing in their head. So they start seeing things. कोई दिखता है, कोई सुनता है. So what these people can do is, rather than closing their eyes, and triggering a lot of thoughts, what they can do is they can put up a spot there. Bindi jo hoti hai na, bindi, you can put it at a place and just focus on that and try to gaze on that and let thoughts flow. What you need to do is what meditation says is that your mind should be away from thoughts. Now, what psychology says is it can never be away from thoughts, because the moment you say to your mind, don't think about. I'll give an example. Like, don't think about a white elephant. Now, everybody will have a white elephant in their heads now. By the time I say that, that means the moment we are told to not to do a thing, we will be getting attracted. Our mind will go towards that. So what you need to do is you need to focus and on a particular point and let the thought flow. आ रही है, आने दो और जाने दो. बस उस पे ponder नहीं करना है. Don't think on those thoughts. Okay. So these are the relaxation techniques, and another important thing that doctors generally use is the biofeedback mechanism. Biofeedback is that we put maybe a band here which will monitor your heart rate, and we have these gadgets these days. We have the smart watches which monitor our pulse rate, our heart rate, and all those things. So these gadgets, these things help us know whether I'm feeling stressed or not. So for example, if I'm doing an activity and my pulse rate increases a lot, that means I'm feeling stressed. So I can control that and do those. And next is the recreation. Recreation, sitting, doing some artwork, doing creative work, writing poetry, writing stories, or writing a diary, for example. The things which will help you relax and get the things out of your system, out of your brain. Breathing exercises, we all know deep breathing. We all know Anulom Vilom that Ramdev has taught us. And these are exercises that we all should be doing right now. We all to pump up our lungs. Another important thing, this maybe I'll not focus so much, but you need to do, I think you should be just doing a YouTube channel search on Jacobs' progressive muscle relaxation technique. So basically it talks about how various muscles of the body can be all constricted and then released. Constricted and then released, all the muscles starting from the toe to the head, you keep on going into different areas of the body and you relax each area. And you relax so that the body gets relaxed. This exercise you generally do before sleeping. So you relax your entire body, all the muscles of the body before doing that, and then you sleep. And this can be paired with guided imagery. That means once you're doing it, you close your eyes and you imagine yourself in a nice and a wonderful and a peaceful and a pleasant place. That will help you. Mindful breathing, I'll talk about mindful breathing. What is mindful breathing is that you choose a downtime location. That means you sit and you sit comfortably. It can be in a shower. Just take a deep breath. Or when you're doing any activity, you can do that. Just focus on your breathing. Right now also you can do that. Just close your eyes and focus on your breathing. Just look at your breathing. You look at yourself breathing. Are you breathing fast? Are you breathing slow? Are you breathing by the abdomen? Have you seen a small child sleep? आपने देखा है कि 6 महीने का बच्चा सो रहा होता है तो ऐसे करके सो रहा था पूरे हाथ खोल के पूरे पैर खोल के. And if you see the abdomen is going up and down, पेट चल रहा होता है उसका sleep, not the chest. So the child is doing a lot of relaxed breathing. So that is the real breathing that we need to do about. So if you just focus upon our breathing for a second, for a minute, it helps us bring down our alerted system. जो मैंने आपको बोला पहले भी बोला, system alert में रहेगा तो immunity drop होगी. What we need to do is we need to bring down our system. अब लॉकडाउन में घर में ही बैठे हैं तो we need to bring down it 4 or 5 times a day. तो हर 2-3 घंटे बाद 4-5 घंटे बाद you need to look at yourself. Are you stressed? Are you hyper? Is this task not happening? I need to bring that down. I talk about these pressure points also. These are pressure points which are there in your brain, in your body. Now, the first pressure point is behind your neck. This is a point where the spinal cord ends and it reaches the brain. This is that. You need to just put your 3 fingers, but press it with the middle finger. So you press there and you release. You put a pressure so that you feel the pressure and you release it. Then there is a point near the ear. There is a point near the chest, here, middle of the chest, sternum ke paas. ये if you've seen those people who have panic attacks, they generally hold their chest. People generally massage their chest because they are not able to breathe. There's a what do you call a closure feeling happening here, as if there's a cage like they're being constricted here. So you need to relax these points. There's one here on the middle of the palm. There's one on the elbow here where the elbow shifts, and you need to see whether you're pressing a nerve or not. That is being pressed or not. I'll share the slides. Ma'am can share it with everyone so that everyone can see the slides and do the activity with them. Some of the strategies that are there which are related to the mind, the cognitive strategies. When you're feeling stressed, you start experiencing certain thoughts that you are having. So what you need to do is you need to reframe your thoughts. That is, you need to focus. For example, reframing is if you're having a negative thought, you need to reframe yourself. You need to focus on the good and not the bad. So if the situation is there for us, for example, now we know we are in this longer period of the time than we had thought of. I remember when it started, we thought in July we will be fine, better than this, and we may be able to move out. But no, that's not the situation now. So what is the next reframing that you need to do? तब तक तो हमने कोप कर लिया, अब क्या करेंगे? It's okay if this is like this only. Then I need to focus on myself. I remember people posting pictures of food at that time. सब खाना बना रहे थे बड़ा अच्छा. That was a way of coping, learning new things. But now those activities have stopped because people have come to a new norm. ये तो ऐसे ही रहना है. We need to focus on ourselves. We need to focus on our health. We need to improve upon our health. So we need to reframe ourselves, focus on the good of the situation. The good of the situation is what? We are with our families. We are with people. We are focusing on our homes. I remember not cleaning every corner of the house, but nowadays I'm doing it every day, and we are still getting dirt coming out of the house. I don't know, in spite of the fact that we are all inside the house only. So it's reframing that yes, we're able to take care of our homes, the house which was neglected, take care of the older people in our homes. I have my in-laws with me. We neglected them. We neglected them in the sense that yes, they were there, but we were taking care of them. But now we need to do really good care of them because it's in this situation that they may suffer more. Challenging negative thinking. Negative things negative thoughts keep on coming. The situation will never improve. Everyone seems to misunderstand me. For example, if I'm doing a task, I'm trying to help people, but people will think that I'm not. So what happens is when we are having this kind of negative thoughts, we feel less adequate. We feel inadequate. But we need to stop this kind of thought that we're having. I told you about negative thought. If you have a negative thought, it will lead to a negative action or a behavior. So you need to challenge. Why am I doing this? Why am I thinking in a negative manner? Is this negative thought helping me? If it is not helping me, I should stop this thought. I should not let this thought move further and replace it with a positive thought. I am doing this task to improve myself. I am doing this task to help others. I am doing this task to make myself better. Those kind of tasks. Then reducing uncertainty. This is very important in this situation here. We do not know what will happen. We do not know what will happen if we suffer from the illness. I'll ask you a question, for example. Do you know which hospital you will be taken to? What are the COVID hospitals which are there around you? I know you should not be stressed about getting this kind of information, but what in case you suffer from it? Do you know the helplines? Do you know what are the things to be followed? What are the actions? So when you reduce this kind of information uncertainty, don't focus upon the negative information that is circulated in the media, but focus upon the important thing which is there on the government side. What do you need to know for coping in this kind of situation? So the more information you have, uh, the more confidence you will have in handling the situation. Are you taking your vitamins, for example? Are you doing those kind of basic things fine? If you're doing it fine, you will have that positive information towards yourself that you are able to handle the situation in a very nice manner. Next is that you use imagery and visualization. So when you're feeling really stressed and you do not know what to do, what will happen, what you can do is you can sit down at one place or lie down and imagine yourself in a present situation or a successful situation that will help you reduce the stress. For example, I told you Jacobson's progressive muscle relaxation. If you're feeling really strained, your body is aching, you lie down. You maybe massage yourself and then lie down, and then you tell yourself, imagine yourself in a pleasant place, in a nice place. Have your room clean, make it airy, try to use those diffusers or some aroma which is enhancing your mood. Do those kind of things and then think of yourself in a nice place so that you feel better. The more the senses you will involve in the image, the more real it will feel, and the more real it will feel, the more powerful it will be for you to helping you to relax. This will help you relax. Imagery always helps you to relax. It will be fine. Always keep the perspective that when you are under stress, we feel कि सब खराब हो जाएगा, सब गलत हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं ठीक होगा, and things become really big. These things become bigger than us. It becomes like a real mountain of those things. So what question you can ask is that, is this really a problem? If my house is not clean today because I'm not feeling fine, is this really a problem? How can this be handled? Can I take the help of anyone else? Is this really a problem? Like I know some people are very, we call it as the OCD type, the obsessive compulsive, the cleaning type. तो घर साफ नहीं होगा तो बहुत ही बड़ी तकलीफ हो जाती है उनको, मेंटली तकलीफ हो जाती है, because they are having this kind of belief. But what if it happens? Food is important. Is the food prepared or not? Are you able to take care of other members or not? House can be done later on. Maybe you can do one room at a time and then relax and sit. So you need to prioritize. You need to prioritize your problem and look at the brighter side of things. And you need to do the cost-benefit analysis. That means you need to always ask yourself questions about, is it worth thinking? Is it helping me? Is my thought always occupying myself with this kind of thought? Is it helping me cope? No. But if I am able to do a task, focusing on the task, does that help me? Yes. So if I am able to do even a little bit of, accomplish even a little bit of my task, that will help me. So what you need to do is you need to maintain your volition doing the task. I'll come to this slide now. This I'll share because it's a very small font. You will not be able to see. But it talks about the self-care wheel. It's a self-care wheel. Self-care meaning हमको अपने well-being के लिए हमको क्या-क्या चीजें करनी चाहिए self-care में. Physical level पे, psychological level पे, emotional, spiritual, personal, professional. Now, spiritual level. Let me talk about a little bit about spiritual level. So spiritual level is that, are you doing self-reflection? Self-reflection is, अब आप घर में बैठे हैं, आपने क्या किया पिछले 4 महीने में, 3 महीने? Did you do something which actually improved your skill level? Did you work upon your own self? Did you look after yourself? जो आपने अपनी health, अपनी sleep इतनी neglect की थी, अपना food. I remember taking eating my apple in the car while driving, because I know Delhi traffic is like that, na? So you eat the apple in the car. So you neglect yourself. Are you able to take care of yourself now, or are you not able to do that? Are you doing that self-reflection? Have you done that major thing for your life in these 3 months? And apart from that, can you explain it in any other manner? Are you praying? Do you have gratitude towards God, towards the greater spiritual, the community which is there, the God and the other things which are there, that everything is fine, still fine in this world? There may be people who are suffering. 10 lakh people, 1 crore people, I think, are now suffering from illness all over the world. But 1 crore is very less. I mean, it's not that big a number. हम सब ठीक भी तो है ना इतने सारे. So, do you have that? मेरी family ठीक है, कोई बीमार हुआ, वो ठीक हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? Are you feeling good about that or not? So those are things that you need to be very, very thankful about. So you need to pray to the God that you are fine, your family is fine. And also one more thing I'll emphasize here is the well-being of the other. Other सिर्फ हमारी family नहीं है. Other वो है जो मेरे घर में काम करती थी, जो मुझे help करता है, जो मेरी गाड़ी साफ करता है, maybe my driver. Those people, all those people who were helping me, are they fine or not? Am I able to give something from my earning, something from my share to them? After all, we are sharing this world. After all, we are in this world. After all, tomorrow I will be again dependent on them. So am I taking care of their well-being or not? Because helping improves your self-efficacy, your self-importance, right? The self-confidence that you have is gets enhanced a lot when you help other people. So you should be taking care of the well-being of other people also. Then only your well-being would be better. I think I'll end with this. What I can tell you is that maybe you can think about and what are the things that you may be doing later on for yourself. You can think about those. These are the areas that I've outlined. And last and the final words is that you should be smiling often. Try to smile often, as loud as you can laugh. Laugh loudly. Think positively and give thanks. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to that guard who's there, guarding your colony and taking risk for you. Thank everyone who's there. Love others and dream big. Thanks a lot. I think.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam, for your presentation.
I'm going to stop here.
You have discussed in detail different stress patterns, stress types, stress facts. You have discussed about identifying sources of stress, about stress management strategies, humor, fun, managing time, diversion and distraction, and maintaining balance with a healthy lifestyle. Your presentation was quite effective. Now, I invite Dr. Surita Gupta to handle the question answer session.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastav. Madam, am I audible?
Yes.
Here's the first question. How stress help in COVID-19? The question is, how stress help in COVID-19?
Yeah, I'm audible.
Yes, madam. You are audible.
How does stress help in COVID-19? Stress, I told you that some amount of stress is good. Some amount of stress is good because if you don't feel stress, you will not do anything about it. If I don't feel stressed, that I will get the infection from someone or the infection from outside world. What I will do is I will not follow the lockdown. If I have people coming to my, for example, people come in my lane for those vegetable vendors, or people come to deliver something from Amazon and all those places, what I will do is, if I'm not feeling stressed, I will go out, talk to them without my mask, don't use sanitizers, don't use this kind of stuff. So stress will help me in doing the basic routine, the precautionary routine that I need to be doing. Okay? So stress is helpful in that sense that if I don't feel stressed at all, I will not do any of those precautionary mechanisms. So stress is important. We need to understand. The thing that we need to also understand is the level of the stress needs to be optimal. It should be something which can be controlled, or which which I'm able to handle with. Because the kind of coping mechanisms that I have.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question is there any relation of age with stress?
Yes, I'll tell you how. मैं आपको पहले कुछ और एक एग्जांपल देती हूँ. फॉर एग्जांपल वी टॉक अबाउट IQ, इंटेलिजेंस, क्वोशिएंट, है ना. IQ एक चीज होती है और दूसरी चीज होती है विजडम. Okay, like I may be having high IQ, ठीक है, as compared to my father. Okay, this is a fact. Okay, every younger generation that is there, like young people here in this forum, would be having higher IQ than me. So every younger generation will have higher IQ. So I may be having higher IQ than my father, but I may be having less wisdom than my father. Why? Because he has the experience also along with the IQ. So we need to have IQ. That same goes with training. And a training भी हम इसीलिए करते हैं कि training helps people to do well. But training करके कोई भी equivalent नहीं बन जाता है उस person से जिसने training कम करी हो but job experience ज़्यादा हो, बहुत 30 years का हो. ठीक है? Same thing goes with stress. So and older people older person may not be knowing this theory जो मैं आपको बताया अभी stress का, but these people may be having more experience in dealing with stress. That's how when older people say कि भाई ये बेटा ऐसे नहीं करो या वो नहीं करो या इसको ऐसे handle कर लो. Or why do we have these all the top governing bodies of all the trust? We have older people because they have experiences. They have experiences various situations, various stressful situations, and coped with them. So the more you experience stress, the more you successfully cope with stress, you become more and more resilient. Resilient मतलब आपके ऊपर एक परत, एक खाल, एक strong strength बनती चली जाती है, जिससे कि आप जितना और आगे stressful situation आएगी, you will be able to handle that. So the older you are, the better you will be able to handle stress, given the fact that you have been experiencing stress. ठीक है? तो stress experience करना भी उतना ही जरूरी है age के साथ.
Thank you, ma'am. The next questions are for younger generations. And one question is, how should youngers and people who are living alone for work can cope with stress?
Okay. So younger people who are living with living alone living alone in cities, for example, and other places, what they need to do is they need to keep in touch, keep in contact, or you need to be very, very, very alert about your social connectedness with everyone. Everyone means your family members, your friends, and this is the best time. These are the times where you can actually contact that friend who was there with you in 10th class, 12th class, first class. All those people, you need to stay connected. I'm giving you one very significant alert symptom, that if you don't feel like talking to people, if you feel like staying alone, this is a serious issue. If you're not answering calls of your parents, if you feel like staying alone, feel like closing your room, not talking to other people, that is a symptom. That is a symptom. If it worsens, it will lead to some crisis situation. So if you're feeling that, please go take help, seek help, talk to people. And if you don't have professional help available, talk to the family. You have to have a person or you have a good relation. Neighbor. These are the times whom we think on so many months. Those people who return from maybe from cities, also from other places. But this is the time where you should be making yourself. Also, you should be engaging yourself into healthy activities. जैसे exercises या healthy activities या stress relaxation वगैरह जब आप करते हैं, तो मैंने आपको पहले भी बोला, it releases endorphins are the hormones that make you.
One more question is,
Anji,
ask, how is stress different from depression?
Anji, okay.
How is stress different from depression?
अगर आप इसको कंटिन्यू में देखेंगे ना, एक स्केल होता है हमारे पास, अगर आप एक स्केल पे देखेंगे तो स्ट्रेस उसकी शुरुआती दौर में है, स्ट्रेस बिगिनिंग के लेवल पे आता है. जब आप स्ट्रेस हम लोग सब फील करते हैं, मैं आपको बता रही हूँ, छोटा सा बच्चा 6 महीने का 8-10 महीने का जो चलना सीख रहा है, जो गिर रहा है, वो भी स्ट्रेस एक्सपीरियंस करता है. ठीक है, हम सब एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं, हम उससे कोप करते रहते हैं, थोड़ा थोड़ा करते. बट द मोमेंट वी स्टार्ट फीलिंग कि ये मेरे से नहीं हो पाएगा, जब कोई मुझे ये कहता है कि भाई आप ये वाला काम कर लेंगे, या मुझे बोले भाई आप इतनी स्पीड से जंप कर लेंगे, इतनी रनिंग कर लेंगे 10 किलोमीटर, आगे से आई कांट. आपको कहीं है तो मुझे स्ट्रेस नहीं. So if I experience this kind of feeling, the symptoms that are having of stress for a long duration of time, and I don't have people to help me, people to support me, ये हमारी coping resources होती हैं. हमारे पास personal resources होती हैं जो मेरे अंदर है, मेरी सोच, मैं किस तरीके से हूँ, मेरी personality क्या है. आपकी physical resources, body में कितनी strength है, strength भी तो होनी चाहिए ना काम करने के लिए, activity करने के लिए. Psychological हो गई, ये हो गई. देन यू हैव योर सोशल रिसोर्सेज, क्या मेरे पास हेल्प है, आप मेरे को बोलिए अच्छा खाना खाइए, मैं बीमार हूँ, मैं कैसे बना लूंगी, नहीं बना सकती। सो क्या मेरे पास सोशल रिसोर्सेज है हेल्प के लिए। देन इज इकोनॉमिक रिसोर्सेज, आप मुझे कहेंगे कि आपको ये वाली दवा खानी है, ये 5,000 की आती है, जो 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 आपको 10 दिन चलेगी। कैन आई हैव दैट? नो, आई कांट हैव दैट इफ आई डोंट हैव मनी। So if I don't have my resources, I will not be able to cope. जब ये मेरे पास बहुत लंबे समय तक होगा, it will lead to anxiety feeling, and anxiety again when takes for a very long duration of time, ये सब धीरे धीरे आप में एक सेंस ऑफ होपलेसनेस और हेल्पलेसनेस लाएगा। होपलेसनेस मतलब आगे कुछ ठीक नहीं होने वाला। 3 एरियाज में हम होपलेसनेस की बात करते हैं। पर्सन मतलब मैं बेकार हूँ, मेरा कोई फ्यूचर नहीं है। अदर मतलब दूसरे, सब लोग बेकार हैं, कोई मेरी हेल्प नहीं कर सकता, सब बेकार। एंड द वर्ल्ड, सो पर्सन, अदर एंड द वर्ल्ड इज दुनिया बेकार है, दुनिया होपलेस है, ठीक है, दुनिया खत्म होने वाली, सब बेकार होने वाला है। सो इफ आई एम होपलेस इन दीस 3 एरियाज, आई विल फील हेल्पलेस एंड वर्थलेस आल्सो, कि अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता और मैं बेकार हूँ। सो वो आपका डिप्रेशन वाला स्टेट आ जाएगा। तो डिप्रेशन भी सिम्टम्स होते हैं, क्राइटेरिया होता है, बट मैंने आपको मेन 3 चीजें बता दी, हेल्पलेस, होपलेस, वर्थलेस। और जब आप डिप्रेशन और स्ट्रेस बहुत लंबे समय तक फील करते हैं तो इस सिचुएशन में आ जाते हैं, ठीक है। डॉक्टर सुनीता, डॉक्टर ममता, हेलो।
Can I ask next question, madam?
हाँ जी, पूछिए।
Can I ask next question?
यस।
During work home, this time people are overloaded with work because they have availability of laptops 24/7. So this is resulting in stress. Then how to overcome this stress?
See, we do not have the option of not doing the work. ये ऑप्शन हमारे पास किसी के पास भी नहीं है ना। हमको काम करना है तो हमारी सैलरी आएगी, नहीं तो नहीं आएगी। So this is not an option. So what do? We need to organize ourselves. कि हमको काम क्या करना है, किस तरीके से करना है। अब काम का एरिया भी डिवाइडेड है। काम का वो एरिया है कि घर के काम भी करने हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल like us women, we are doing all work. I mean, not to say that men are not doing. Yes, men are helping also. But we are saying that काम बहुत ज्यादा है क्योंकि हमने पहले 4 हेल्पर्स लगा रखे थे, अब वो हेल्पर नहीं। तो हमको काम डिवाइड करना है, सबको कुछ ना कुछ करना है। We need to divide ourselves so that we do not one person or we ourselves are not overloaded with tasks. Now I told you how to organize the task. मैंने आपको पहले ही बताया, प्रायोरिटाइज आपको करना पड़ेगा। प्रायोरिटाइज का मतलब ये है कि जो हमारी लिस्ट है काम की, वर्क फ्रॉम होम तो कर ही रहे हैं, काम की लिस्ट है, हमको कौन सा काम पहले करना है, जिसकी डेडलाइन है आज की। तो अर्जेंट और इम्पोर्टेंट काम आप पहले कीजिए। अर्जेंट इम्पोर्टेंट खत्म करने के बाद ही आप दूसरे टास्क कर पाएंगे। एंड लाइक फॉर एग्जाम्पल दीजिए facility of the Google reminder, which actually automatically helps us pay our bills. We can use those facilities so that our time is not wasted on those. So whenever the network is fine, the bills are paid, things are done. Try to order things which are online. Try to repeat our grocery orders which are online. तो चीजें ऐसी हैं जो हमको efficient बनना पड़ेगा। Efficient हम organize होके हो सकते हैं, बिना उसके नहीं हो सकते। और आपको अपनी हेल्थ मेंटेन करनी है, ये भी करना है।
Thank you so much, madam. Over to Dr. Mamta Srivastava, please.
Okay.
Over to Dr. Mamta Srivastava.
Okay. Am I audible? So thank you very much, Madam Poonam Phogat. Your lecture was quite effective. And now we are coming to the third lecture, and that is on the prospects of Aatmanirbhar Bharat, lecture of Dr. Kavita Chaturvedi, Professor Commerce, Raja Bhoj College, Mandideep, an integrated person. You know, when what you say you do, she is also quite devoted to her profession, quite helpful to the students. I am just giving her introduction, and she is representing our district. Madam Kavita is Professor Commerce, as you know, and she has 27 years of teaching experience. See, she graduated and post-graduated from RDVV Jabalpur and completed her PhD from Jivaji University, Gwalior. And her PhD topic was Laghu Udyogo ke Sankul Prabandhan ka Adhyan. She has been posted to many colleges of Madhya Pradesh. She has attended many seminars and workshops and presented papers on them. She has attended many training programs like capacity building program of women managers, teaching skill, computer and placement, Sansadiya Paddhati and Prakriya. She has also attended training under MPHEQIP at IIM and Indore. Among the major assignments are proposal for community college, syllabus for community college, Vision 2025, Annual Report 2016, proposal for CSR grant and SSR 2019. She also undertook a major assignment of Higher Education MP, that is policy draft of CSR 2019. She is an in-assistant visiting faculty of RCVP Narhuna Academy, Bhopal, and she has delivered many lectures. So now, Madam Kavita, we are inviting you for your talk. Please.
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। आवाज आ रही है मैम? आवाज सुन पा रहे हैं?
Yes, it's clear.
जी, तो जैसे अभी चर्चा हो रही थी, पहले हमने जाना कि जो कोविड-19 है उसका जो साइंटिफिक विश्लेषण क्या है, वो हमने उसको ढंग से समझा। उसके बाद हमने देखा कि जो लॉकडाउन लगा है या हमारी गतिविधियां रुक गई है, उसके कारण स्ट्रेस जो आ रहा है वो क्या है, कैसे हो रहा है। तो एक तीसरी चीज जो सबसे बड़ी है और जो लंबे समय तक पूरे समाज को प्रभावित करने वाली है, वो अर्थ है, अर्थव्यवस्था है। अर्थव्यवस्था में प्लीज शेयर माय पीपीटी आल्सो। मैम, शेयर माय पीपीटी।
Yes, I have shared it.
ओके। तो जब हम अर्थव्यवस्था की बात करते हैं तो अर्थव्यवस्था में बहुत सारे लोग हैं। हम उनकी बड़ी छोटी छोटी बातों पर गौर करेंगे, क्योंकि अभी तक जो बातें आती हैं या जो सारी चीजें हमारी दिखाई देती हैं, हम डेटाबेस हो जाते, पूरा डाटाबेस हो जाते हैं कि इतने करोड़ का ये हुआ, इतने लोग इफेक्टेड हुए। इनसे हटकर हम बहुत निचले स्तर पर जब जाकर सोचें कि क्या हो रहा है, तो हम बहुत सारे, पूरे हम भारत को या पूरे विश्व को हम बहुत सारे समूह में बांट सकते हैं। हम भारत को लेंगे तो हम पहली चीज देखें, मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी कि हमारा जो सोसाइटी है, हमारा जो समाज है, उसमें बहुत सारे ग्रुप्स है, और बहुत सारे ग्रुप्स जो डिफरेंट टाइप के ग्रुप्स है, उनको विभिन्न प्रकार से असर पड़ा है उनकी आर्थिक गतिविधियों पर। और वो कैसा असर है और वो भविष्य में हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को कैसा प्रभाव देगा, और साथ साथ जब कोई भी चीज इफेक्ट डालती है तो उसके साथ कुछ ना कुछ अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी जुड़ी होती हैं, तो उन पर हम चर्चा करेंगे। सबसे पहले मैं सामाजिक रूप में उन मार्जिनल फार्मर्स को लेना चाहूंगी, जिन्हें हम सीमांत कृषक कहते हैं, जिनके पास 1 से 2 एकड़ जमीनें होती हैं। अब आप कल्पना कीजिए कि जिनके पास 1 से 2 एकड़ जमीन है और परिवार में 5 से 6 सदस्य हैं, तो उनकी आजीविका कैसे चलती होगी। अभी तक जो चल रहा था वो ऐसा होता था कि गांव में रहने वाले परिवार का 1 या 2 सदस्य संभालते थे पूरी खेती को, और बाकी बचे हुए जो सदस्य होते थे वो आसपास लेबर के रूप में काम करने जाते थे। जैसा कि हम बड़े शहरों में देखते हैं कि डोमेस्टिक हेल्पर्स के रूप में बहुत सारे मार्जिनल फार्मर्स के घर के लोग हैं, या लैंडलेस लेबर जो है, जिनके पास लैंड नहीं है, वो है। अब उनकी आजीविका पर कितना असर पड़ा, हमने जब मिड अप्रैल के बाद मई जून में जो हमने टेलीविजन पे तस्वीरें देखी लेबर्स के माइग्रेशन की, वो बहुत पीड़ादायक थी, लेकिन वो टेम्परेरी फेज था, एक लंबा फेज चलने वाला है। अब हम ले कि हम किसी उपाय के रूप में देखा गया कि मनरेगा के माध्यम से हम उन्हें आजीविका उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं। तो आप कल्पना करें कि जो व्यक्ति किसी शहर में या किसी जगह पर 500 रुपए पर डे या 650 रुपए पर डे तक कमाता था, उसको अब यदि 182 रुपीज से अब 202 रुपए पर डे कर दिया है और 100 रुपए की न्यूनतम मजदूरी उसे प्राप्त होगी, तो आप डिफरेंस कैलकुलेट करें कि जो उसे पहले अर्न होता था 500, 600, आसानी से 650, जो मिस्त्री काम करते, जो टेक्नीशियंस काम करते हैं छोटे लेवल पर, उन सबको इतना पैसा मिल जाता था। इन मार्जिनल लेबर्स ऑफ फार्मर्स पे, जो फार्मर्स थे, इनके जो फैमिली मेंबर्स वापस जब लौटे, उनके गांव लौटे, तो उनकी जो प्रति उपज जो होती थी, उस लैंड पर जो उपज होती थी, उस उपज पे अब ज्यादा लोग आश्रित हो गए, तो प्रति व्यक्ति इनकम उनकी इतनी कम हो गई, पर कैपिटा जो उनकी इनकम थी, उस फैमिली की इनकम थी, वो इतनी कम हो गई है कि उनके पास भविष्य की आजीविका का संकट पैदा हुआ। आपने एक उपाय के रूप में जब मनरेगा को देखते हैं, तो आप देखिए कि यदि कोई मिनिमम भी यदि कमाता है, हम कुशल श्रमिक की श्रेणी में ले लें, तो शहरों में या कस्बों में देखें तो अकुशल श्रमिक भी पर डे का 350 रुपए प्राप्त करता है यदि वो कहीं निजी रूप से काम करता है, और मनरेगा में उसे 2 रुपए प्रतिदिन मिलेंगे। वो भी 100 डेज की गारंटी है, 100 डेज के बाद 100 डेज तो उनको मिलेगा, लेकिन उसके बाद की गारंटी नहीं है। हालांकि इस पर काम बहुत हो रहा है, लेकिन जो अभी स्थितियां निर्मित है, उनका एक और इफेक्ट पड़ा, जो दूसरे लेबर्स थे हमारे, जो लैंडलेस लेबर थे, जो लैंडलेस लेबर वापस जब आए मनरेगा में, तो जो वहां पर पहले से लेबर जो काम कर रहे हैं मनरेगा के अंतर्गत जो काम कर रहे थे, उनके लिए उन्होंने कंपटीशन पैदा कर दिया। उस कंपटीशन पैदा होने से जब जो एक गांव की एक सामाजिक संरचना होती है, उस सामाजिक संरचना में वे आपस में एक दूसरे के सहयोगी होते हैं, लेकिन वापस लौटने से प्रतिस्पर्धी स्थिति भी पैदा हो गई अर्थ को लेके। केवल उनकी आय की जो साधन है वो इतने सीमित हो गए कि वे आपस में प्रतिस्पर्धी भी हो गए। जब किसी व्यक्ति ने एक लंबे समय तक 10 साल, 12 साल, 15 साल एक ऐसी जगह गुजारे हो जिसको 15,000 रुपए, 12,000 रुपए महीने वो कमा लेता था, और अब जब वो गांव लौटा है तो उसकी मनरेगा के थ्रू मिनिमम इनकम 1700 रुपए के करीब महीने में रह जाएगी, तो उसका जो लाइफ स्टाइल, जो उसका जीवन स्तर है, वो परिवर्तित जब होगा, तो आप समझिए कि वो किस तरीके की विभिन्न जो अभी स्ट्रेस की बात हुई है, दूसरे तरीके की सामाजिक कुरीतियां हैं, या उनके चक्कर में फंसेगा। तीसरी चीज जब आती है कि जब हम बात करते हैं कि जो लैंडलेस लेबर थे, जो बड़े बड़े शहरों महानगरों में झुग्गियों में रह के काम कर रहे थे, अब चूंकि कंपनियां काम नहीं कर रही हैं, वो सब वापस आए, अपनी जगह पर गांव पर आए, तो गांव की जो सामाजिक स्थितियां जिस तरीके से परिवर्तित हुई, साथ साथ आर्थिक स्थितियां भी जिस तरीके से परिवर्तित हुई, उन पर भी गौर करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन इसमें एक अपॉर्चुनिटी अपने आप उदित होती है, क्योंकि जो भी लौट के आया उसके पास किसी न किसी एक प्रकार की स्किल मौजूद है, और यदि हम उन स्किल को मैप कर ले, सरकार ने किया है, लेकिन सरकार की स्किल मैपिंग केवल उनको मनरेगा के अंतर्गत रोजगार उपलब्ध कराने के लिए है, या जो थोड़े स्किल्ड है उनको एमएसएमई और बाकी सब में स्किल उनको रोजगार दिलाने के अवसर के रूप में है। लेकिन यदि हम स्वयं कुछ एक निश्चित एरिया, हमारे आसपास जो लोग लौट कर आए हैं, हम उनकी स्किल मैपिंग करें और उसके आधार पर हम जाने कि किस तरीके का काम किया जा सकता है, तो हम जरूर कर सकते हैं। लास्ट में जब अपॉर्चुनिटीज के बारे में बात करेंगे, तब इस पे हम विस्तृत चर्चा करेंगे। ट्रेडिशनल फार्मर्स हमारे यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा पाए जाते हैं। ट्रेडिशनल फार्मर्स को सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान हुआ जिन्होंने गेहूं, चना लगाया था। जितनी भी हमारी शीतकालीन फसलें होती हैं, उन्होंने लगाया था। उपज बहुत अच्छी हुई क्योंकि इस साल बारिश बहुत अच्छी हुई थी, लेकिन जब बिकने का समय आया तभी हम कोविड-19 से घिर गए और लॉकडाउन लग गया। इस लॉकडाउन के चलते समय पर जो छोटे किसान थे, जिनको तुरंत पैसे की आवश्यकता होती है, क्योंकि उन्होंने कहीं से बीज के लिए उधार लिया होता है, कहीं खाद के लिए उधार लिया होता है, और वो जनरली अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर से उधार लेते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर से उधार नहीं लेते। यदि ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर से उधार लेते हैं तो वहां ब्याज की दरें कम है, या ब्याज माफ होने की भी संभावनाएं होती हैं। लेकिन जब हम अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर से लेबर्स या फार्मर्स अपना उधार लेते हैं, तो वहां जो इंटरेस्ट रेट है वो बहुत ज्यादा होती है। तो डबल, जब समय पर फसल नहीं बिक पाई, या जब बिकना चालू हुई, तो उन्हें साधन नहीं मिले कि वे अपनी फसलों को मंडियों तक कैसे ले जाएं, और जब साधन मिले भी तो वो इतने महंगे थे कि उनके जो आय था उसका एक हिस्सा इसी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की सुविधा जुटाने में लग गया। तो अब सोचें कि यदि कृषकों की ग्रामीण लेवल पर ही यदि आय, और जब आय कम है तो निश्चित तौर पर बचत और अन्य चीजों में जहां उनकी आवश्यकताएं हैं उनकी पूर्ति के लिए हमें कहीं ना कहीं से तो उन्हें संसाधन जुटाने हैं, और संसाधन ना जुटा पाने की स्थिति में व्यक्ति पैनिक क्रिएट करता है और सोसाइटी को उससे बहुत ज्यादा पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट्स नहीं आते। धीरे धीरे जब हमारी दिक्कतें इतनी ज्यादा बढ़ जाती है तो हम रिवोल्ट करने लगते हैं। तीसरी चीज है कि सब जब हमारी जो फार्मिंग हुई तो फार्मिंग में जो कृषि से उत्पादन हुआ वो इतना बम्पर था कि हम उनको वेयर हाउसेस में पूरी तरीके से रख नहीं पाए। और जो पता चला है वो ये है कि जो पिछले साल का जो हमारा स्टॉक था, हम वो स्टॉक भी अभी तक खर्च नहीं कर पाए हैं। इसलिए मंडियों में जो खरीदा गया अनाज था उसको हमने पानी से सड़ते हुए भी पाया। और बहुत सारी जगह हमारे पास सबसे ज्यादा कमी यही थी कि हम अभी तक वेयर हाउसेस को उतना नहीं बना पाए हैं, या हम लोकल लेवल पर वेयर हाउसेस, गांव के अंदर छोटे छोटे वेयर हाउसेस के सिस्टम तैयार नहीं कर पाए हैं। वेयर हाउसेस ना होने से जो माल हमारा खराब हुआ है, हम नवंबर दिसंबर तक बांट ले। भारत अनाज उत्पादन में आत्मनिर्भर है। हम चाहे तो बहुत सारा हम एक्सपोर्ट भी कर सकते थे, लेकिन हमने अभी इस एक्सपोर्ट को ध्यान नहीं दिया था। थोड़ा सा यदि हम वैल्यू एडिशन इस पर करें और हम फार्मर्स करें और फार्मर्स आए तो शायद वो कर सकते हैं। लेकिन प्रश्न वही कि जब वो वैल्यू एडिशन करेंगे तो उसके पास पैसा कहाँ से आएगा, जबकि उनकी आय डे बाय डे कम होती चली जा रही है। इसके बाद जो एक और तरीके के फार्मर्स होते हैं जिन्हें हम टेक्नोक्रेट फार्मर्स कहते हैं, जिन्होंने बड़े बड़े पॉली हाउस लगाए। एक छोटा सा भी पॉली हाउस 7.5 लाख रुपए का पड़ता है। 7.5 लाख रुपए के पॉली हाउस में यदि आपने जो अपनी उपज है वो समय पर आप बेच नहीं पाए हैं तो आप कल्पना कीजिए कि उसके लोन की किस्त और बाकी चीजें कैसी होंगी। और सब्जियों के दाम गर्मियों में हमेशा बहुत ऊपर बढ़ते थे, पर इस बार सब्जियों के दाम बहुत कम रेट पर हमें उपलब्ध हुए, हमें सब्जियां बहुत कम दर पर उपलब्ध हुई। इसका मतलब है कि जो इस तरीके के उत्पादक थे जिन्होंने टेक्नोलॉजी लगाकर उत्पादन किया था, उनको भी पर्याप्त आय का अर्जन नहीं हो पाया है। धीरे धीरे परिस्थितियां और बिटर होती चली जा रही हैं। अगली जो एक हमारा सोसाइटी है उसका एक हिस्सा है लोअर मिडिल क्लास, जो 15,000 से 30,000 रुपए के बीच कमाता है। ये 15 से 30,000 के बीच कमाने वाले लोग वो हैं जो सामान्यतः निजी फर्मों में काम करते थे, चाहे वो निजी फर्म सर्विस सेक्टर की हो चाहे प्रोडक्शन की हो, कहीं भी दोनों में से किसी भी जगह काम करते थे। और मैंने कई जगह बात करके देखी है, सभी जगह या तो 30% सैलरी दी जा रही है या 50% सैलरी दी जा रही है। 70 to 50% का डिडक्शन किया ही गया है सब जगह, और बहुत सारी जगह तो निकाल भी दिया गया है। मंडीदीप में ही मुझे पता चला कि जो कर्मचारी जो 15-15 साल से काम कर रहे थे, जब उन्होंने 2 महीने के लॉकडाउन के बाद दोबारा ज्वाइन किया तो उनकी सर्विस ब्रेक कर दी गई और उनको फिर से नई ज्वाइनिंग के तौर पर ज्वाइन कराया गया, जिससे कि वो बाकी बेनिफिट्स ना ले पाए। तो ये जब आप सोचिए कि किसी की नियमित आय जो 15 से 30,000 के बीच में थी, निश्चित तौर पे उसने किसी ना किसी प्रकार का लोन ले रखा होगा जिसकी ईएमआई चल रही होगी, वो एकदम से कट शॉर्ट हो जाए और इसकी भी श्योरिटी नहीं है कि कब कंपनियां अभी भी श्योरिटी नहीं दे रही है, क्योंकि 25% कैपेसिटी पर वो काम कर रही है या 50% कैपेसिटी पे वो काम कर रही है। तो इस तरीके की जो कमी नियमित आय में जो कमी होती चली जा रही है, यह भी एक बड़ा मुद्दा रहेगा भविष्य में, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा यदि भारत में है तो कृषक, उसके बाद हमारे पास लोअर मिडिल क्लास या लोअर क्लास के लोग हैं जिनकी आय के स्तर बहुत कम है। और उस आय के उनको संतुष्ट करने के लिए हम में से जो भी है, हमारे जो पर्याप्त मात्रा में आय कमा रहे हैं, उनकी जो सेविंग्स है उस तरफ डाइवर्ट होंगी, जिसका सीधा असर विनियोग पर पड़ेगा। मिडिल क्लास जो कमा रहा था 30 से 70 हजार के रूप में, उस मिडिल क्लास के पास खाने की तो समस्या नहीं थी, लेकिन जो मिडिल क्लास, इस तरीके का मिडिल क्लास बड़े शहरों में था, और बड़े शहरों में जो रेंट लगता है वो इतना ज्यादा था कि अब उन सभी के समक्ष ये प्रश्न हो गया है और वो लोकल लेवल पर जॉब ढूंढने लगे हैं कि हम 30% सैलरी या 50% सैलरी में तो मुंबई, बॉम्बे और बैंगलोर में सरवाइव कर ही नहीं पाएंगे, हमें वापिस ही लौटना पड़ेगा। एक दो सेक्टर छोड़ दीजिए, सॉफ्टवेयर इंडस्ट्री, इस तरीके की इंडस्ट्रीज में ये दिक्कतें नहीं आई है, टेक्सटाइल में भी नहीं आई, क्योंकि टेक्सटाइल सीधे से स्विच ओवर कर गया था मास्क को पीपीई किट बनाने में और सिंथेटिक यार्न बनाने में, तो वहां भी इतनी दिक्कत नहीं आई है। हमारे पर डिटर्जेंट बेस्ड इंडस्ट्री पर भी दिक्कत नहीं आई, लेकिन एन एवरेज बाकी सभी प्रकार की इंडस्ट्रीज पर डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट बुरी तरीके से प्रभाव पड़ा, जिसके कारण इस तरीके की समस्या, जो आय था, जो इनकम लेवल था, जो आपको यदि 100 रुपए मिल रहे थे तो उसके बदले में 50 या 30 रुपए प्राप्त हो रहे हैं। मिडिल क्लास की एक और खास बात है कि मिडिल क्लास और अपर मिडिल क्लास, जो जिसको 70,000 से 2 लाख 1.5 लाख के बीच मिलते हैं, ये दोनों ही इकोनॉमी चलाते हैं। वो इस तरीके से दो काम करते हैं, एक तो ये बचत करने के आदी होते हैं, तो जब इनकी बचतें बैंकों में पहुंचती तो विनियोग के लिए पैसा मिलता है। दूसरा, ये बाजार से छोटी छोटी वस्तुएं खरीदते रहते हैं, इनकी जो आवश्यकताएं होती वो डिफरेंट टाइप की होती है, छोटी छोटी चीजों में विनियोग करते रहते हैं, स्थानीय स्तर पर विनियोग करते रहते हैं, जिससे स्थानीय जो समाज है, व्यवसाय समाज है, जिसकी अर्थव्यवस्था, स्थानीय अर्थव्यवस्था चलती रहे, अचानक कट डाउन हो जाने से या जो ये सैलरी कटी है, रुकी है, इसके कारण जो लोकल मार्केट में जो पैसे का चलन होना था, पूंजी का प्रवाह होना था, वो अब धीरे धीरे कम होता चला जा रहा है। अपर मिडिल क्लास को बहुत ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ा है इस पैंडेमिक से, ये बात अलग है कि वो जो पैसा, जो सेविंग्स जो खर्च करते घूमने फिरने में या नई चीजें या लग्जरी चीजें खरीदने में, उन चीजों में नहीं खर्च कर पा रहे हैं, तो उनका जो सरप्लस सेविंग हो जा रहा है, तो एक ये भी माना जा रहा है कि कहीं बैंकों में सरप्लस पैसा ना हो जाए, क्योंकि जब लेने वाला नहीं है, लोन लेने वाला नहीं है, तो बैंकों के पास सरप्लस पैसा आएगा, जिसका परिणाम हमने देखा कि बैंकों में इंटरेस्ट रेट बहुत कम कर दिया गया है, क्योंकि बैंकों के लिए जरूरी है कि लोन पहले, फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूट्स के लिए बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है कि लोन लिए जाए, तभी वो अपनी आय का अर्जन कर पाएंगे। तो जो हायर मिडिल क्लास था, अपर मिडिल क्लास था, उसके पास पैसा तो है, लेकिन पैंडेमिक ने खर्च करने की जो व्यवस्थाएं थी वो पूरी की पूरी बदल दी है। मॉल जरूर खुल गए हैं लेकिन मॉल खाली पड़े हैं, बाजार जरूर खुल गए हैं लेकिन बाजार घूमने फिरने के लिए कुछ यंगस्टर्स जा रहे हैं, लेकिन अधिकांश लोग खरीदारी के लिए नहीं पहुंच रहे हैं। ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर में जरूर पॉजिटिव रिस्पांस आया, और वो पॉजिटिव रिस्पांस भी मिडिल क्लास से आया, क्योंकि मिडिल क्लास को ये समझ में आया कि अब हमें कुछ दिनों के लिए खुद का ट्रांसपोर्टेशन चाहिए है, तो जो हमारी बिल्कुल बेस सेगमेंट की गाड़ियां हैं या टू व्हीलर है, उनकी बिक्री में हमें इसका प्रभाव सीधा सीधा दिखाई दिया है। एक और बात जब हम देखते हैं कि जब सब जगह इतना कट हो रहा है, सारी जगह आय में कमी आ रही है, व्यवसाय ठप पड़ा है, उद्योग ठप पड़ा है, तो गोल्ड के रेट्स क्यों बढ़ रहे हैं? वो अचानक बढ़ता ही चला जा रहा है, गोल्ड बढ़ता ही चला जा रहा है। शुरुआत में हमारे शेयर मार्केट ने थोड़ा नीचे आया था, लेकिन शेयर मार्केट भी बहुत बुरा परफॉर्मेंस नहीं कर रहा। एक दो बिजनेसमैन जो हमारे देश के टॉप बिजनेसमैन हैं, उनका नेटवर्थ बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। आखिर ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? क्योंकि जहां सरप्लस सेविंग हो जाती है, जहां सरप्लस सेविंग हो जाती है, वो सरप्लस सेविंग इसी तरह या तो वो पूंजी बाजार की ओर भागती, कैपिटल मार्केट की ओर भागती है, या गोल्ड की ओर भागती है। इसके गोल्ड के रेट बढ़ने के कुछ ये भी कारण है कि यूरोप में बहुत ज्यादा सरकारों द्वारा गोल्ड खरीदा जा रहा है, लेकिन भारत में भी उसका इफेक्ट है, क्योंकि जिनके जो और कहीं खर्च नहीं कर पा रहे थे, जिनको भविष्य के लिए ये लग रहा है कि वो उनकी आय होगी या नहीं होगी, वो गोल्ड में निवेश कर रहे हैं। अभी गोल्ड में निवेश का बहुत ज्यादा चलन दिखाई दे रहा है। हम अब दूसरे, यदि हम उसमें आए कि हमारे बिजनेसेस में क्या फर्क पड़ा है, और इस बिजनेसेस में जो फर्क पड़ा है, उस फर्क से हमें क्या क्या बिजनेस के आगे अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिल सकती हैं। सबसे ज्यादा प्रभावित हुए हैं हमारे जो स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हैं, हाट बाजार में जो हुनर हाट लगते थे, हाट बाजार लगते थे, भोपाल की जो सब्जी मंडियां लगती थी, उन सब्जी मंडियों में जो लोग रहते थे, उनकी जो आय प्रभावित हुई है। जिस तरीके से अब सब बंद हो गया है, तो पेंडेमिक ने फिर से उसी स्तर पर आने के लिए कम से कम सभी फैमिलीज को 1 से 2 साल का वक्त लगेगा। जो 3 माह का नुकसान हुआ है, उस 3 या 4 माह का जो नुकसान हुआ, लोग अभी भी नहीं निकल रहे हैं खुलकर बाहर, और निकलना भी नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पैंडेमिक फैला हुआ है, जब तक कंट्रोल में नहीं आता है तो हम जरूरत के मुताबिक ही निकले, और जरूरत ना हो तो हम अनावश्यक रूप से ना निकले। तो ये जो छोटे छोटे जिन्हें हम हुनर के कारीगर कहें, जो छोटा छोटा काम करते हैं, एक चंदेरी का एक कारीगर है, उसने मुझे 4-5 दिन पहले मैसेज किया, अपनी बहुत सारी साड़ियों का उसने पिक्स भेजे और रिक्वेस्ट की कि एक खरीद लीजिए, आपको जरूरत हो या ना जरूरत हो, लेकिन आप एक खरीद लीजिए, क्योंकि उनके पास खर्चा चलाने के लिए, अपनी जो वर्किंग कैपिटल के लिए भी पैसा नहीं है, पर डे लाइवलीहुड के लिए भी पैसा नहीं, और वो श्रेणी में नहीं आते थे पहले, जहां उनको बहुत सारी शासन की सुविधाएं प्राप्त होती थी, क्योंकि वो सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट है, वो खुद काम अपना कर लेते थे। जहां हमारे स्ट्रीट वेंडर जो हुआ करते थे, जो छोटे छोटे समोसे, जलेबी, हमारे दर्जी, मोची, ड्राई वाला, हमारा प्रेस वाला, हमारे रिपेयरिंग के जो बहुत सारे जो मैकेनिक है, जो हमारे इलेक्ट्रिशियंस हैं, जो हमारे कंप्यूटर सुधारने वाले, बहुत सारे मैकेनिक, क्योंकि लोग अब अपने घर में इनवाइट नहीं करना चाह रहे, किसी भी मैकेनिक को एंटर नहीं करना चाहिए। इन सब की आय पर भी एक इनडायरेक्ट और डायरेक्ट असर बहुत बुरी तरीके से पड़ा है, जिसका एक लंबा असर रहने वाला है। स्मॉल ट्रेडर्स जो थे, यदि हम केवल ध्यान दें तो किराने वाले का ही बिजनेस चला है, और खासतौर पर जो पास की दुकानें थी, या कह लें कि हमें, यदि हमारा जो लॉकडाउन को बचाया तो ये हमारे पड़ोस की दुकानें थी, जिन पड़ोस की दुकानों के रहते ही हमारे सबके घर चल पाए, और हम सब उस अचानक लगे लॉकडाउन को हम झेल पाए थे। लेकिन यदि हम इसके इतर सोचें, जो बिल्डिंग मटेरियल के हैं, जो अलाइड जितनी भी आपका ही कल्पना कीजिए आप, सारे जो बड़े बड़े हमारे ब्रांड हैं, उनमें जो चीजें बनी हुई हैं, अनब्रांडेड जो चीजें हैं, हमारे जो लोकल प्रोड्यूसर्स हैं, उनके सभी माल बने पड़े हैं। लुधियाना में माना गया कि चूंकि सावन का जब मेला लगता है तो बहुत सारे कांवड़िया डिफरेंट प्लेसेस में जाते हैं, तो उनके लिए जो वो टी शर्ट और हाफ पैंट बनाते हैं, वो इतने ज्यादा बना लिए गए हैं कि अब उनके पास रखने की समस्या, बेचने की समस्या तो दूसरी बात है, अभी उनके पास रखने की समस्या है कि उनको रखें कैसे। तो आप कल्पना कीजिए कि जो इन्वेस्टमेंट हो चुका है, और वो जो चीजें बिकनी है, वो समय अब निकला जा रहा है, तो उस इन्वेस्टमेंट को जब सेल नहीं हो पा रही है, तो उन सबसे कैसे उभरेंगे। बड़े प्रोड्यूसर तो उभर जाएंगे, क्योंकि बड़े प्रोड्यूसर्स के पास एक नहीं होता, उनके पास दूसरे ऑप्शंस हमेशा अवेलेबल होते हैं। लेकिन जो ट्रेडर्स, जिन्होंने छोटे छोटे ट्रेडर्स, क्योंकि जब मार्च में लॉकडाउन लगा, तब शादी का मौसम था भारत में, जो शादियों का एक मौसम कम से कम इस मध्य भारत के इलाके में, और वेडिंग सीजन के लिए सारे दुकानदार जबरदस्त तैयारी करके रखते हैं, माल मंगा कर रखते हैं, और पूरा का पूरा वो वेडिंग सीजन, इससे जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं, जो ट्रेडर्स हैं, उन सभी को बहुत ज्यादा लॉस हुआ है। लगभग किसी ने भी कोई अपना मार्जिनल मनी भी नहीं कमा पाई है, सभी लॉस में है अभी फिलहाल है। उम्मीद करते हैं कि शीघ्र ही हम इस लॉस से वापस आएंगे। मीडियम साइज बिजनेसेस में जो एमएसएमई सेक्टर है, वो भी प्रोडक्शन के लिहाज से उनकी सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि यदि हम लेबर्स को लौटाकर काम चालू भी कर दें, तो हमारे पास जो सप्लाई लाइन है, वो सप्लाई लाइन पूरी तरीके से डैमेज हो चुकी है। प्लस कि मार्केट में अब डिमांड नहीं बची है, मार्केट की जो डिमांड थी वो जीरो हो गई है। जब जीरो डिमांड मार्केट की है, तो हमारे पास प्रोडक्शन के लिए मौके बचते ही नहीं है। एमएसएमई सेक्टर का ये मान के चलना है कि यदि ये लॉकडाउन 6 या 7 महीने चला, तो लगभग 50 से 60% जो एमएसएमई सेक्टर है, वो सिक यूनिट में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा। यदि ऐसा होता है तो मानिए कि जितने हर एक मिनिमम भी मान के चलिए कि एक एमएसएमई सेक्टर में मिनिमम 5 श्रमिक भी यदि काम करते हैं, और मैक्सिमम 100 श्रमिक भी काम करते हैं, तो 50-60% यदि श्रमिक बाहर सिक यूनिट हो जाती है, तो इन सभी लेबर्स को जो काम कर रहे हैं, वहाँ कर्मचारी काम कर रहे हैं, उनकी आर्थिक स्थिति आगे क्या होगी। लार्ज साइज बिजनेसेस को सामान्यतः बहुत ज्यादा थोड़े मतलब स्पान ऑफ पीरियड में, स्मॉल स्पान ऑफ पीरियड में बहुत ज्यादा असर नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन जब हम लंबे समय पर देखते हैं तो लार्ज स्केल इंडस्ट्री पर भी बहुत ज्यादा प्रभाव पड़ता है, क्योंकि लार्ज स्केल इंडस्ट्री का प्रोडक्शन बहुत बड़े मात्रा में होता है, और बड़ी मात्रा में लार्ज स्केल जो प्रोडक्शन है वो तभी होता है जब डिमांड दिखाई दे। जैसे रेनी सीजन चल रहा है, अब रेनी सीजन में जो जिन्होंने तैयारी कर ली होगी, जो कंपनी ने रेन कोट्स और छातों की तैयारी कर ली होगी, प्रोडक्शन कर लिया होगा, वो प्रोडक्शन अब मार्केट में आ भी रहा होगा, तो लोग क्योंकि नहीं निकल रहे हैं, तो लोग नहीं निकलेंगे तो पानी के ना हमें छातों की जरूरत पड़ेगी, ना ही हमें बरसाती की जरूरत पड़ेगी, हमें रेनकोट्स की जरूरत पड़ेगी। तो ये सारे धीरे धीरे इस तरीके से एक कॉरलेशन क्रिएट होता चला जा रहा है, स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री से लेकर बड़ी लार्ज स्केल इंडस्ट्री जो प्रोडक्शन हाउसेस है वहां तक धीरे धीरे पैदा होता चला जा रहा है, जहां पर बिजनेसेस प्रभावित होंगे। लार्ज स्केल बिजनेसेस में हमारे मॉल थे, जो बहुत बड़े बड़े शोरूम है, जिनकी इन्वेस्टमेंट कॉस्ट ही कम से कम 7-8 करोड़ होती, इन्वेस्टमेंट कॉस्ट में जो चल रहे थे उन सभी में, और ये देखा गया है कि बैंक में अब प्रेशर है कि उनकी ईएमआई भी पहले 2-3 महीने तो आए, लेकिन अब बैंक में जो ईएमआई जमा होती है उसका भी क्राइसिस जैसा बैंक के सामने दिखाई दे रहा है कि आगे यदि ऐसा ही चलता रहा तो किस प्रकार इस तरीके के जो हमने लोन्स दिए हैं बड़े बिजनेस हाउसेस को, 5 करोड़ का, 2.5 करोड़ का, 3 करोड़ का, इसके जो ईएमआई है वो वापस कैसे आएंगे। इंडस्ट्री की जब हम बात करें, उद्योगों की जब हम बात करें, तो उद्योगों को हमें 2 सेक्टर में हम बात लेते हैं, एक प्रोडक्शन और एक सर्विस। उत्पादन सेक्टर में आप हमारा सबसे ज्यादा प्रभावित हुआ है कॉटेज इंडस्ट्री, जो छोटे छोटे चीजें बना लेती थी, डलिया बना लेती थी, झाड़ू बना लेती थी, छोटे छोटे बेबीज के फ्रॉक्स बना लेते थे, इस तरीके से जो घरों में काम होता था, घरों में काम करने वाले पूरे कॉटेज इंडस्ट्री लगभग बंद के करार पर है, क्योंकि 4 महीना एक लंबा समय होता है, और 4 महीने में बहुत से लोग तो ऐसे थे कि जो अपना बना बनाया माल कहीं नहीं दे पाए, ना ही रॉ मटेरियल खरीदने के लिए अब उनके पास आगे के पैसे हैं। स्मॉल स्केल सेक्टर के भी प्रोडक्शन का और बिजनेस का सेम ही हाल है, प्रोडक्शन भी धीरे धीरे कम होता चला जा रहा है, क्योंकि डिमांड नहीं है। डिमांड नहीं है तो सब डिमांड का कारण एक है कि लोग बाहर ना निकल सकते हैं, ना निकलना चाहिए, जितनी देर वो रुक सके तो रुकना है। जो भी बाहर लोग दिखाई दे रहे हैं वो हैं जिनकी आजीविका के लिए उनको निकलना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। जो सर्विस सेक्टर इंडस्ट्री थी, जिसको सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान हुआ है, और इसको उभरने में 3 साल लगेगा। प्रोडक्शन इंडस्ट्री तो 8 महीने 10 महीने में, या हमारे जो ट्रेडर्स हैं ये उबर पाएंगे साल भर में, धीरे धीरे वापस हमारी जिंदगी नॉर्मल होने लगेगी। लेकिन हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री को बहुत लंबे समय तक असर पड़ने वाला है। हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री में होटल, रेस्टोरेंट आते हैं, और बड़े बड़े जिसमें हम सेमिनार्स का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करते हैं, बिजनेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती है, जो हमारे गेस्ट हाउसेस होते हैं, जो बहुत सारे आपके आजकल होम स्टे चल गया है, इन होम स्टे में जो कमाई होती थी, ये सारी कमाई ब्लॉक हो गई है। गर्मियों की सीजन वाले जितने भी टूरिस्ट स्पॉट थे उनकी मार्जिनल, मतलब 0 से 1 या 2-3% ही इनकम है, लगभग सारा बंद पड़ा रहा है। धीरे धीरे लोग निकलने भी लगे हैं, तो वो आसपास की जगहों पर ही जा रहे हैं, दूर के डेस्टिनेशन पर अभी नहीं जा रहे हैं। तो ये जो इंडस्ट्री है इसने सबसे ज्यादा सफर किया है, और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि इनकी मेंटेनेंस कॉस्ट बहुत ज्यादा होती है। जो हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री होती है इसकी मेंटेनेंस कॉस्ट बहुत ज्यादा होती है, और उनको अब अगले पूरे साल तक के लिए मेंटेन करना पड़ेगा, 1.5 साल के लिए अपनी पूरी हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री को मेंटेन करने पड़ेगा। तो इसका पूरा का पूरा प्रभाव हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था में तो पड़ेगा ही, और जो लोग हैं उस इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए उनके जीवन में भी प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष प्रभाव पड़ेगा। टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री में एक खास बात होती है, एक तो हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर होता है और एक लोकल मार्केट होता है। लोकल मार्केट में जो चीजें मिलती हैं वो वहाँ की कॉटेज इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ी हुई होती है, जो आसपास की कॉटेज इंडस्ट्रीज होती हैं, जो घरों में कुटीर उद्योग होते हैं, हस्तशिल्प होता है, उससे आसपास से जुड़े हुए सामान वहां पर बिकते हैं। यदि आप ऊटी चले जाएं या आप कोडाईकनाल हुआ है तो वहां की अर्थव्यवस्था चॉकलेट से चलती है, पूरी की पूरी इकोनॉमी चॉकलेट प्रोडक्शन से चलती है वहां, या तो होटल से या चॉकलेट प्रोडक्शन लोग घरों घरों में करते हैं, और वहां आम टूरिस्ट जाता है तो वो चॉकलेट ही खरीदता है, डिफरेंट टाइप के चॉकलेट, क्योंकि कॉफी का प्रोडक्शन बहुत है। तो आप कल्पना कीजिए कि ऐसी जगह जहां पर गर्मी ही में ही टूरिस्ट पहुंचते थे और वहां पर एक भी टूरिस्ट नहीं पहुंचा लॉकडाउन के दौरान, तो वहां की अर्थव्यवस्थाओं का, लोकल अर्थव्यवस्था का क्या हाल होगा। वहां पर जो काम करने वाले लोकल वेंडर्स हैं, गाइड हैं, जिनके जो वहां के लोकल लोग हैं जो टूरिस्ट पर ही निर्भर रहते थे, पूरी तरीके से टूरिस्ट पर निर्भर रहते थे, और जिनकी आय बहुत अच्छी रहती थी, इसलिए उन्होंने कभी दूसरी ओर जाने का सोचा भी नहीं था। हर टूरिस्ट को एक दिन में कम से कम 2 से 3 हजार रुपए वो कमा लेता है मिनिमम, जब उसका पीक सीजन चलता, मिनिमम बता रही हूँ, बहुत सारे लोग बहुत ज्यादा भी कमा लेते हैं। तो उस पूरी टूरिज्म और हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री को बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान हुआ, और भारत सरकार या किसी भी सरकार में टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री एक आय का बहुत बड़ा स्रोत होता है। इवेंट कंपनीज को भी बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान हुआ। इनमें इवेंट कंपनीज में हम मैरिज गार्डन्स को भी सम्मिलित कर लेते हैं, क्योंकि पीक सीजन में जब लॉकडाउन लगा, और ये भी 60 लाख से ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट वाले बिजनेसेस होते हैं या हम इंडस्ट्रीज होती है, क्योंकि इसमें ज्यादा लैंड की आवश्यकता होती है, और लैंड की कॉस्ट ही हमेशा किसी भी व्यवसाय में जब हम एंटर करते हैं तो सबसे ज्यादा कॉस्ट लैंड की ही होती है, बाकी चीजों की कॉस्ट कंपैरेटिवली बहुत कम होती है। तो ये लैंड बेस्ड होते हैं जहां पर बहुत ज्यादा बड़ी लैंड की जरूरत होती है। तो जब एक भी शादी का या विवाह समारोह या बड़े आयोजन, पार्टी, बर्थडे पार्टी, इस तरीके का कोई आयोजन नहीं हुआ, तो इन सभी इवेंट मैनेजमेंट कंपनीज को बिजनेसेस से बनास में हुए, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में हुए, तो इवेंट मैनेजमेंट कंपनीज भी लगभग बहुत बड़े घाटे में अभी चल रही है, और इनको भी उभरने में बहुत वक्त लगेगा। जैसे हॉस्पिटैलिटी को लगेगा, वैसा ही इवेंट और मैरिज गार्डन्स के जो अर्निंग है उनको भी उतना ही असर पड़ेगा, भविष्य में भी पड़ेगा। ब्यूटी एंड वेलनेस एक ऐसा सेक्टर था जिसमें सबसे फास्ट ग्रोथ थी। इंडिया में सबसे फास्ट ग्रोथ ब्यूटी एंड वेलनेस सेक्टर में थी। इस ब्यूटी एंड वेलनेस सेक्टर ने भी पूरी तरीके से अभी इस समय बिल्कुल पॉज की स्थिति में बिल्कुल रुका हुआ है, और कारण बिल्कुल सही भी है, क्योंकि हमें घर से बाहर नहीं, जितने कम लोगों से हम मिलेंगे, लेकिन उन लोगों की आजीविका का सवाल, जिन्होंने अभी ही 6 महीने पहले ही वेलनेस और फिटनेस इंडस्ट्री में एंटर किया है और भारी विनियोग किया, और वहां पर उनको अब कमाई उनकी शून्य पर पहुंच गई है। मैं एक एग्जांपल, चूंकि हम जब ओरिजिनल एग्जांपल अपने आसपास से लेते तो हमें समझ में आता है। मेरे घर में काम करने वाली बाई, जो हमारी मेड थी, उस मेड ने अपने बेटे को 1.5 लाख रुपए खर्च कर दिल्ली से हेयर कटिंग के स्पेशलाइजेशन पर उसको ट्रेनिंग दिलाई थी, और ट्रेनिंग के बाद वो बच्चा बैंगलोर में, उसको 35,000 रुपए महीने पर कटिंग का जॉब, हेयर कटिंग और हेयर ट्रीटमेंट का जॉब भी था उसके पास। लेकिन लॉकडाउन के बाद से वो बच्चा पूरी तरीके से खाली है, और ना बैंगलोर में बुला रहे हैं, ना लोकल ही वो एब्जॉर्ब हो पा रहा है। ऐसी बहुत सारे लोगों की लाइवलीहुड की समस्याएं धीरे धीरे बढ़ रही हैं, जो कि हमें बहुत ध्यान से देखने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि यदि हमने अर्थव्यवस्था नहीं संभाली, हमने आय नहीं बढ़ाई, या बचते जो है, जो एक्स्ट्रा बचते हैं, उनको वापस मार्केट में सर्कुलेट नहीं किया, तो समाज बहुत बुरी स्थिति में पहुंच जाएगा। बिल्कुल वैसी बात, जहां लोग जब मिलेगा नहीं, आय होगी नहीं, तो छीनना प्रारंभ करेंगे। एक हम देखें कि क्या है, एक कुछ डाटा में देखें, कुछ आंकड़ों में देखें कि इस महामारी का आर्थिक प्रभाव क्या पड़ा। तो जो 19-20 की जो चौथी तिमाही थी, उस चौथी तिमाही में जो हमारी इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ थी वो 3.1% की दर से कम हुई थी। आप कल्पना कीजिए कि मार्च में हमारा 10 दिन ही लॉकडाउन लगा है, बाकी तो हमारी इकोनॉमी चल रही थी, लेकिन तब भी यदि हम 3.1% की हम कमी देखते हैं, तो ये 4 महीने बीत जाने के बाद और अभी भी इकोनॉमिक अनसर्टेनिटी मौजूद ही है, तो हम अर्थव्यवस्था के पे कहाँ तक पहुंचेंगे। एसबीआई का एक आकलन है कि जो जीडीपी है अगले साल 2021 की जो जीडीपी है उसमें 40% की कमी दिखाई देगी, कमी मापी जाएगी। केवल एक सेक्टर जीडीपी की कमी होने से बहुत 40% जीडीपी एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा होता है, क्योंकि जो पूरी जीडीपी में जो आय का जो हमारे यहाँ वितरण है वो इतना असमान है कि हमारे आय के बड़े हिस्से में हमारे 10-11% लोग का कब्जा है, और आय के एक 30-32% में कुछ लोगों का कब्जा है, और बाकी सारा हमारी शेष सारी जनता के बीच में बंटवारा होता है। तो यदि ऐसी इस तरीके के जो एडवर्स हमारा जो आय का असमान वितरण है, इस असमान वितरण में यदि हमारी 40% जीडीपी और कम होती है, तो आप कल्पना करें कि जो निचला तबका है, जो 11% को रिप्रेजेंट नहीं करता है, वो कहाँ जाएगा। उस सबके जो आय है, लोग है, उन सबके वो सब कहाँ पहुंचेंगे। बेरोजगारी की दर का जो आकलन है कि वो 6.7 से 26% तक पहुंच गई है, लेकिन ये 26% से भी ज्यादा है। एक बात जो सामने आ रही है कि बड़े शहरों से अब लोग मूव करना चाह रहे हैं सैलरी कट के कारण, क्योंकि वो अपने रेंट पे नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, अपने जो बाकी वहां का जो जीवन लागत है, जो वहां की लाइफ कॉस्ट है, वो ज्यादा उसको मेंटेन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। वहां पर सोसाइटीज का मेंटेनेंस 2,500-3 हजार रुपए है जिसमें वो रह रहे हैं, और सैलरी कट इतना ज्यादा है, तो वो सब अब डाइवर्ट होना चाहते हैं। वो कम सैलरी में छोटी जगह भी आना चाह रहे हैं, पर छोटी जगहों पर भी अभी उनके स्किल के हिसाब से जॉब मौजूद नहीं है। लॉकडाउन के फर्स्ट फेज में ये माना गया कि पर डे भारत को 32,000 करोड़ रुपए का नुकसान हुआ है। यदि फर्स्ट फेज में हमने पर डे 32,000 करोड़ रुपए का नुकसान हुआ है, तो आप और इसका एक और दूसरा पर प्रभाव भी देखिए कि ये तो जो सरकार की आय है, जो हम टोटल विक्रय करते हैं 32 करोड़ का, उसका नुकसान है। और जो आम नागरिकों ने इस पैंडेमिक में बहुत सहयोग किया, चाहे वो मजदूर क्राइसिस हो या अभी भी जिस खुले दिल से समाज ने भारत में सहयोग किया है, वो बिल्कुल सलाम करने वाली बात है। लेकिन आप सोचें कि वो पैसा आया कहाँ था, वो आया कहाँ से था। वो पैसा उन सभी व्यक्तियों की, वो मिडिल क्लास, अपर मिडिल क्लास जो लोग थे, उनकी बचतें थी, जो बचतें मार्केट में डिमांड क्रिएट करती, वो बचतें लोगों को भोजन कराने में, भोजन की व्यवस्था करने में खर्च हो गई है। आय उनकी स्थिर है या कम हो गई है, लेकिन उनका जो बचत थी, जो वो डिमांड के लिए खर्च करते, भावी खर्च करते, उस खर्च का एक बड़ा हिस्सा उन्होंने सोसाइटी के लिए खर्च किया कि लाइवलीहुड, लोगों की हम आजीविका नहीं बना सकते, लेकिन हमें भोजन उन्हें उपलब्ध करा सकते हैं। और कुछ बेसिक चीजें, जब हाईवे में जो स्थितियां थी और लोगों ने जिस खुले दिल से मदद की, और लोग अभी भी खुले दिल से मदद कर रहे हैं। मेरे पास लॉकडाउन के दौरान एक बार फोन आया कि मैडम जो ऑटो नहीं चल रहे, ऑटो वालों के पास बहुत जबरदस्त क्राइसिस है, सब उनको मदद चाहिए। तो हम लोगों ने, कुछ लोगों ने मिलके उनको मदद की, क्योंकि वो सभी ऐसे थे जिन्होंने लोन पे लिया था, और वो ऐसे लेबर्स फैमिलीज थे या बहुत मार्जिनल परिवारों से जुड़े हुए लोग थे, लेकिन वो ठीक ठाक कमा लेते थे। हमारी जो ओला टैक्सी ड्राइवर्स थे, उनमें से भी बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने ओला से ही किराए से टैक्सी ली थी, उनका भी जो ईएमआई नहीं चुक पा रहा था। तो दो चीजें कि एक तो जो लॉकडाउन से पर डे 32,000 करोड़ का नुकसान हुआ। हालांकि अभी हम कह रहे, अभी सूचना आई थी कि जीएसटी हमने 28% ही कम कलेक्ट किया है लास्ट ईयर की जून से। तो उसमें दो ही एक फैक्टर है, ध्यान दिया जाए कि दो ही फैक्टर है। ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री ने एकदम से बूम किया, और ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री में जीएसटी रेट बहुत ज्यादा है। और जब ऑटोमोबाइल की हम बात करते हैं तो ये एक असेट जैसा है, ये लंबे समय तक चलने वाली वस्तु है, ये डिमांड बार बार क्रिएट नहीं होगी। ये डिमांड यदि थी तो टेम्परेरी डिमांड थी और लोगों ने ले लिया, उस डिमांड से अपनी गाड़ियां खरीद ली, अपनी उन बचतों को जो वो अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए खर्च करना चाह रहे थे, हेल्थ के लिए खर्च करना चाह रहे थे, घूमने फिरने हॉस्पिटलिटी इंडस्ट्री के लिए खर्च करना चाह रहे थे या मनोरंजन के लिए खर्च करना चाह रहे थे, वो उन्होंने अपनी व्यक्तिगत सुविधा के लिए कि ट्रांसपोर्ट अचानक हमें कहीं जाना पड़े, भागना पड़े तो हमारे पास खुद की गाड़ी होना चाहिए। मैं बहुत से ऐसे परिवारों को जानती हूँ कि जिनके पास गाड़ी खरीदने के लिए पैसे नहीं थे पर लिए, और इसका एक एडवर्स इफेक्ट भी आप देखिए कि जहाँ झुग्गियां जितनी है वहां मुझे सुनने में आया कि ऑनलाइन पढ़ाई के चक्कर में बहुत सारे माँ बाप को अपने मोबाइल जो उनके घरों में जो एकाध स्मार्टफोन होता था वो गिरवी रखने पड़े, वो सॉरी अब मोटरसाइकिल गिरवी रखनी पड़ी, जो उनके पास एकाध मोटरसाइकिल होती थी, जो चीजें थी उनको गिरवी रख के उन्होंने फोन लिए, क्योंकि कुछ बच्चों की जिद, कुछ समाज का प्रभाव, सारी चीजें जब हावी हो जाती है तो हम अनावश्यक विनियोग करने की ओर भी अग्रसर हो जाते हैं, हम अनावश्यक खर्चे भी करते हैं। एक और अनुमान है कि 14 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों ने रोजगार खोया। यदि 14 करोड़ लोगों ने रोजगार खोया है तो यदि ये प्रति व्यक्ति 3 लोगों का या 4 लोगों का पोषण करता है तो आप मानिए कि कितनी बड़ी जनसंख्या इस पैंडेमिक से प्रभावित हुई है। 45, ये भी अनुमान लगाया गया है, ये डाटा है हमारे पास कि 45% परिवारों की आय में कमी है, तो डेट श्योर है मोर देन दिस, इससे भी ज्यादा। और जो सरकारी लोग हैं, जो गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉई है, उनको जरूर सैलरी मिल रही है, लेकिन वहां भी स्कूल्स में कट डाउन हुआ है, प्राइवेट स्कूल में भी कट डाउन, बहुत बुरी तरीके से कट डाउन, डीपीएस जैसे स्कूल्स में सैलरी कटी है। जो छोटे स्कूल चल रहे थे उनको तो बंद होने की कगार पर ही लगभग आ चुके हैं। सप्लाई चेन पूरी तरीके से प्रभावित है, क्योंकि ट्रांसपोर्ट बिल्कुल सेक्टर बंद हो गया था। 50% ही अभी ट्रक हमारे चल रहे हैं। ट्रक भी तब चलेंगे जब कच्चे माल की डिमांड हो। कच्चे माल की डिमांड तब होगी जब बने हुए माल की डिमांड होगी, जब लोग मार्केट में वस्तु खरीदने के लिए निकलेंगे, जब इस तरीके की डिमांड होगी। और डिमांड तब क्रिएट होगी जब लोगों के पास खर्च करने के लिए पैसा होगा। बहुत कम लोग, मेरे ख्याल से वर्तमान स्थिति में तो केवल 15 या 20% भारत की जनसंख्या ऐसी होगी जिसके पास एक्स्ट्रा खर्च करने के लिए पैसा होगा। बाकी पूरी जनसंख्या अपनी पर डे डेली आजीविका के लिए लड़ाई लड़ने में लगी हुई है। पैंडेमिक के हम एडवर्स इफेक्ट को ही केवल जानते रहें तो शायद हम समस्या का समाधान नहीं ढूंढ पाएंगे। इसीलिए आत्मनिर्भर इसमें टर्म लिया गया था कि हम पैंडेमिक से कैसे बाहर आए और आत्मनिर्भर कैसे बने। तो सबसे बड़ी बात आती है कि एक छोटा सा सोचें कि पैंडेमिक हुआ कैसे। ये हमें समझ में आता है कि ये पैंडेमिक या तो साइंटिफिक गड़बड़ी है या ये राजनीतिक गड़बड़ी है, या हम ऐसे कहें कि ये अनुशासनहीनता है। या तो साइंटिफिक अनुशासनहीनता, वैज्ञानिक अनुशासनहीनता है, या फिर ये राजनीतिक अनुशासनहीनता है जिसका परिणाम पूरा विश्व भुगत रहा है। तो हम पहले जाने कि आत्मनिर्भर होने का मतलब क्या है। ये आत्मनिर्भर होने का मतलब इसी अनुशासन या शासन या डिसिप्लिन या अनुशासन से जुड़ी हुई चीज है। तो आत्मनिर्भर हम किसे कहते हैं, पहले हम सोचें कि आत्मनिर्भर क्या है। तो आत्मनिर्भर की सबसे पहली चीज है कि हार्ड कोर काम करने की कैपेसिटी यदि आप में है, ये समाज में है, समूह में है, तो वो आत्मनिर्भर है। अब हार्ड कोर किसे कहते हैं? हमेशा हर व्यक्ति के सामने, समाज के सामने, समूहों के सामने, देशों के सामने, काल समय के सामने दो परिस्थितियां होती हैं। एक परिस्थिति होती है अनुकूल परिस्थिति और एक होती है विपरीत। यदि अनुकूल परिस्थिति में तो सभी काम कर लेते हैं, लेकिन विपरीत परिस्थितियों में जो काम कर गया, जो विपरीत परिस्थितियों का सामना करते हुए हार नहीं माना और लगातार काम करते चला गया और अपनी मंजिल तक पहुंच गया, वही आत्मनिर्भर है। बहुत से लोगों में जो शिक्षक थे या जो अच्छी जगह मैकेनिक थे, एक इलेक्ट्रिशियन थे, उन्होंने सब्जियां बेचनी चालू की या छोटे मोटे कोई दूसरे काम करना चालू किए, तो ये एक उन्होंने चैलेंज के रूप में लिया। समाज क्या कहेगा इसका परवाह न करते हुए चैलेंज के रूप में लिया कि मैं खाली नहीं बैठूंगा, कुछ तो करूंगा। और इस कुछ तो करने का ही नाम हार्डकोर वर्किंग कैपेसिटी कहलाती है। और ये वो लोग होते हैं जो जीवन के हर दुख से पार पा जाते हैं। आत्मनिर्भर होने का पहला गुण यही है कि हम विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी वैसा ही काम करें जैसा हम अनुकूल परिस्थितियों में काम करते हैं। दूसरी चीज, आत्मनिर्भर होने के लिए, आत्मनिर्भर का सीधा सा मार्ग है, यदि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आत्मनिर्भर का नारा देना, तो इसका मतलब है कि हम व्यवसाय में जाए, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप अपनाएं, बहुत सारी चीजें हम करें। तो उसके लिए कुछ बेसिक चीजें जरूरी है। एक लीडरशिप क्वालिटी, यदि आप में लीडरशिप क्वालिटी नहीं है, पहल करने की भावना नहीं, दोनों चीजें होनी चाहिए। नेतृत्व करना भी आना चाहिए और पहल भी। कोई काम नहीं कर रहा है तो मैं करता हूँ, करके देखता हूँ, दो ही आंसर है, या तो मैं सफल होऊंगा या नहीं होऊंगा। नहीं तो पहले से ही है, हम सफल होने का प्रयास कर सकते हैं, एक कोशिश जरूर करते हैं, एक नहीं, जरूरत पड़ी तो हम 2 कोशिश भी करेंगे। इसी को हम लीडरशिप क्वालिटी कहते हैं। और लीडर बनना बहुत कठिन भी नहीं, आप परिश्रमी हो जाइए, चीजों से जुड़े रहिए, आप लीडर बन सकते हैं। एक और बात है कि यदि आत्मनिर्भर होना चाहते हैं तो आपके अंदर चुनौतियों को स्वीकार करने की स्वीकार्यता होनी चाहिए कि ठीक है, चुनौतियों को आने दीजिए, मैं उसको स्वीकार करता हूँ और उसके साथ आगे बढ़ता हूँ। यदि आपने चुनौतियों को स्वीकार करने की है कि ठीक है, डिमांड आज कम है, डिमांड में क्रिएट भी कर सकता हूँ, बहुत सी चीजें मैं लास्ट में हम डिस्कस करेंगे जिससे आप डिमांड क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। हम बाजार, बड़े बाजार तो हम नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन हम कुछ काम कर सकते हैं जिससे जो ऑनलाइन में हो रहा है, लेकिन ऑनलाइन के इतर भी हम काम कर सकते हैं। एक और बात है कि यदि आप आत्मनिर्भर होना चाहते हैं, आत्मनिर्भरता का एक गुण है कि हमारा एक बिल्कुल ईगल, बाज की आंख होना चाहिए कि जो इंफॉर्मेशन है, जो सूचनाएं हैं, हमारे चारों तरफ जो सूचनाएं हैं, उन सूचनाओं को पर हमारा ध्यान पूरे समय रहना चाहिए कि कौन सी सूचना आ रही है और कौन सी सूचना हमारे फायदेमंद है, हमारे लिए क्या इंपॉर्टेंट है, हम उसका यूज किस तरीके से कर सकते हैं। गुड कम्युनिकेशन स्किल, ये तो हर जगह है, आप नौकरी करिए, आप खुद का बिजनेस करिए। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हम अनिच्छा से किसी दुकान में जाते हैं, लेकिन दुकानदार इतने अच्छे तरीके से बात करता है कि वो हम ना चाहते हुए इसके दुकान से कुछ खरीदते हुए चले आते हैं। और ऐसा नहीं कि हम उसके बोलने से प्रभावित हो गए, लेकिन उसने जिस स्वीकार्यता के साथ हमें स्वीकारा और हमें खरीदने के लिए प्रभावित किया, उसके कारण कि चलो इसने इतना समय दिया, अपन कुछ खरीद लेते हैं, और अच्छे से बात की। अगली बात है कि एक और व्यक्ति में होना चाहिए कि चाहे आप सफल हो चाहे असफल, दोनों ही स्टेजेस को एक सा लेना चाहिए। हम सफल हो गए तो बहुत प्रसन्न हो गए और असफल हो गए तो बहुत निराश हो गए, ऐसा यदि आप करेंगे तो आत्मनिर्भरता से आप दूर रहेंगे। आत्मनिर्भर होने के लिए दोनों ही चीजें होनी चाहिए कि हम एक जैसे रहें। यदि हम सफल हैं, हमारी कोई असफलताएं हैं तो हम उसको भी वैसे स्वीकार करें, जो हमारी सफलताएं हैं हम उसको भी वैसे एज इट इज, हम दोनों को एक तरीके से ही स्वीकार करें, तो हम आत्मनिर्भर हो सकते हैं। आत्मनिर्भर होने का अगला पॉइंट कि हम अपने कोर सपोर्ट ग्रुप को, जो हमारा आसपास का कोर सपोर्ट ग्रुप है, कोर सपोर्ट ग्रुप में 3-4 चीजें होती हैं। कोर सपोर्ट ग्रुप में एक हमारी फैमिली होती है, एक हमारे फ्रेंड्स होते हैं, एक हमारे पड़ोसी होते हैं, एक हमारे टीचर्स होते हैं, एक हमारे मेंटर्स होते हैं, ये सब कुछ लोग होते हैं जिन्हें हम कोर सपोर्ट ग्रुप कहते हैं। आत्मनिर्भरता की ये सबसे बड़ी बात है कि आत्मनिर्भर आप तभी हैं जब आपके व्यवहार से, आपके किसी भी व्यवहार से किसी दूसरे को किसी भी प्रकार का कोई नुकसान ना पहुंचे। तो आप अपने कोर ग्रुप को सेलेक्ट करते समय, जो आपके आसपास के लोग हैं, उनको सेलेक्ट करते समय ये ध्यान दें कि वे कोर ग्रुप जो आपके सहयोगी हैं, क्या वो आपको अनुचित तरीके से लाभ पहुंचा रहे हैं। आप में क्षमता नहीं है और आप कॉलेज की टीम में सेलेक्ट हो रहे हैं, आप में क्षमता नहीं है और आप प्रतियोगिता जीत रहे हैं, आप में क्षमता नहीं है और आप किसी नौकरी को पा रहे हैं, गलत तरीके से पा रहे हैं, गलत सर्टिफिकेट प्राप्त करके पा रहे हैं। यदि ऐसे लोग आपके आसपास आपके कोर ग्रुप में है, तो आप विश्वास मानिए, आप थोड़ी देर के लिए, शॉर्ट टाइम के लिए तो आप सफल हो सकते हैं, लेकिन लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए आप आत्मनिर्भर नहीं हो सकते। आत्मनिर्भर की पहली कसौटी यही है कि हम खुद पर निर्भर रहें, और हमारी निर्भरता, जो मैं खुद निर्भर हूं तो मैं किसी दूसरे को नुकसान पहुंचाए बगैर ही आत्मनिर्भर बना रहूं। लास्ट है और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट, बिलीफ इन डिसिप्लिन। यदि आपका अनुशासन में विश्वास नहीं है, सामाजिक अनुशासन, व्यक्तिगत अनुशासन, पारिवारिक अनुशासन और राजकीय अनुशासन, सारा कुछ यदि आप में अनुशासन नहीं है, तो आप मान के चलिए कि आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर आपका बढ़ाया कदम शीघ्र ही आपको रिवर्स गियर में ले आएगा। अनुशासन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज है। अब हम कुछ उन चीजों पर बात करें कि पोस्ट कोविड कौन सी ऐसी चीजें हैं जहां हमें अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिल सकती है और हम उस पोस्ट कोविड अपॉर्चुनिटीज को ग्रैब कर सकते हैं। ज्यादा लंबे समय तक उम्मीद करते हैं कि ऐसी परिस्थितियां लंबे समय तक नहीं रहेंगी। हम कुछ दिन संयम से रह ले तो वापस हम वैसे ही, हमारा पूरा समाज, हमारा बाजार, हमारा शहर बिल्कुल वैसा का वैसा ही होगा। एग्रीकल्चर में जब हम पहली चर्चा कर रहे थे कि हमारे पास सरप्लस प्रोडक्शन था, तो सरप्लस प्रोडक्शन यदि हमारे पास है, हम गोडाउन में नहीं रख पा रहे हैं, तो ये हमारे लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि हम छोटे छोटे वेयर हाउसेस डिजाइन करें। और हम उन डिजाइन, यदि हम छोटे छोटे वेयर हाउसेस को डिजाइन करें, लो कॉस्ट वेयर हाउसिंग की जरूरत है। अभी जो वेयर हाउसिंग है वो बहुत हाई कॉस्ट वेयर हाउसिंग है। हम लो कॉस्ट वेयर हाउसिंग डिजाइन करें और हमारी जो परंपरागत तकनीकें थी पुरानी, उनके आधार पर हम कुछ और नई टेक्नोलॉजी, नई चीजों का हम इस्तेमाल, दोनों का हम यदि मिक्स कर दें तो हम लो कॉस्ट वेयर हाउसिंग को बना सकते हैं और लोगों के घरों में ही हम वेयर हाउसेस बना सकते हैं, छोटे छोटे वेयर हाउसेस बना सकते हैं और हम वैल्यू एडिशन कर सकते हैं। हमारे पास यदि सरप्लस है तो हम सोचें, हम में से कुछ लोग सोचें, जो भी बच्चे यदि देख रहे हैं वो सोचें कि क्या हम इनमें से कुछ चीजों को एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। आपको जानकर आश्चर्य होगा कि मंडला में होने वाला कोदो कुटकी, जिसको कभी पूछा नहीं जाता था, अब वो 200 रुपए किलो बॉम्बे में बिकती है या दिल्ली में बिकती है और एक्सपोर्ट होती है, क्योंकि ये अब वेलनेस के लिए सबसे अच्छे न्यूट्रिशियन फूड माने गए, न्यूट्रिशियस फूड माने गए हैं कोदो कुटकी जैसी चीज। तो हम यदि जो भी एग्रीकल्चर, जो हमारे पास वास्ट एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्शन है और हम वैरायटी भी बहुत है और हमारे पास मात्रा भी बहुत ज्यादा है, यदि हम उनको हम उनमें वैल्यू एडिशन करें, वैल्यू एडिशन मैंने गुजरात में बहुत अच्छा वैल्यू एडिशन देखा है कि वो फूड एंड ग्रेन्स में एक टेम्परेचर पे लेके प्रिजर्व कर देते हैं जिससे कि वो खराब नहीं होते, लंबे समय तक खराब नहीं होते। ये बात अलग है कि वो बीज के रूप में इस्तेमाल नहीं किए जा सकते, बीज के रूप में अलग इस्तेमाल होते हैं। हम एक्सपोर्ट का भी हम एक कोशिश कर सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से हम एक्सपोर्ट हाउसेस, अब कहेंगे कि एक्सपोर्ट बहुत बड़ा बात है, एक्सपोर्ट कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है। एक्सपोर्ट के लिए बहुत सारे हाउसेस होते हैं और हम थोड़ी सी जानकारी जुटाएंगे तो हम एक्सपोर्ट हाउसेस की ओर जा सकते हैं, एक्सपोर्ट भी कर सकते हैं। लोकल लेवल पर भी हम वैल्यू एडिशन कर, एग्रीकल्चर सबसे अच्छा सेक्टर रहेगा जहां पर कॉस्ट बहुत कम है और प्रॉफिट मार्जिन बहुत ज्यादा है। यदि हम ब्रांडेड चिप्स खरीदते हैं तो आप अनुमान लगा लीजिए कि कितना ज्यादा मार्जिन है आलू और चिप्स के बने हुए में। उसके अलावा भी सारी चीजों में आप गौर कर लीजिए, आपको लगेगा एग्रीकल्चर वो सेक्टर है जहां पर लोएस्ट कॉस्ट पर हम ज्यादा प्रोडक्शन कर सकते हैं। बैंगलोर की यात्रा के दौरान एक प्रोफेसर थे, आईएम के प्रोफेसर, उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि हम मध्य प्रदेश आएंगे तो आप हमें शरबती गेहूं की रोटी खिलाइएगा। मतलब आप सोचिए कि भारत के बैंगलोर में शरबती गेहूं आसानी से उपलब्ध नहीं है, तो क्या हम यहाँ का शरबती गेहूं बैंगलोर में उपलब्ध नहीं करा सकते या आटा उपलब्ध नहीं करा सकते हैं जिससे वहां के लोगों को मिले। इन डिमांड को हमें आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा और हम इन अपॉर्चुनिटीज को हम कैश भविष्य में कर सकते हैं। आगे एक जरूरत है स्मॉल पार्टी वेन्यूज की। घर में 3 महीने 4 महीने से यदि घर पे हैं तो अब लग रहा कहीं जाएं, आसपास कहीं जाएं, लेकिन आसपास जगह अवेलेबल नहीं है। सागर के पास मैंने देखा है, सागर से शहर से 12 किलोमीटर दूर एक छोटा सा पार्क है जिसमें वो एक दिन में 1 या 2 फैमिली को ही अलाउ करते हैं आने के लिए। वैसे यदि छोटे छोटे गांव में ऐसे वेन्यू बने जहां हट्स हो, जहां लोग लिमिटेड, सीमित मात्रा में लोग जा सके, शहरों के बाहर ऐसे छोटी छोटी जगह हो जहां पर हम सीमित मात्रा में लोग जा सके, आगे 3-4 साल तक इन्हीं की ही वैल्यू रहेगी। बड़ी हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री की हमें जरूरत नहीं है। छोटे छोटे पार्टी वेन्यूज हो, छोटे छोटे आउटिंग स्पेस बनाइए जहां पर छोटे छोटे पार्क हो जहां पर बहुत लोए कम इन्वेस्टमेंट में, जरूरी नहीं है कि हम रेडीमेड झूला खरीद के लगाएं, हम एक छोटा सा झूला किसी पेड़ में भी लगा सकते हैं। और हम यदि किसी पेड़ पे बच्चे को झूला झुलाएंगे तो उसको ज्यादा मजा आएगा, क्योंकि अभी तक तो उसने पार्क के जो लोहे के झूलों में ही झूला हुआ है। आइडिया जनरेशन हमें करना पड़ेगा कि हम कैसे पार्क और कैसे स्मॉल पार्टी वेन्यू हम तैयार करें जो कि लो कॉस्ट हो। हमारे जिनके पास भी आधा एकड़, 1 एकड़ या आसपास घरों के 5,000 स्क्वायर फीट जमीन भी खेतों के आसपास पड़ी हुई है, तो इस तरीके के वेन्यूज बनाए जा सकते हैं। हमारे ग्रीन एनर्जी जो आने वाला सेक्टर है, आगे का बहुत बड़ा सेक्टर ग्रीन एनर्जी का है, जिसमें आप के पास एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के बहुत सारे मौके हैं। सोलर लाइट से लेके आप किसी भी तरीके में जाइए, ग्रीन एनर्जी एक ऐसा सेक्टर, इवन ग्रीन एनर्जी डिजाइन हाउसेस का भी बहुत आजकल चलन है। इसमें आप जाइए, ग्रीन एनर्जी का एक बड़ा ग्रोइंग सेक्टर है जिसे हम रूफटॉप गार्डन कहते हैं या किचन गार्डन, स्मॉल किचन गार्डन्स कहते हैं। जापान ने ये शुरू किया था और अब लगभग सब जगह हो गया है। जापान के पास तो जमीनों की कमी थी, हमारे पास जमीनों की कमी नहीं है, लेकिन हम एडवर्स मौसम देखते हैं, बहुत गर्मी या बहुत सर्दी। बहुत गर्मी, किचन गार्डन के दो फायदे, रूफटॉप गार्डनिंग के दो फायदे हैं। एक तो आपको कम जगह में आप अपने मकान के साथ अपना गार्डन मेंटेन कर लेते हैं और आपके घर का तापमान 4 से 5 डिग्री कम हो जाता है। ये एक बहुत फ्लोरिशिंग सेक्टर है जहां बहुत तेजी से बढ़ोतरी हो रही है। अब इस सेक्टर में भी आप जा सकते हैं। और ये लॉकडाउन ने ये सिखा दिया कि हमको कुछ ना कुछ अपने लेवल पर भी उत्पादन करने की आवश्यकता है, जिससे हम जो एडवर्स कंडीशन है उसमें भी हम अपना जीवन ठीक ढंग से चला पाए। रिसाइकल ऑफ बायो वेस्ट, हमारे पास भोपाल के पास में जो कृषि अभियांत्रिकी संस्थान है उसके पास छोटी छोटी सी मशीनें हैं, 14,000 की, 12,000 की, 16,000 की, ऐसी बहुत सारी मशीनें हैं जो बायो वेस्ट को रिसाइकिल करते हैं। उससे फ्यूल बनता है, उससे खाद बनती है, उससे एनिमल फीड बनता है। ये ऐसे सेक्टर है जहां पर कॉस्ट नहीं है, कोई कॉस्ट नहीं, लो कॉस्ट, बहुत ही लो कॉस्ट, ये सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हमारे सामने आई है। कोविड के बाद इसलिए भी क्योंकि लार्ज स्केल प्रोडक्शन अभी फुल फ्लैश चालू होने में बहुत समय लगना है। तो यदि हम अभी इन सब चीजों को यदि हम चालू कर देते हैं तो हमारे कुछ ग्राहक जो ब्रांडेड चीजें लेते थे, वो ग्राहक हमारे अपने बन सकते हैं और उनको हम सप्लाई प्रारंभ कर सकते हैं। लॉकडाउन में मेरी बात हुई, एक मेरे पास फोन आया कि गायों के लिए हमें गायों और जो अपने स्ट्रीट डॉग्स होते हैं उनके लिए फूड चाहिए। तो मैंने कहा क्या चाहिए, तो उन्होंने कहा दलिया चाहिए और पेडिग्री चाहिए। तो मुझे हंसी आ गई, पेडिग्री क्यों चाहिए, आप दलिया नहीं खिला सकते, पेडिग्री क्यों खिलाएंगे। तो यदि स्ट्रीट डॉग्स को भी पेडिग्री खिलाया जा रहा है तो आप समझिए घरों में तो खिलाया ही जा रहा होगा। तो इस तरीके के बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज अवेलेबल है एनिमल फूड जो बायो वेस्ट से बनती है। और बायो वेस्ट की कॉस्ट कुछ होती ही नहीं, या तो जीरो होती है या मिनिमम होती है। तो इससे हम बहुत सारे बिजनेसेस चालू कर सकते हैं। जिस तरीके से चाइना के विरोध में आए हैं, सारा पूरी सोसाइटी आई है, उसमें एक बात आती है, मुझे पहले भी आश्चर्य होता था कि क्या अब हम इस लायक नहीं रहे हैं कि हम बगैर मशीनरी के छोटे छोटे से जो पहले कार, बस, ट्रक बच्चों की खींचने वाले बनते थे वो ना बना पाए। 3D प्रिंटर्स अवेलेबल है, डिफरेंट, आप इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर, जिसको भी जाना इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर में जाकर 3D प्रिंटर, फ्री में 3D प्रिंटर अवेलेबल होता है या मार्जिनल फीस लेते हैं। उस 3D प्रिंटर से आप इस तरीके के जो टॉय है, जो प्लास्टिक के खिलौने हैं, वो आप बना सकते हैं। आप इको फ्रेंडली बनाए, बहुत अच्छा नहीं बना पा रहे हैं तो आप जो रिसाइकिल की जाने वाली जो प्लास्टिक है, बायोडिग्रेडेबल जो प्लास्टिक है, उसका यूज कर सकते हैं। भोपाल में तो बहुत बड़ा सेंटर भी है सीपेट, जहां पर मोल्डिंग और सबकी ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाती है, शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग, और पूरा सहयोग भी दिया जाता है। और उनका इस अपॉर्चुनिटी को ग्रैब कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि हम छोटे खिलौने भी लेने के लिए भी हम चीन पर आश्रित ना हो, हम शुरुआत यहीं से करें जिनमें बगैर बैटरी के बनाए, और धीरे धीरे हम बैटरी और बाकी अन्य चीजों की ओर आगे बढ़े। बैंगलोर में एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट आया ईटेबल कटलरी का। कि जहां पर आप खाना खाएं और उसके बाद जिसमें आपको परोसा गया है आप उसको भी खा सकते हैं, उसको भी आप पूरा खाया जा सकता है। केवल जो हमारा जो प्लास्टिक वेस्ट निकल रहा था उसको कम करने के लिए यह प्रयास किया गया। और पानी का, यदि कटलरी धुल रही है किसी होटल्स में तो पानी भी बहुत ज्यादा चाहिए, ड्रेनेज चाहिए, बाकी चीजें चाहिए। इसको कम करने के लिए ईटेबल कटलरी का कॉन्सेप्ट आया। ये कॉन्सेप्ट भी बहुत इजी कॉन्सेप्ट है, उसमें केवल आपको 1 या 2 ओवन और आपके मोल्ड, सिंपल मोल्ड जो घरों में कटोरियां, ये सब मोल्ड, इन मोल्ड पर वो काम चल जाता है। ये भी सारे सेक्टर्स ऐसे हैं जो अभी यदि आप शुरुआत कर देंगे तो इसी में बड़ी बड़ी कंपनी कोई भी आगे कंपटीशन में नहीं आ पाएगी। जब हम शुरुआत, अभी ये लॉकडाउन ये जो पीरियड चल रहा है वो स्मॉल जो नए एंटरप्रेन्योर, नए एरियाज हैं उनके लिए बहुत फायदेमंद है। हम उन एरिया को सेलेक्ट करें, जैसे टेक्सटाइल ने सेलेक्ट कर लिया कि अभी हम कपड़ा नहीं बना रहे, प्रिंट नहीं कर रहे, तो पीपी बना रहे, मास्क बना रहे। और जो हमारा आगे आने वाली जो जरूरतें हैं, जैसे टेक्सटाइल एक आया, कपड़ा आया जिसमें बैक्टीरिया का कोई असर, जो वायरस का असर होगा ही नहीं, इस ओर वो प्रोडक्शन की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। तो टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री ने स्विच ओवर किया, वैसे ही छोटे छोटे बिजनेसेस को भी स्विच ओवर करना पड़ेगा। जैसे अभी नेरोलैक और एशियन पेंट्स को भी पता है कि हो सकता है कि दिवाली के समय हमारे इतने ज्यादा पेंट ना बिक पाए, क्योंकि लोग अभी भी दूसरे लोगों को घरों में घुसने नहीं दे रहे हैं। तो उन्होंने सीधे सीधे सैनिटाइजर बनाने की ओर स्विच ओवर किया, क्योंकि उनके पास मशीनरी सारी अवेलेबल है, मिक्सर प्लांट है, उनके पास पैकिंग यूनिट है। तो वो स्विच ओवर करें तो हम निचले लेवल पर स्विच ओवर कर सकते हैं, हम दूसरे तरीके पर आकर हम स्विच ओवर कर सकते हैं। हमेशा जब ऐसे तो मार्केट प्लान, यदि हम एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात करें, बिजनेसेस की बात करें, तो हजारों आइडिया हैं जो किए जा सकते हैं और बिल्कुल लो कॉस्ट, 10,000 15,000 से आप स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं और आपको आमदनी होगी। लेकिन एक समस्या सबसे बड़ी होती है कि बेचे कहाँ। हर कोई ये पूछता है कि बेचे कैसे, बेचे कहाँ पर। तो मार्केटिंग प्लान में सबसे बड़ी बात है कि मार्केटिंग प्लान की ओर अभी हम यही सोचते हैं कि सीधे से विज्ञापन आ जाएगा या लोग सीधे हमारी दुकान में आ जाएंगे और खरीद लेंगे, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होता। आपको अपने सेंट्रल बिजनेस प्लेस को क्रिएट करना पड़ता है कि मेरा सेंट्रल बिजनेस प्लेस क्या है, और उसके 20 किलोमीटर के दायरे में, कम से कम 20 किलोमीटर के जो रेडियस है, उस रेडियस के दायरे में आप आइडेंटिफाई कीजिए कि हम इस एरिया में ही शुरुआत करेंगे अपने बिजनेस का। और हम वहां पर आइडेंटिफाई करें कि अब हमें कौन कौन चाहिए। यदि हम कोई बिजनेस करना चाहते हैं तो हमें स्किल्ड लोग चाहिए। तो जो लौटे हैं उनमें से कौन कौन से स्किल लोग हैं जिनको हम अपने काम में ले सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो लोग लौटे हैं वो बहुत सारी जगह ऐसे छोटी छोटी जगह काम कर रहे थे। जो बिजनेस यहाँ पर चालू किया जा सकता है, जो उत्पादन यहाँ चालू किया जा सकता है, उसका उनका नॉलेज है, प्रोडक्शन का नॉलेज उनके पास है। और कि एक कल्पना कीजिए कि यदि मान लीजिए हम अपने आसपास के हम 100 गांव को कवर कर लेते हैं, 100 नहीं 50 गांव को ले लीजिए, 50 गांव को कवर कर लेते हैं और हर गांव में 1,000 लोग हैं, तो 50,000 की आबादी को हमने कवर कर लिया। 50,000 की आबादी में यदि हम हर व्यक्ति 1 रुपया भी प्रॉफिट कमाते हैं किसी भी प्रकार का बिजनेस करके, तो हम 50,000 रुपए कमा रहे। 50,000 में यदि हमारे कुछ मार्केटिंग के सेल्स और मार्केटिंग के एक्सपेंसेस भी हमारे 10, 12, 15,000 है, तो आप सोचिए कि हम 50 गांव में यदि हम 30,000 या 32 या 35,000 की इनकम यदि हम कर सकते हैं, और ऐसा संभव है, ऐसा पॉसिबल है। एक्चुअली बिजनेस अभी तक हम जो देखते हैं वो सीधे हम बड़े शहरों या शहरों की ओर देखते हैं। अभी रूरल मार्केटिंग बहुत पीछे की चीज हो गई है। कुछ बड़ी कंपनियों ने, टाटा, इन सब ने उस ओर ध्यान देना चालू किया है रूरल मार्केटिंग की ओर। तो नए बिजनेसेस यदि रूरल मार्केटिंग की ओर जाए तो ज्यादा फायदेमंद होगा। और एक बफर जोन भी बनाना पड़ेगा जो 20 किलोमीटर का होगा, वहां पर स्किल मैपिंग और क्या सामान बिकेगा उसका हमें देखना है। यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, आजकल ग्रुप बनते हैं अपने फोटो शेयर करने के लिए, उसकी जगह आप ग्रुप बनाइए अपने आइडिया शेयर करने के लिए, अपने प्रोडक्ट को शेयर करने के लिए। बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट अभी लॉकडाउन में हमारे पहचान में एक है लड़की जो केक बनाती है, उसने जबरदस्त केक सप्लाई किए केवल अपने व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप के ही माध्यम से। कंज्यूमर और सेलर्स का बिहेवियर का भी आप आइडेंटिफिकेशन कीजिए मार्केटिंग के लिए, जो भी आपका बफर जोन है उसमें कि कौन सी चीजें बिक रही हैं और कितनी बिक रही हैं, और वो आप कहाँ से खरीद के लाते, किस रेट पर लाते हैं, तो तब हम तय कर पाएंगे कि हम कितना प्रॉफिट मार्जिन हम अपना कम कर सकते हैं और किस प्रॉफिट मार्जिन में हम बेच सकते हैं। इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज भी किए जा सकते हैं, छोटे छोटे इवेंट गांव में, और छोटे छोटे पुरस्कारों के द्वारा भी आप अपनी मार्केटिंग कर सकते हैं। बड़े विज्ञापन नहीं कर सकते तो छोटे इवेंट हम आराम से करा सकते हैं। अपना बिजनेस हमेशा मिनिमम प्रॉफिट से ही स्टार्ट किया जाना चाहिए। समय बहुत हो रहा है इसलिए मैं बहुत जल्दी जल्दी समाप्त कर रही हूँ। डिजाइन हमारी को, जैसे आपने फूड वेन्स देखी है, तो क्या जैसे फूड वैन का इतना चलन हो गया है, तो क्या हम ऐसा मोबाइल मार्केट नहीं बना सकते जो कि शहर से दूर, थोड़ी दूर अपना यात्रा करके पहुंचे, जो हमारे रेसिडेंशियल सोसाइटीज है उसमें पहुंचे, वहां के अध्यक्ष से बात करिए, वहां के जो क्लब हाउस हैं उनको वो मिनिमम रेंट पर किराया देकर हम अपना मार्केट खुद लगाए, कुछ लोगों का ग्रुप बनाए और उस ग्रुप के माध्यम से हम सेल करें। आने वाले राखी का त्योहार है, अगले जन्माष्टमी का त्योहार है, फिर तीज का त्योहार है, बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं जहां पर यदि हम अभी से सोचे तो हम इस तरीके की रेसिडेंशियल सोसाइटीज या मोबाइल मार्केट हम बना सकते हैं और हम अर्निंग जो अभी जो जहां पर जिनको अभी लॉस हो रहा है वो इस ओर भी डाइवर्ट हो सकते हैं, नए एंटरप्रेन्योर आ सकते हैं। सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए बहुत ज्यादा संभावनाएं हैं। सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को भी आजकल इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर मदद करते हैं। सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स क्योंकि जिस तरीके की आय एकदम से कम हुई है तो बहुत सारी गरीबी की जो दर है वो बढ़ने वाली है और बहुत सारी हमारे पास सामाजिक कल्याण की योजनाओं की आवश्यकताएं पड़ेगी। दोनों ही सेक्टर उसमें काम करेंगे, गवर्नमेंट और एनजीओ दोनों ही सेक्टर काम करेंगे और उसके साथ साथ सोसाइटी के बहुत सारे लोगों को भी काम करना पड़ेगा। तो यहाँ पर हम सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की ओर भी जा सकते हैं। हम एक लोकल प्रोड्यूसर्स का ग्रुप भी हमको आइडेंटिफाई करना चाहिए। जब लॉकडाउन लगा और हमें लगा कि हमें कुछ चीजें देनी है तो हमने एक लोकल प्रोड्यूसर्स का एक ग्रुप आइडेंटिफाई करना चाहा, तो हमें 7-8 दिन लगे लोकल प्रोड्यूसर्स के ग्रुप आइडेंटिफाई करने में और उसके बाद हम सामान भिजवा पाए जहां भी चीजों को भिजवाना था। तो और एक बात हमने महसूस की कि हमने मार्केट से जस्ट हाफ पे वो चीजें ली और क्वालिटी बहुत बेकार क्वालिटी नहीं थी, लगभग क्वालिटी वैसी ही थी। तो ऐसे ये बहुत छोटे छोटे से आइडियाज हैं कि जो पेंडेमिक ने किया है, जो असर पड़ा है वो केवल हमारे देश पे नहीं पड़ा, लगभग सभी देशों में पड़ा। लेकिन हमारी परिस्थितियां अलग है, हमारे पास आय का बहुत ही ज्यादा असमान वितरण है, इसलिए हमें प्रभाव ज्यादा दिखाई पड़ रहा है। जैसे जो हम जैसे लोग हैं जिनकी नियमित इनकम है उन पर केवल एक ही प्रभाव पड़ा है कि वो सोशलाइजिंग नहीं कर पा रहे, बाहर नहीं जा पा रहे, खरीदारी नहीं कर पा रहे। लगता है कि लेकिन अब हमें अपनी बचतों को उस ओर डाइवर्ट करना है जहां पर मार्केट से भी खरीदारी करनी, पर उन लोगों के लिए खरीदारी करनी है जो खरीद नहीं सकते हैं, जिनके पास पैसा नहीं है खरीदारी करके, अब उन्हें देना हमें चालू करना पड़ेगा। इसी तरीके से डिमांड क्रिएट होगी और जब डिमांड क्रिएट होगी तो हमारी वापस सप्लाई चेन चलेगी और वापस सप्लाई चेन जब चलने लगेगी तो हमारा अर्थव्यवस्था धीरे धीरे वापस पटरी पर आने लगेगी। और मुझे आप सभी ने ध्यान से सुना और मैडम ने मुझे मौका दिया, इसके लिए धन्यवाद।
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much, madam. Your talk on economic aspect and opportunities for Aatmanirbhar Bharat was wonderful. Your talk was ground to earth and it was really quite practical and realistic. You have talked about many aspects of COVID-19 and also post-COVID opportunities. Now, over to Dr. Sunita for question and answers.
थैंक यू मैडम। मैं डॉक्टर कविता चतुर्वेदी से पहला प्रश्न ले रही हूँ।
जी मैम।
छोटे एवं कुटीर उद्योगों को खड़ा करने में समाज क्या योगदान कर सकता है जिससे लोग बिना धोखा खाए सही व्यक्ति को सही तरीके से मदद कर पाए?
मैडम अब आपको करना यही पड़ेगा कि समाज के वो सेक्टर जिनके पास अभी खर्च करने के लिए चीजें पैसे नहीं है, उनके लिए हमें चीजें मुहैया कराना पड़ेगा। उदाहरण के लिए मैं बताऊं कि जब ये लॉकडाउन चल रहा था तब मेरी कई एनजीओ से बात चल रही थी, तो सब राशन किट बहुत दे रहे थे। और पेंडेमिक की एक खास बात थी कि हमको साबुन और सर्फ की बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यकता पड़ रही है, कपड़े बहुत धोने पड़ रहे हैं, हाथ बहुत धोने पड़ रहे हैं। तो मैंने उनसे कहा कि राशन की जगह मैं यदि आपको सर्फ और साबुन उपलब्ध कराऊं, मतलब वॉशिंग पाउडर और साबुन उपलब्ध कराऊं, और तो कैसा रहेगा? तो उन्होंने कहा ठीक है। फिर मैंने सर्च किया कि लोकल कौन प्रोड्यूस करता है। आप मुझे 34 रुपए किलो में इतना शानदार वॉशिंग पाउडर उपलब्ध हुआ लोकल प्रोड्यूसर से, और आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि उन्होंने 2 महीने से 1 किलो भी नहीं बेचा था। और जब मैंने उस इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को कांटेक्ट किया तो वो खुशी खुशी, मैंने शाम को कांटेक्ट किया है और मैंने कोई एडवांस नहीं दिया है, और वो इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट मेरे घर में सुबह 8:30 बजे खुद आकर डिलीवरी कर रहा है, जिसकी मंडी द्वीप में एक बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है। लेकिन चूंकि 2 महीने से एक एमएसएमई है, उसकी छोटी सी यूनिट है। तो इसी तरीके से हम जो कॉटेज और कुटीर उद्योग है, जो हस्तशिल्प बना रहे हैं, जो राखियां बना रहे हैं, जो भी अभी राखी आएगी, जो मूर्तियां बना रहे हैं, जो हमारे सभी लोग जो छोटा छोटा काम कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए हम कर सकते हैं कि आप अपनी कॉलोनीज में छोटा छोटा सा वो लगा ले, एक मेला जैसा ऑर्गेनाइज करा ले। बाहर डिस्टेंस, क्योंकि हम अपनी कॉलोनी में डिस्टेंस मेंटेन करा पाएंगे, हम उनके कुछ व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप से जुड़ जाएं, उनसे बातें करें, एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना लें और व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप को हम फैलाएं, उन नंबरों को हम फैलाएं। जैसे एक दो जो मेरे पहचान के जो ट्रेनर्स थे जिनकी मार्जिनल इनकम थी, मैंने उनको कई और ग्रुप्स में ऐड कराया और उनको कहा कि इनके प्रोडक्ट आप खरीदिए। तो लोगों ने खरीदना चालू किया और इस तरीके से उनको अब 10-12 हजार रुपए महीने की इनकम होने लगी। इस महीने से, मई महीने के बाद जून महीने से इनकम होने लगी। तो ऐसे छोटा छोटा प्रयास हमें करना पड़ेगा कि जो जो सोसाइटी जो अभी बिल्कुल ही निचला तबका है, जो अभी समझिए कि 1-2 साल तक नया कपड़ा नहीं खरीद पाएगा, तो यदि हम लोकल जो बनाने वाले हैं, जो हमारे आसपास के लोग हैं, उनसे कपड़े सिलवा कर उन्हें देने लगे, तो 2 फायदा होगा। जो कपड़ा बना रहा है उसको फायदा, जो कपड़ा सिल रहा है उसको फायदा, उसमें जो एसेसरीज लग रही है उसका फायदा, और तीसरा कि जो जो खरीद नहीं पा रहा है उसको एक एक आत्मसंतुष्टि होगी और वो समाज के विरोध में नहीं जाएगा, समाज का सहयोगी रहेगा जब तक कि स्थितियां सामान्य नहीं होती।
धन्यवाद मैडम। अगला प्रश्न मेरा, ग्लोबल आर्थिक क्राइसिस का भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था पर क्या प्रभाव है? ये हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट ने पूछा है।
देखिए, ग्लोबल अर्थव्यवस्था का प्रभाव केवल उस सेक्टर में पड़ेगा जहां हम निर्यात करते थे, जहां हम एक्सपोर्ट करते थे। जहां हम एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे तो ग्लोबली जो बाहर अब हमारा जो एक्सपोर्ट लेवल, हमारा एक्सपोर्ट कम होगा, नो डाउट। हम भी इंपोर्ट कम करेंगे क्योंकि जब हमारी डिमांड नहीं रहेगी तो इंपोर्ट हम कम ही करेंगे। कुछ आवश्यक चीजों को छोड़ दीजिए कि जैसे फार्मास्यूटिकल के लिए रॉ मटेरियल हम मंगाते ही हैं बाहर से, तो मंगाएंगे ही। अब फार्मास्यूटिकल के लिए हम हाईएस्ट एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं इंडिया में, तो हम करेंगे ही। लेकिन इन ऑन एवरेज जो बाकी चीजें हैं, तो जैसे हमारा डोमेस्टिक डिमांड एंड सप्लाई कम होता है, वैसा ही इंटरनेशनली भी डिमांड एंड सप्लाई पर फर्क पड़ता है। यूरोप या जो बहुत विकसित देश है, वहां पर जो मेरे घर के लोग हैं या मेरे परिचित हैं, वहां की स्थितियां अलग है। वहां हर व्यक्ति को, यूएसए में, कनाडा में, हर व्यक्ति को $1200 पर मंथ सरकार की ओर से दिए गए हैं। वहां की और हमारी परिस्थितियां बहुत ज्यादा अलग है, लेकिन फिर भी व्यवसाय वहां का भी प्रभावित हुआ है। और जब तक स्थितियां पूरी सामान्य नहीं हो जाती हैं, तब तक तो दोनों ही जगह एट पार हमारा जो एक्सपोर्ट है वो थोड़ा सा प्रभावित हो जाएगा। लेकिन इसमें एक है कि यदि हम डोमेस्टिक ग्रॉस प्रोडक्शन और डोमेस्टिक ग्रॉस डिमांड को हम बढ़ा ले जाए, किसी भी तरीके से हम बढ़ा ले जाए, तो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था सर्वाइव कर जाएगी। फिलहाल 6-7 महीने तो बहुत क्रुशियल है।
धन्यवाद मैडम। ओवर टू यू डॉक्टर ममता श्रीवास्तव। Over to you, Dr. Mamta Srivastava.
Yes, I'm here. Now we have come to the end of the webinar, and we had very nice presentations, Dr. Harinarayanan and Madam Poonam Phogat, and Dr. Kavita Chaturvedi. So I invite Dr. Sunita Gupta to give vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta Srivastava. I feel honored to pay thanks to Dr. Harinarayan Jankiraman for spending his valuable time with us. Despite being so much busy with his research work for the service and well-being of mankind, he gave us time and enlightened us with the scientific aspect of coronavirus, its treatment, vaccines, the spread of COVID-19. We are grateful to you, sir, from the bottom of our heart. I, on behalf of myself, organizing committee of this webinar, and on behalf of our college, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I feel short of words to thank Dr. Poonam Phogat for her lecture. You have given a deep sense of understanding of how to remain motivated under this COVID-19 pandemic. What are different types of stresses and how to overcome and manage? We all face such stresses in daily life, and you have given so much insight for this. Thank you so much, madam, for your valuable lecture. I feel deep sense of gratitude for Dr. Kavita Chaturvedi, Professor Raja Bhoj Government College Mandidi, for her brilliant ideas and thoughts about Aatmanirbhar Bharat. She has a long experience of guiding students for employment and self-employment and various sorts of career development trainings. It is obvious in her lecture. Thank you so much, madam. My sincere thanks are due to principal of our college, Dr. Usha Pradhan, for her valuable guidance, motivations, and suggestions. I want to thank Mr. Ashay Rai, whose tedious and indispensable efforts and technical support made this webinar successful. I want to thank all the participants of the webinar to make it a success. Last but not the least, I want to thank Mahavidyalaya Parivar of Veer, Savarkar Government College, Obedullahganj for all the support. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Dr. Mamta Srivastava. Over to you, Dr. Mamta Srivastava.
Yes, with this we conclude the webinar. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.